Good evening once again. We are ready for another evening of the dip. Hello Fated, Voltus, Phil, Nico, everybody else. Jepski, congrats for the TOTD Jepski. I guess you've seen the records there. Hello alle, Hoof, Mike. Good to have you all here. There was a bit of an incident on track of the day. Yesterday's stream was kinda crazy, yeah, in multiple ways. I've heard that Bren has reached floor 10 now as well, or I've seen the personal best. Yo, Phil, with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate that. Yeah, reminder, I have alerts turned off for the convenience of the mega runs we get. But I very much appreciate you, Phil. Enjoy, Trevor, Rocket Buster, Bro Fellas, Mebbing, and Plastic Enjoyer. Much plastic to enjoy. There will indeed be. Did you guys see this one? So it's so funny, especially because there's 2 cuts. This one is already kind of ridiculous. But then Arpa also doing whatever this run is. Kind of feels like everyone's playing deep. It's like sort of spreading into other areas of the game as well. This is completely ridiculous. It's okay, Jobski. Send in the next map and we'll try. We'll try to figure it out. Elban, TVC, Henka. Bren is one ice slide away from Voltegard. Okay. Alright, that's excellent to know because I actually didn't see the run. So we can start on there. But this is, yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day. So with Bren not managing to get the Voltegard on today's session, as long as Bren is not playing. This is a sort of a landmark day 5 that is. So now we're starting with day 6, but day 5 will be the first day when nobody, or let's say collectively, there wasn't a full floor of progress made. There's been about half a floor or so. So it's actually like a pretty big sort of mark in this journey that we're slowing down the process and not going further. Also, thank you everyone for recommended plugin that I thought I downloaded. What? It is installed. I thought I'm not going crazy. What? But where is it? Oh, here, in the middle. Okay. So I have this thing now that actually works, and I should have probably tried it out earlier as well. But I should be able to switch between the players much quicker this way. So, yeah, this seems to work. Seems to work fine. And I can even hide it behind the webcam, so it's extremely unintrusive. Oh, but I can only see it with Open Planet on. Oh well. It's okay. Alright. Alright then. What's up, did I? Hello, Maria. Mara is the hidden one. If it starts grinding hard, he can take it all. That's true. Mada, on the server right now. Oh yeah, I have the goddamn plugin. Need to get used to this. So Mada hasn't reached floor 6 as of yet, as far as I know. Okay, and then I also need to lower music volume because I never get it right. Slightly. Very slightly. Okay. Now we're ready to go. I can get rid of the Any Ghost plugin, yeah, actually as well. It's true. Probably through here. So then it doesn't show up when I took all this on. Okay, perfect. Okay. Yep. Does this tower reach the max height actually, or can we build higher? So one block is 8 meters. So what's 2,000? 100, 200, 250 blocks. It's possible to build higher. For example, Core uses a 500 map base. So it's possible to do like at least a double height. The problem is that 250, which is basically this height, that is essentially the maximum height. Oh, Mada slowing down too much. That is so unfortunate. Maybe dropping down somewhere recoverable. No. One is over. Hazard getting further. I really need to get used to this plugin. Okay. We'll get there. Okay, so it's possible to only make the 250 block. I think it's 255 that you can make with open planets. But it's possible to do some hackerman stuff. And you can create larger map bases as well. I don't know what the absolute maximum is. I would imagine it's probably something like whatever the you know, what do you call it? The maximum number is 255 million or something. I don't know. Probably somewhere there. But there's probably other limitations that get to you before that. What do you think excels in maps like this, besides Hazard and Bryn? Well, Scandier has a lot of the RPG experience. Virtual also has a lot of RPG experience. Oh, Hazard. Not making the wet wheels. Maybe dropping to... Oh, does the car flip? Looks rough. Will I restart? At this point, I think Hazard can get to these points pretty quickly, so we might see Hazard just go again and try those parts one more time. Spam Granadi. A lot of players trying to get to floor 6 still. Okay. What was I even talking about? Yeah, so Virtual definitely has experience. I think Simo is a bit of a wild card. If Simo can figure out the ice stuff and stuff like this, plastic weird things, then Simo can be a contender for sure. There's like basically anyone in the top 10 right now, I feel has a pretty decent chance. But you know, it's difficult to say who can take it. Like, there's probably like 30 players who are excellent at like trail maps, but this map is so much more than just, you know, doing hard stuff. It's also like a mental challenge, and you kind of want to have that kind of grind experience to be able to do this. Virtual has the grind experience for sure. Has grinded like wall records and some very long challenges. Mada also, like the Deep Fear grind set is probably there, and there's definitely others too. But maybe someone who like casually plays trail maps but hasn't really gone for like a mega sort of grind might lack on the mental side. Could be the case. Spam drying the wheels. Yo, enjoy work, Phil. How many average viewers do you need for a partner? 75, but it needs to be consistent throughout the month at least. Hello, Tal. I'm doing great. What about you? Hell Twist, Dirtrov, Toppa, Henry. And makes it up the hill. There are maybe some TMNF legends missing. Lane has been actually playing the segmented versions, like the separate floors that have been released. There's been 0, 1, and 2 floors released separately, and Lane has been playing those. But from what I heard from someone else, Lane feels like there's maybe a bit too much like lucky stuff and things like this to go for the full grind. And the thing is that there's a lot of ice, a lot of plastic, a lot of weird stuff that someone like Simo is not that familiar with. So it's a little bit of like a difficult transition to a floor like this, where you do have these bobsleigh parts and wet wheel turbo turnarounds, you know. You don't have any of this stuff in TMNF, so even if you excel there, spam nails the landing should be working. So yeah, should be getting a floor 6 attempt here if everything goes well. But it really depends on your skill set, right? And if you only have a TMNF skill set, you're gonna lack in this kind of stuff. A little bit of a thing. Oh, Hazard still there. Good evening, folks. Bren was saying Scandier will catch up quickly. Definitely. Scandier already has reached, I think, the later parts of floor 8. Scandier has been streaming today. I don't know if there was a PB. I caught the end of it, and I think the personal best was something like 874 meters. Oh, 880 meters. Oh, well, pretty close. But yeah, Scandier getting pretty far. Lars probably still on floor floor 8, right? With this height. That seems to be floor 8. I'm gonna guess. But has been seemingly improving then. 900 meters definitely is the later parts of floor 8. I'm not sure... Wait, no. Lars did get... Yeah, we watched the run at the very end where Lars got to the final turtle part, so that's probably the part where Lars still is. Like, that is a pretty high area. Not sure how Elcon has been doing. But yeah, Scandier, there's one thing that we need to consider, and that is that there's a competition that was planned already last year called Mini RPG of the Week, which is... It has been like a weekly competition for a long time, but they organize a LAN. They organize a tournament this weekend where both Scandier and Hazard will be in person. So that will limit their amount of time for this weekend, which might change things around. It remains to be seen, but it's like a one sort of element in this equation. I'm getting pretty far here, closing into floor 7 soon, halfway through floor 6 in a moment. What about the world things? Oh, do you mean the like monthly Ubisoft tournament? Yeah, who cares? We're dipping. I don't know anything about the official stuff. I have actually no idea what's happening with the Ubisoft stuff. Just use deepdeep2u.com. You can see people's floor and height PBs. It gets updated regularly. It's the same API as the plugin here, so we should be able to see the same height directly in game as well. So I don't need to tab out. It should be this same window. But thank you. There's another website as well that people have been using. Spam might be on a personal best here. Kind of hesitating with that line. Yeah, Alcon is on the server as well, or was a moment ago. Oh, Spam. This is a very, very tricky section. We've seen so many turtle landings, we've seen so many failed plastic bounces as well, so it's not so easy to get through this. Spam, finally committing. Looks pretty good to me. We'll land it. Doing pretty well. Spam's personal best has just updated there. 672 meters, so this is a top 13 run right now. And with a couple more sections, we'll be able to climb into the top 10. DeepDipStats.com, wasn't there a .live site as well? There's multiple ones, it seems. Yo, Sigfusson. Learned a new Finnish term today. Can you explain Karlsson Academy? Basically, you get drunk in your underwear. That's what it is. That's what it translates to. Virtual is in top 15. Yes, Virtual has, I think, reached floor 8 at the very least. Has gone very. No, that should be floor 8. Yeah. Spam makes the next jump. This one should be pretty fine as well. Now, going through the turbo, turning around on the quarter pipe, and then going all the way back, hoping to have enough speed for the next ascension. My own personal best is on the start line. I haven't played the map at all. Maybe after the competition has been concluded. So Spam needs to go around the square pipe, turn around at the right point, so the car turns enough. Lining it up. Here we go. I'm not sure, it's not quite enough speed, and oh! Very fortunate save from Spam. I was 99% sure this would fall down, but no. There's a little bit of a difference in this distance here, so Spam is able to recover, and we'll get to go to the plastic bones again, so recover all the way through here. And now you need to do the bones one more time. Once more we try. The bounce looks pretty nice, and 2 out of 2. Does it have any meaning beyond that? The term, basically, you kind of use it when you just mean that you're not going out to drink. I think that's like pretty often the case. Like you're kind of drinking in a very casual way, alone or with like one friend or something, and you're not going out. That's sort of like what people like casually use it for. Try number 2 and going further, but clips the landing. This is again recoverable. We'll be able to drop down here. Let's see. There's a couple ways to drop down, but Spam takes this one. Hazard did just leave the server. I'm not sure if Hazard is done for now, taking a break or whatever else. We have some pretty strong players on the server though. Simo climbing has been to the end of floor 7, at the very least. Once more makes it... Elcon, of course, Elcon has been to floor 9. And then we have some players that were still waiting to get towards that floor 7 range, which is could include Spam as well, pretty soon. Granati, why not? Granati has been picking up the map super quickly. Scrappy has also been to at least the end of... to the later parts of floor 7, I believe. Mada could maybe show something today. Spam seems to be fast enough this time. Bouncing up and landing it, and that's yet another personal best. Ixon also pretty solid player. It's going well. Not. What about you? Spam now needs to discover this next part here. Granati seems to be close to the plastic bones here. We'll stick with Spam for now. See if these new parts will go well. Scrappy has tried the plastic turtle quarter pipe like 2 or 3 times, but hasn't landed it yet. Got it. Roddy's hitting hot sauce. Understandable. Spam goes a little bit too far to the right with this jump and will not be able to get that jump. This area is something I actually haven't seen players to actually recover yet, but it seems like the same old recovery path is possible, which is that you drop down here and you take the red turbo here. So personal best run for Spam, very solid, but needs to jump down and try the floor again. Don't think there's any other choice here. Spam jumps to the water first, maybe? Maybe a safer option. Indeed. And then going on the road. Onto this road perhaps, and then onto the dirt. Taking it super safe, and you know, on a personal best run, you're pretty invested, so can't really complain about that. Are the wheels dry? It better be. Spam now should be able to just drop down from here. And we'll continue from floor 5 again. Let's check in with Elcon a little bit. We shall see. Just noticed this is the first time I'm seeing Villa since watching the virtual videos 2 years ago. It was actually 3 years ago even. How was your journey in Trackmania, and are you now fully committed to this game? Pretty much, yeah. It's been great. I'm mostly mapping these days. Addicted? No, I can quit anytime I want. Mostly building mapping projects, campaigns and big maps. Not really a Trackmania pro, but maybe as a mapper. Hello, Heaven. I didn't build anything for this map here. Elcon should be fine with these floors, but we've seen Elcon make some tiny mistakes that often result in some faults. It's been a little bit tough. When Elcon gets those really good runs going, they can be absolutely incredible, but hard to get there. Elcon once more makes the uphill look easy. Hi, Bronzen. Lining up. Elcon, like, this is the thing, like, Elcon doing this release and landing super clean. Sometimes these kinds of things kind of lost. Elcon, of course, has incredible game knowledge and game sense, but you have to wonder if sometimes it's going a bit too fast. Lines this up perfectly, and Elcon seems to be doing this insanely consistently. Just so accurate with that line, and then going for the super high speed line here that no one else does. Mada did just fail this jump a little bit earlier. Oh, the whole. Oof. Maybe Mada can try out Elcon's strategy as well. It looks so weird though. It looks very strange going for this insane high speed attempt, but it works. It's very consistent. And back to floor 6. Hopefully Elcon gets through this time. Hello, Hooch. The progress is that Bren has almost reached the same point as Hazard a little earlier, so floor 10 is where the record stands, and Hazard's 3-hour run is still the best run that we've seen. Otherwise, I don't think there has been like too much progress. No one else has still gotten to floor 9 apart from Elcon, Hazard and Bren. Oh, Elcon lands it. See if there's any mod who can add that Bronzen. Bronzen, goddammit. Keep forgetting. Or remind me later, after when we have a good break, Bronzen. Bren got a sub 20 floor 9. That is fast. That is very, very impressive actually. Elcon also, like, has been having the pace for sure. Probably the consistency where it lacks a little bit. But floor 6 here, not looking too bad at all. There we go. Very controlled, very consistent. Elcon's personal best is still the very beginning of floor 9, as far as I'm aware. I don't think Elcon has gotten any further than that. Hello, David. Is this enough speed? It's not quite, so Elcon needs to go for the recovery. It's a pretty long recovery from this point, actually. I think it's five jumps or so. Like how Elcon just full speeds into the wall there. I guess that's maybe a little bit faster. It's probably a little bit safer as well, honestly. Once more, the bounce looks good. I do feel like the bounce is fairly controllable. Like, it's easy to say like, oh, it's lucky and, you know, random. But I feel like some of these players are getting more and more consistent on the flip itself, and when you get the flip, then it seems like it's going to also be pretty likely that you land it. I think most issues there will come from the setup. Ninja Rocket, hello Hige. Oh, Elcon got further offline. Interesting. Yeah, actually, now that you mention, Elcon 975, that's true. So, actually has reached some new heights, it seems. Yeah, I think it's like... I think it was something like 920, the beginning of the floor. I can't remember exactly. So not exactly 900, it's a little bit more, I think. $905, yeah, that makes sense. Elcon should have just enough speed. It's gonna be very close though. And no, Elcon, a little bit too slow. Have to recover. There is a path to recovery from here. I do remember. Does Elcon remember? I think you just, you can jump back to this ramp here. That's probably the plan. We've seen some people do this before. That's water. Water filter. Okay, Elcon taking the speed and lands it. Not having to fall too far back there. So, not such a disaster. Yeah, the floors aren't exactly 100 meters, which, of course, it wouldn't even add up because there's 17 floors total, right? Like from 0 to the end. Elcon this time makes it to the ducks. And just... And, yeah, the finish line, I think, is at 2,000 meters, so it wouldn't quite add up to 100 meters per floor exactly. The final floor is higher than the others, but it's gonna be a little bit, you know. Okay, Elcon manages to get it. Now, another floor 7 attempt. Hello, Crash. These water jumps have been very tricky for many. We keep seeing runs fail here all the time still. I think getting past these few jumps is going to be crucial. Elcon doing the careful strategy, just like everyone else. Oh. The final floor, yeah, I haven't really looked at it yet. But it's probably just higher because of the final jump. Oh, the lineup is not there. Is Elcon still able to save this? This could be savable if Elcon can get grip on the side. No, it's not happening. In a similar fail here many times before. Elcon all the way down. Devastating, but nothing that these players aren't already used to. Simo currently getting towards floor 7 as well. And this is the tricky jump, not this, but the one that Elcon just fell from. That is the tricky jump. That is the one that keeps these runs ending. Keeps these runs. Something like that. That is a mistake that we've seen a couple times before. It looks like a pretty, you know, sort of like avoidable line issue. But the thing is that you have wet wheels on the plastic, which means that it's extremely slippery there, and you just need to press forward with the line that you have. You don't have time to start adjusting it. You don't have time to steer away. Even if you did steer away, it wouldn't dodge the actual crash. So in case you crash, you just need to hope that the crash is big enough that it actually like destroys your momentum, so that you don't go into the quarter pipe, so that you don't have to leave the platform. That is the key thing that you're really hoping for there. But Elcon, of course, gets the kind of a bounce that just makes the line slower, but still keeps the car going, and you can't really slow down because of the wet wheels. Simo. Unfortunate landing, but actually the landing is, well, not that fortunate after all. All the way down. Simo getting some good runs going, but too many of the floor 7 attempts just yet. Keeps ending these runs. Yeah, that's more correct. I feel like floor 7 seems to be one of the hardest floors to save right now. Maybe apart from, like, you know, floor 4. It really looks like when you fail these crucial parts on floor 7, you will usually just fall all the way down. There's a couple saves that are sort of designed to happen if you do like a specific type of a mistake, but there's quite few of those still. So it seems to be pretty punishing, and I think getting to like floor 9, then it seems that there's way more stuff that you can actually fall down to on floor 8, even on floor 7, potentially. But that seems to be the big choke point right now, floor 6 and 7. People are getting pretty consistently onto floor 5 right now, but there's still that little bit of maybe luck missing that gets these runs towards the floor 8 turtle parts. Hello, Batu. Scrappy. Next player to try. Scrappy again playing on the server, which is admirable because I love seeing Scrappy's progress. If I was Scrappy though, like, I wouldn't blame him at all for playing in solo because of the server issues that he's had to deal with. Maybe something has been resolved. Maybe something, you know, has changed. Bouncing looks pretty good. Yep. Barely lands. We'll have it, face it. No map versions today, no. Might do those in the weekend as well. Scrappy, making it through these jumps. I literally just answered this question bun less than 60 seconds ago. Scrappy is getting pretty fast on these floor 6 sections, actually. Feeling pretty confident, it seems. Scrappy slows down a bit, but still plenty of speed. Now towards the duck jump. Looks like it will barely reach it. Well done. We've seen Scrappy struggle with these wet wheel plastic parts just before floor 7. We'll see if Scrappy has learned maybe a new strategy. Accelerates carefully through and makes it. Keki's floor. It's number 7. The sponge, it's called. Not sure why it's called the sponge. And because of the water parts? Something. Backward speed slides. Work out fine. Yeah, I guess, but I don't know. I haven't really planned this through, but I'll figure it out soon. Then into the water parts. Gets through the first hole. That seems to be pretty consistent for these players so far, but what about this one? What about the jump? Be careful with it. He said it's because it's a green-yellow section and it reminded him of those house sponges. Oh. We have Mapper Insight. Thank you. Scrappy taking the time, but now starting the lineup. Again, you don't want to hit the wall. Want to be sure that your line is correct before you start driving. And then you want to stick the landing after the line is correct. Is the jump gonna work as well? No, Scrappy falls down to the hole, and this is a long way down. The wet wheels make recovery extremely difficult, and Scrappy, like many before him, will not be able to save it. What a difficult section to survive. And it keeps happening to everyone. I don't think there's any player at all who has reached that point and hasn't failed it. I would be surprised. Maybe if someone has only been through it one time and one-shot it. But, like, I feel like any of these players who get multiple attempts to floor 7 have failed that part. It's almost inevitable. Is Elcon doing, like, Neo slides here? Elcon is fast, honestly. That was definitely a Neo slide, right? Very, very sort of... how would I say it? The lines look really practiced, like the turnaround on the bobsleigh. Elcon does it the same way every single time, and it seems very controlled, like it always gives the right line, so that Elcon doesn't need to like redo it and, you know, line it up and make sure that it's right. Just does the same strategy every time with such an accuracy that it will land on the next platform. Only 9 people have ever made it to floor 7. Is it even 9? I'm not 100% sure. Has Korch been to floor 7? Maybe. Maybe. But probably not very far. But yeah, it's the top 10 fight right now is kind of trying to get towards the you know, floor 8 later sections. I think that's where the focus is. Elcon has started doing the nose bounce, by the way. Elcon for the longest time was doing the side bounce, but now has switched the strategy. Interesting. Suppose it's maybe... it's either more consistent or a little bit faster. Maybe it's more consistent. Or just easier to set up. Hello Beaks, Tato, Booster. I'm good, Tato, what about you? We'll see if Hazard is gonna do another mega run. I think Hazard currently not playing. Was on the server when we joined. Oh, Elcon almost too high again. Elcon is the only one having some of these issues, like being too high on the plastic bounce. Crazy. Yeah, Hazard left the server a little bit after we joined, failed a run on floor 7. I'm not sure if Hazard is planning to play more tonight. But yeah, maybe just getting food or something. That would seem reasonable. Luigi, Kendo. Everybody else too. Elcon making it to floor 6 again. No surprises there. Floor 5 is starting to become very consistent for some of these players. Mara also, by the way. Making a way towards the plastic punch now. Let's follow Elcon for now. Very clean. Oof. This jump, Elcon is still lining up. The speed is really crucial. You have to get a good landing. And Elcon manages. Hi, Roma. Elcon definitely is kind of pushing the limits here. Every single time. But you do notice that Elcon does respect a lot of these harder jumps. Kind of like, you know, making sure that the jumps that Elcon feels are actually precise, the setups also are precise. So I don't think it's just like full sending it in the sense that he doesn't care at all. It's more like he just knows like, okay, I don't need to do this specific thing that precisely, so I can kind of do it faster. But then when that precision is required, or when there's something new, we will see that patience from Elcon as well. Jumps to the water now. Elcon has been having some trouble missing the water on this jump. I don't know if it has been on purpose, because Elcon doesn't want to doesn't want to get the wet wheels because it costs time or something, or if it's just been a line issue. But this time goes to the water, and that seems to be pretty consistent for others too. Not getting the speed from the backwards part, so has to redo. Bounce again. Works. Extra practice on this floor never hurts, I think. Turn around. Very good. What do you think is the key to making that bounce work? You simply just need to get the rotation. It seems like the players who generally have trouble with that more, they usually don't quite turn like upside down. They turn kind of like halfway, so that the car is still a little bit sideways. So if you're able to do the full roll, usually that makes it better. Oh, there was another emote as well, red, by the way. Bronze and can maybe re-link that. I can also add it, but... For the Ducks this time, failed it last time, and this time seems to work. Hello Wizzo. Hazard is still indeed holding the world record. Not by much though. Bren has gotten to the same spot, more or less. I think one trick less than Hazard. Very close anyway. Another floor 7 attempt. Elcon has been doing really, really nicely. on these longer attempts so far today, but are they going to get through to floor 8? The critical point. Next for the water jumps. This is what the last failed. Not this. This worked. But the section afterwards... all works just fine. But what about the jump? Elcon crashed this line very slightly last time. See if it works now. The line is better. Is the jump going to work? Elcon lands it and will get an attempt at the second half of this floor. Goes right into it. Now the line, is it correct? Is this too far to the left? It's pretty close, but no. Needs to take the recov. Now that's a bit of a scam, honestly. That is a little bit ridiculous. There is one small piece of plastic here on this jump right here. And of course, Elcon flies off of this. You know what this is meant for? This is meant for when you recover this line and you jump up and you bounce your head into this. So you can land on this platform. But Elcon, so unfortunately, lands in here and bounces off. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate, but more and more players are getting these runs going. The actual jump, yeah, Elcon didn't quite get the line, but usually that's recoverable. Usually it's possible to recover that, and it's not sort of like uncommon for players to fail that. The recovery path isn't too bad. Hello Pikum, it's Dar, Valze. Yeah, Elcon hit the small plastic cube there. Just barely. Sometimes we've seen players also land directly on the recovery path. I've seen Hazard do it, for example, but that was just like too close to the quarter pipe to not hit the cube. Well, we have some players here. Simo, good progress. Korch, good progress as well. Simo, pretty high up here. Oh, manages to keep the grip. Korch has made the duck jump. Now for the final platforms, but which doesn't quite manage. Well, lands a little better than some others we've seen. So this should be recoverable, probably to the middle of floor 6. We're just kind of checking possibilities here. Just jumps in here. Absolutely recoverable. Simo, duck jump. Manages. Platform's pretty scary, but Simo is through to floor 7. Knows how to do these parts for sure. Backward speed slice next. Goes for the wiggles and lands it. And here we are again, the run killer section. Simo gets the first jump. Now for the big ones. Once more, Simo lines it up, gets the speed, and is the jump going to work? It will work. Simo, hands here to get towards floor 8. Waterguard is still maybe halfway through floor 10 at best. Didn't realize that those platforms are particularly scary because all the other players I've seen just blasted straight through it. I guess you mean the final platforms of floor 6, yeah? Just before this floor. They are scary because it's wet wheel plastic, so it's extremely slippery. Very hard to control. It looks so simple when they don't make any extra moves and have that controlled plane, but the moment you need to adjust something, it's like impossible. Simo going in, this looks promising. Will end. Simo got a PB today to 856 or something. Got it. Ooh, Simo goes for the risk even with the clip line, and that's usually not going to work. Generally, if you clip, you have to go for the recovery. Transitions are pretty unforgiving there. And we have just witnessed why that is. So many hard parts on this floor. And Techie didn't consider this to be a very difficult floor at all on this map, so we don't even know what's ahead. All under control. To be fair, I feel like just as like a sort of full picture, you never have everything under control on this map. It's just not possible. Good horn. Hello Arnold, Argo. I don't think if this horn really works when you're standing still. Scrappy making some progress. How is Sano doing on the uphill? A real quick check here, just assuming that... Scrappy will do this next part. There are many worse horns, that's true. Oh, we have new numbers. I thought it was 5 out of 10 before, now it's 6 out of 10. Sano going for the double drift strat. I think gets it. Should be enough grip. Work with. Scrappy has made it to the turbos here. Techi's floor is 7. The one that we see people fail right now. Elcon already back to floor 5. Granady is there as well. Sano still making progress, it seems. And then there's one on floor 6. Scrappy here. Looking to get another personal best, perhaps. Would like another floor 8 run, I'm sure. Has Elcon actually been playing floor 1 and 2, the practice floors? I figured that top players probably wouldn't need to play them because, you know, they're right in the beginning of the map. You get so much practice on them anyway. I think the main thing, because I was on the server for like 10 hours yesterday and Elcon was here most of the time. The main thing that I'm noticing is that Elcon is like very consistent in this like early session, and then yesterday, you know, last night got much less consistent towards the end of the day. That's a pretty small sample size. It's pretty difficult to say if that's, you know, really the problem, but of course like exhaustion does affect you. Asked about them in Discord. Oh, well, I mean, maybe they do help. Kirby has not got to floor 8. Right. Scrappy 815. That's, yeah, that's a little bit off. I think it's gonna be that, I mean, it could be floor 8, but I guess it's not. It's kind of hard to tell from the height because there is that quarter pipe, the plastic quarter pipe that does bring you pretty high. It's not entirely reliable, this number, but yeah, it was also mentioned before that Scrappy has failed the quarter pipe a few times, so that's probably where the PB in terms of height will. And the website shows the floor number. Oh, is it an accurate one? Is like someone writing those manually? If it's extrapolated from the height, then it might be a bit dicey still. But maybe they have some way to tell it. Scrappy makes the duck jump. Either way, I feel like we have a pretty good picture of where these players have been. More or less anyway. So... oh, Scrappy once again. Platforms not working out. Oh, this is difficult. That's so unfortunate. Because it's not only that you fall on the turbo. It's also that you have wet wheels. You're falling on a red turbo with wet wheels. So it's... you know that, okay... in so many other situations, I could save this, but there's just no chance. It is so unfortunate, but life goes on, as does Deep Dip 2. Mada on floor 5 once again. So, really the strategy seems to be that you take as sort of straight line as possible. You don't want to be in a position where you need to steer a lot, because then you will end up losing too much speed and you will not make the landings. So there's two things that generally happen there that will make the players fail. One is initially jumping too far to the left side when you do the first landing on the platform, and then you need to try to do some weird bug slides and such, kind of what Scrappy tried there, and it did not work out. Mara seems to be a dead turtle, unfortunately. That bounce. Very unlucky. So, when players get to this landing, if you go too far to the left, then generally you need to, or if you take it too fast also, then you need to do some weird bug slide, and it gets very dicey. It's possible to do it like that, but I feel like you need to rely on a little bit of luck at that point. Most players, how they do it is they just try to land and take as clear straight line towards this final platform as possible. We've seen players like clip the wheels and such and still make it after just somehow landing on this platform. So as long as you just make it, you have a pretty high chance of actually clearing it. But it's a very difficult spot. Sano here taking the floor 5 recovery. This is not good. That's not how you do the recovery, unfortunately. We move our eyes to Granadi, who is still not playing. So, I suppose we check with Sami. Winter Campaign 2024 winner. That was a hole-in-one. I'm not sure if Sami was doing... not Sami, Sano was doing the recovery for the first time or something, because the hole can be a little bit of a bait there. Generally, when we've seen players go for this recovery, they take it incredibly slow. Like, incredibly slow. Just to be sure that they make it back to floor 5 start. Oh yeah, there could definitely be a release after the first jump. When someone gets there the next time, we can kind of take a small look at the inputs as well. Someone doing pretty well. So as far as wall record goes, currently it is all the way up here. This is floor 9, and then floor 10 starts here. So we have made it to floor 10. Ice Gold by Maverick. You have to go here, all around here, jumping here, going on the ice, going here, over to the pipe, jumping above, going all the way to the water, then back here, up, and this is the final jump that Hazard failed. As far as I know, Bren has made it somewhere here, from what I heard. I'm not 100% sure if that's accurate, but it's something like that. So, this is the jump that has last been failed, though. So, that is where the world record stands. Bren hasn't gotten up that snow. Yeah, gotcha. It is already day 6, and it's a big day, by the way, because what happened on Deep Dip 1 on day 6? Anyone knows? Oof, Sami with the smallest clip. Be able to retry this. You know this one? First clear. That's what happened. And look at where we are right now. No, it was not Riolo cheated to the top. Ham solo. That was not... that's not what I'm looking for here. It was indeed the first clear. Bren managed to finish Deep Dip 1 on day 6. And look where we are right now. We are currently on floor 10. And we have... If we think about floors to clear, there's... From floor 10... There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 floors. 7 floors remaining. So it's kind of a step up in difficulty. For sure. I think that's gonna be a deep dip 3. I feel like if any of the mappers hear the term deep dip 3 right now, they will just scream at me, so I will avoid this topic, because I know as a mapper that you will want to see the first one done before you think about the next. But I mean, considering the success of this, I suppose as long as Sparkling and Zertrov and everyone else has the motivation, I don't see why it wouldn't be possible. Deep Dip 3 releasing in 48 hours? Oh, nice. Summy's still saving this run. Getting a lot of practice on these jumps now. 48 months. Yeah, that's maybe more accurate. What if there's actually no finish line on this map, but when you reach the top, the crown there teleports you to Deep Dip 3, and then you actually need to finish Deep Dip 3 to really finish this map as well. And Deep Dip 3 is like 25 floors. Maybe that's what's gonna happen. I have not used the unclaimed checkpoint indicator. I was thinking to use it just in case someone placed a dev finish in the bottom of the pool. It would be really funny if that was where the finish actually was. Just like next to the start line. Deep Dip combined? Ooh. Now that would be a big one. We actually did something similar in Shootmania. Oh, Sammy is still not the line, but doesn't clip the landing. A little bit of progress here. Good practice. So in Shootmania there are these sorts of like very long maps that have like all kinds of checkpoints. Usually they're like 60 checkpoints, and you need to do different techniques and different weird sort of things. And usually on those maps we call them the improvisus maps, which means unexpected in Latin. That's how sophisticated we Shootmania mappers are. It's a bit pretentious maybe. No, but we call them the improvisus maps. And there's usually a tower, like a precision jumping tower on those maps, and it's usually the hardest part as well. So I did make a version with like 4 different improvisus map towers combined. So we kind of did a similar thing there. Maybe they can do the same with the deep dips. $10-lap version. God. Oh, that could be great, Ham. Honestly, that would be the best possible ending. I mean, this is the 5th, I think, attempt, but still not failing the jump entirely. It's to redo one more time at least. In the meantime, as all this is happening, Simo has been climbing towards floor 5 now, so we'll see if we have another attempt on floor 6 or 7 even. a cool car skin. Let's check in with Simo, perhaps. See what's happening there. Joining Granadi. Okay, well, let's go back to... Okay, well... Suppose we'll stick with Simo. Unfortunate, but good experience for Sami for sure. It is really important to get consistent on these quarter pipes on floor 4. Really important to especially get those final parts down. You have the quarter pipe jump that kept failing for Sami, and then you have the dirt wall right after, which is really important as well. So Simo is going for a pretty interesting line here, by the way. Seems to be the third line, not doing the second drift, only doing one drift and then driving up the hill. That looks pretty recoverable, because if you don't have the speed, you potentially can just go straight backwards, and you can get back to the pool without hitting the poles and such. So that could be a pretty smart line from Simo. Taking speed from the other side here. Should be fine. Now getting to the double turbos. Elcon back to floor 4. We have Kubas playing as well, but Kubas is a mapper, so probably will not go super high here. If we look at the mapper charts, assuming that these are in order of difficulty, Kubas, the third last floor up there. And Kubas, pretty good khaki player. Viru also, pretty good khaki player. There's a lot of khaki names in these later floors, to be honest. So it's a little bit worrying. Oh, Simo has also just failed, but launched to the bobsleigh, so possible to recover. It is very difficult to predict what's ahead. We haven't really looked further, we're discovering everything with our players here, but also, even if you do look further, I've heard from people that it's really hard to say what's actually going on there. Royal and khaki are sort of similar in many ways, for sure. This guy here has built some of the hardest khaki maps in Trackmania Nations forever. Also has built very, very cool maps in this game. I believe that Simo, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a while since I heard about this, but I believe that Simo once built a khaki map where it's one of the hardest TMNF trial tricks twice in a row. That's the map. Some kind of like a beam bounce and landing on one of those blue platform side things. Any fact checkers, indeed. I'm 90% sure that that's like an accurate statement. Simo's line here seems pretty solid. It's a very slow ascent there, but looks good. Welcome, Kettle. No one has beaten Hazard's world record just yet, but Bren did improve and got close. Elcon falling down to the ground. Scrappy, Tally, Corch all climbing. Tally also very strong khaki player. Could be making some pretty decent progress here. Wouldn't be surprised. Simo now, back to the turbos. Turning around. This angle looks excellent. Simo commits to it, bounces, and it will work. Hazard not currently on the server as far as I know. Maybe getting some food, maybe something else, I don't know. Was on the server when we joined and failed a floor 7 run, and after that we haven't seen Hazard in maybe like an hour or so. Simo taking it pretty slow here, maybe on a long session as well. Not sure how long Simo has been grinding for. Can check in with Tally maybe. Getting to floor 5 right now. Bren is second place, very close to Hazard's run, and Elcon is still third. Has apparently done a personal best offline, but hasn't gotten to floor 10 just yet. Simo going in, let's check in on that. Makes it to floor 6 already. Not sure, so Granady overall, I think this is Granady's third day. So truly hasn't been playing for very long overall. Today, I'm not sure what the session has been like. So Granady a couple days late, but making really good progress, getting to floor 5 and some excellent runs there as well. Simo on the move. One of the few Finnish players. Based on the question marks we have in chat from Tally, I'm going to guess that something a bit scam-like happened, and Simo at the same time, unfortunately, does also miss the landing here. And Turtles needs to, well, maybe there's some kind of a landing here to level 2, no. Misses the platforms and will have to drop all the way down to the middle point of floor 0. Well, to the bottom of floor 0. Simo still getting more and more runs towards floor 6. Just some unfortunate mistakes. Almost a penalty sand turtle save. Yeah, that would have been impressive. But of course, I don't really even know if you can do much from that platform. There's a lot of these platforms where, sure, you might land there, but then what? You kind of just have to drop down. Would have been something, yeah. Oh, Korch. Now has to hope the car... The flip back looks promising, yes. Kind of clipped the beam there, so losing some speed. Also not taking too much speed here. I feel like these players are getting much more comfortable with these jumps, kind of knowing that, okay, I don't really need all of this speed, so I'm just going to take a little bit of a shorter line here to be able to save some time, be more efficient. Scrappy on Torch both. Going for the jump, both make the landing, and now we're gonna probably see both go for the double drift strategy on this uphill as well. Welcome, Urka. Janik has been doing some cast as well. If you guys want to see... Actually, Korch does a different line. Korch does the single drift line here. Scrappy is still going for the classic, but it seems like more players seem also going for the single drift line there. So it's interesting to see how these strategies kind of evolve. Really cool. But yeah, Janik has also been casting, and it's nice that our schedules kind of are different, so that I think Janik has been online a lot when Bren is playing, when I'm not usually streaming, so it's really cool that we get like full day coverage. Welcome everyone, welcome. Good to have all of you here. Definitely follow Janik as well if you want to catch some more deep action. Torch needs to save this line. I'm not sure what this does going next to turbo here. Torch has some mega strategy here. Hold on. Wait, is this a new strat? Wait. Does this work? That works? Wow. Okay. So you don't need to do the bones. You can line it up next to the turbo. Wow, that's clever. That is clever. I've never seen this. Korch with the new strats here. To be fair, it does seem to be slower, so you might be more likely to get a little bit scammed. If you go for the bounce strategy, it does seem like you have to rely less on the bounce being the second plastic bounce, where you bounce on the ground at the very end. You need to rely on that bounce being like super good, much less. So that could be maybe a bit of a downside to it. Oh, Scrappy, I think stage still on the block. Looking solid. From course though. Oh, I think... Is Scrappy still alive? No. Drop down to floor 5, actually, not staying there just yet. Valen has also been streaming. I think Valen is streaming right now as well. Casting, I think, some others too. So that's another option there. Welcome everyone from Janik though. Good to have all of you here. Oh, Korch going for a very risky looking jump, but it works out. Works out, and now starting to get towards the later parts of floor 6. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anyone like in the European night time. Not sure if anyone's casting those hours. Really great though. Torch, a little bit of a sideways landing will probably go for the recovery directly. There's luckily a good one here. You do need to do the plastic bones. Need to do all kinds of stuff. Oh yeah, Teki has been spectating during the nights. Elcon on floor 5, I think, doing some of the later parts there, unless there was a fall. We can maybe take a real quick look at that. Elcon, yeah, currently on the bounce here. We'll fail it, but we'll be able to get back and back into Corch. You want to try the second bounce, and if it fails, just don't jump back down, but do the recover strategy. Could still be a little risky. This should turtle into the water. Corch will be fine. Yeah, but it's interesting to see this strat though. Like sometimes because you commit with wet wheels, you know, the line might be pretty tricky. The line is tricky here as well from Corch, but again we go for the recovery. You should be thanked for casting too. Casters really make the event better. Thank you. I'm glad if it does. Corch unfortunately will not make this, but lands very clean into the bobsleigh. Is this recoverable? Oh, the bounce on the side there makes it extremely difficult to control, and we go back to the end of floor 2, so Corch not losing all of the progress, but I've been told to pronounce it as Corch. The I apparently is silent. I've been told that that's how they say it. Yeah, the RPG Spectator plugin works unlike the other one, so I'm now using that. It's very nice. No new Voltigord just yet, but Bren has gotten very close. Has reached the previous section than where Hazard failed. Look at this Elcon line again. Never gets old. Fully smashing into this ramp. It looks so wild. Ooh, almost bug sliding a bit too far. Your fault. No, I did hear some others pronounce it like that too. Not a silent I, it's like spam isn't said spammy. Gotcha, okay, so it's like a stylized name. Sort of like we say Elcon and not Elcon 21. Elcon, speaking of, doing well. Hello DC. Some personal bests have happened. Elcon, for example, has made a new PB offline, making a little bit further into floor 8, but there's still... no, sorry, into floor 9, but there's still a little bit to clear before getting into floor 10, just like Hazard and Bren. But Bren indeed has made it to floor 10 now. So there's like a couple parts there that seem extremely difficult, and Bren also failed the last snow uphill or ice slide thing just before the part where Hazard failed on the 3-hour legendary run. So that's basically where our top 3 is right now. Everyone else trying to still survive floor 8, but there's been more and more players getting in there. Lars last night, of course, made it to the last turtle part on floor 8, so getting closer and closer to also clearing that floor, but not quite yet reaching floor 9. Elcon, the speed is good. Turning sideways to save some time. I don't know if that's a safety strat maybe. I think it's a speedrun strat though. I mean, you have plenty of speed there, so I suppose it makes sense. Now, the dirt zoop works perfectly. Looks like the mapper really intended for that bounce. Do you ever feel annoyed as a mapper when players come up with some cheesy strat like that? Generally, If I become annoyed, it's because I didn't notice something else. I never get mad at players. Duck jump. Looks to work. And there's another player as well, and that is Scrappy. Let's hold that thought. Scrappy did fail this last time. Is it going to work this time? Looks like a controlled line, and Scrappy manages to do it. And then what about Elcon? Same position. Elcon makes it look so simple. Elcon also turns backwards on the final jump to be a little bit faster on the turnaround. Because it's Elcon. Actually drying the wheels before going in. So, alright. A little bit of, you know... a little bit of respect for the next part. Now Scrappy. Do the dangerous jumps. I'm also kind of surprised with the wheel drive, because for example Hazard doesn't do it anymore. Hazard is just going in for the next section. You drive over the dirt anyway, so it is kind of interesting. But I suppose it can be a bit of a mental break as well when you reach a new floor. And like, you know, just taking a little bit of time. Elcon is already back here though, so the speedrun is back on track. Well, Elcon jumps up and lands it. Scrappy. Tries it as well. Jumps to the side and lands it. Very fortunate. Scrappy didn't jump very far to the side, so very fortunate that the bounce went further than that. Elcon has already gone for this jump, and this time manages to at least go for the recovery path. So the run is not over, but it's going to take some time before Elcon gets to the next section. Needs to jump back to the very last parts of floor 6. Scrappino has failed this 3 times, I hear. So Scrappy could do a personal best. If not in terms of height, then in terms of progression. So a little bit of focus here. Around the pool, and now going in, jumping to the sand, getting the dry wheels, and now gets the line. Is it going to land? Looks pretty clean, and it will be extremely clean. Scrappy manages to get a new personal best, as far as I'm aware. And we will probably get a confirmation based on the reaction here. Scrappy stops the car, parks it there, and probably focuses on the next section. So here you need to land very clean onto this platform and then make it all the way from the plastic into this part. Then upside down plastic bounce into the water. And then we have the beam section into the turbo tunnel, which honestly hasn't given too much trouble for our players anymore. And then for the final parts, of which the most important is this jump here, taking speed and jumping all the way up to floor 8. That is what Scrappy has in store for this techie floor. Taking all the possible speed here. Elcon seems to be already back to floor 7. Be thinking. And is now ready to try. Takes the speed, jumps, and even with a slight release, it will be enough. Scrappy makes the very difficult transitions and now gets rewarded with something a little bit easier, or supposedly easier anyway. We have the plastic bounce here. Then a couple jumps that, at the very least, for most players have been easier than the previous part. Taking speed. Going very fast into it actually, but it works out. Makes the landing here. The beam should probably be safe. Elcon. Hold on. Oh, this is recoverable. I think Elcon will save this. I think the car will flip. The default movement is forward, and as long as the car is touching any body of water at all, you can flip it over very cartoonishly. This should be recoverable. Let's check in with Scrappy, maybe. Even though I would love to see this. But Scrappy is stuck on the beam. That is so unfortunate. And of course we missed the unflip as well. Come on. So useless. No. Very unfortunate for Scrappy though. Let's watch Elcon for a bit now. Trying the line again. Might barely be on the edge. Yes, it will land. Now for the transitions. Lands it. Lands the second. Not sure if Scrappy will be able to recover that line. We can take a small look at that in a moment. Hello, Sunday. Elcon has been going super fast into this, and sometimes it has seemed pretty dicey. Yeah, Scrappy is going backward. I guess the beam will probably turn the car the other way. No. Bit of a conversation here before Elcon moves on to the next section. Turbo tunnel. Elcon does this interesting ice slide strategy, and it seems to work pretty well. Hopefully not going all the way back to the turbo. Looks to be a good line, and we line up for the last few parts. Bouncing the... Oh, this could still be... It's a turtle and Elcon manages. Oof. Now that looked like a bit of a scam. The car not doing anything at all, but Elcon with a perfect unflip there. Great save. Now carefully onto the beam. Don't fall now. And then we have the final jump of floor 7. The slow down sufficiently, manages to do so. And now, just backing up with the correct line, taking all the speed on this hill. Floor 8, one jump away. Of course, Elcon has been there before, but many good runs start here. Koopa Troopa by Doonty. And the Koopa Troopa is a bit of a reference to the upside down parts that you need to do here. Turtling, as it's called in Trackmania. So Elcon has to flip the car upside down multiple times here, for the reason that there is this section here. You cannot drive on this quarter pipe normally. You need to unflip the car from upside down position. So Elcon, definitely familiar with the technique. Need to swing the car back and forth from left side to the right. Scrappy has indeed given up on the beam. So now Elcon just needs to time the flip. Gets one back wheel, and that should be enough. And it will be now up the quarter pipe and the beam landing. It's been very tough for many players. We've seen so many fail it, Elcon included. We saw Lars struggle with this quite a bit, but Lars did manage to do this last night and made it pretty far afterwards as well. Elcon lining it up, landing it perfectly. Once again, making these tricks look much easier than what they actually are. Next few transitions, not so easy either. Elcon lines it up, lands the first, and jump to the bobsleigh. Slows down enough, but the turtle should work. Elcon should be able to save this. The timing, very good this time as well. That is not a necessary turtle. Elcon going for some extra practice, but it will work. There is a necessary turtle in just a moment, though. Through the narrow plastic parts, but this should be pretty easy stuff. There is a way to potentially shortcut this section, but at this point the player's more concerned about progression than going for some unbeatable world record time. So taking it safe, going onto this platform where the next trick officially begins. Once more, flipping the car upside down. Already doing it here, I guess? I don't know. We'll see. Elcon goes upside down, the full circle, and needs to squeeze the car between these two blocks here. Waits for the timing, and gets the timing as well, and now slow and steady, or maybe not so steady, but as much as you possibly can. Car goes through, Elcon keeps it going. And then the next flip again. Waiting for the timing. And nails it. These next few parts, pretty well figured out as well. Hazard and Bren have had so many attempts through these parts, especially Hazard, falling from floor 9 multiple times into this section, getting a lot of practice here in a single run. Elcon manages to do the landing with a tricky quarter pipe. Lines it up, turns the car. This will turtle, but it should be okay. Well, don't even really need to save it. The car just flips on its own, and we go into the blub room right here. Elcon saying hello to our friend before continuing the journey. This next jump, not so easy. Needs to really line this up carefully. Taking the turbo, jumping a little bit to the left here. Looks very clean. And Elcon gets the final turtle. Now this is where we saw Lars fail last night. Elcon has made it through. Starts the turtle. And needs to go all the way through this beam now. There are some very narrow sections on the beam, even more narrow than what we see right now. Elcon going pretty fast, but manages to get through the first one. Then the second one. Elcon is in a rush, it seems. Then the flip. Manages to do it and gets up as well. Well done. Only a few jumps remain and floor 9 been reached. Turning around the other quarter pipe. Then lining up this jump to the right. Elcon looks to be clean and safely crashes the wall to slow down. Elcon has been to floor 9 before. The first run we saw, Elcon was the first to reach this floor. But I have heard, and we can kind of see from the leaderboard as well, Elcon has been to 975 meters. So that might be an offline run. Right now we're at 938. So I believe that Elcon has been a couple jumps in to this floor as well. Of course, Bren and Hazard have been doing this floor for quite a long time, so Elcon knows the strats for sure. Leading up here, landing onto the pole, then onto the ramp, and needs to land on top of the turbo structure here. Looks to be clean, and this seems to be a personal best. If we look at the height, 975.4, that would be just around here. Elcon lining up the jump onto the next block. Carefully waiting. Jumping up now and gets it. And that was 976 meters, so I do believe we're on a personal best at this point. So many things remain though. Elcon next needs to turn around on the plastic. Get a very, very, very clean run downhill. Needs to land onto this turbo and then go all the way over to this beam. This is not an easy journey to make, but Elcon lines it up, makes it look so much simpler than what it actually is. A super, super clean line there. Now gets to the part where presumably Elcon hasn't yet been. They already ready to go? We know what to do. We've seen players do these things before. Going down here on the quarter pipe and onto this platform here. That is the route. Hazard. Been very consistent on this. I haven't seen Bren do this too much, but taking high speed seems to be the main thing about this. Elcon taking speed from the other side. Going for a little bit of a different setup here. Maybe Elcon has something else figured out. Wouldn't be unusual for Elcon to go for something that no one else does, but let's see if it works. Goes for the downhill. Goes for the jump. Gets the line. And the landing works. So Elcon... Elcon doing just fine. Doing jumps his own way. This next one, I don't think you can really do in too many ways. Landing onto this pole, landing here, and jumping all the way up to this platform there. Elcon already going for it. Is it going to land? It's going to land. Elcon, despite being new to these sections, not really taking a lot of time to line them up. I guess Elcon just feels very confident. Knows how to do these kinds of road-based jumps. Not too much to figure out there. Everything has been done by 2 other players already, so I suppose Elcon understands what the strats are. Goes for the drift now. Bit of a neo slide there. Lands on the turbo. Now to the right to the quarter pipe. And the landing into the next part will work just fine. And the next part has been very difficult. We are at a kilometer's height, and Elcon needs to now go to this road here, go around the hole, jump with the quarter pipe down here, and then jump all the way to this road with the second quarter pipe. This has been very difficult for both Hazard and Bren. Especially Hazard has had a lot of trouble lining this up. We'll see if Elcon is able to do the correct setup here. Might be watching what the setup exactly was from Hazard. What we've seen these players do is line up the back of the car against this road here and then start the acceleration from there. And we'll see if Elcon wants to try something new again. Maybe has some other idea of what to do. But we shall see. Goes the other side. This is completely different from everyone else. Elcon commits the line. Is it fast enough? No, it's unfortunately not, and it will not land back to the quarter pipe. There is a water pool here. Is Elcon able to save it? Seems to be able to do it, and Elcon, I think, back to floor 8, the last part here. We'll be able to basically just redo the very final jump here, but Elcon, a completely different setup here. Not even the slightest resemblance to what others have been doing. Oh, Elcon, why did you drop here? Now you need to turtle again. Oh, well, unlucky. Alright, well, go again. To be fair, it can be a little overwhelming to do these attempts. 37-minute run right now. Or it could be that Elcon wants the practice. We can be charitable here as well. Try-up, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Very much appreciated. Oh, but Elcon doesn't make it over the gap. The timing is not right, and this will likely be a rough line to save. If we look what's behind here, even if the car is moving back, which I think it is, it will eventually fall, but where? Floor 5 seems to be likely. I don't think there's anything else at all. No other possibility. Suppose there could be some very slight chance of somehow bouncing maybe on this beam and then being able to continue here and restarting this section, but that is going to be very, 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 very lucky if it happens. Elcon trying to turn the car here. Maybe trying to line up for that kind of a jump. Is the car still moving? I think it is. Might be stuck as well. Doesn't look like it's moving anymore. Elcon, a respectable personal best here, but I think the run will probably end. Can kind of keep an eye on it though. See if something can happen. No, Elcon knows that it's over. We'll restart the run. Very, very unfortunate for Elcon, but still a personal best run. Getting some new strats in on the jumps. Some creative ideas. Hopefully Elcon is able to get back up there and we can maybe see another attempt at those final parts of floor 9. It is the 1K. It's the big number here. Elcon now securing the top 3 position, which already belonged to Elcon, but now is with the same digits as the others. Well, I guess 11 is different from 10, but you know. Still, Only a couple jumps after that on floor 9, so Elcon getting valuable practice for the next attempt. Scrappy. Trying to get to floor 7 once more. Was the drop down back to the turtle part on accident? Well, that we don't know, but I'm going to guess that yes, it was by accident. I don't think Elcon would drop from floor 9 to 8 and then figure that, oh, I actually want more practice on the turtle part here. I think it was just, you know, what happens is that you are thinking of the section that you just failed, right? You're not really looking at what's happening to the car right now, and this happens to everyone. You fail something, and your mind will be on what you failed, right? You will not be thinking about the recovery that sort of closely, that, you know, accidents like this do happen. It happens. It happens. A very solid run, though. The third player to get to those final few jumps. And interesting approach there as well. I do actually wonder if Elcon does watch Hazard's and Brent's runs. Scrappy very close to the edge, but makes it. Yeah, I wonder if Elcon is kind of like on purpose trying something different, or if Elcon just hasn't seen Hazard and Brent's strategies there on those few sections. I mean, it looks like maybe the other side approach on that quarterpipe jump combo that Elcon failed. Maybe it could work. I think it's probably going to be less speed overall, but maybe there's some point to it that will make it still work. Scrappy to floor 7. Nicely done. Looking to get towards floor 7. Try up again. Thank you very much. If you're still here, alerts are muted for everything, but the support means a lot. Doesn't look like he watches clips. Yeah, like during the run. That makes sense. A lot of these players will be watching like VODs before attempting the next trick, but some might just want to kind of think like, okay, maybe I'll just try something. And there could be something valuable in that as well, because Elcon might actually find a strategy that ends up being more consistent, ends up being a little bit better than what the others have found. Because very easily, when someone does one of these tricks on the later floors, you get there so rarely that you don't really want to like sacrifice a run on a strat that might work. Because if, you know, Hazard has already done something in a way that we know will work... Oof, Scrappy, a bit of a scary lineup. But yeah, if Hazard has already proven that there is a strategy that works, then are you really gonna say, like, well, okay, that works and I could do that, but maybe I'll gamble and try something else? Like, that's gonna be a big gamble, right? And you will regret that so much if it doesn't work. Now, we've seen some players do it. Like, for example, on the very final quarterpipe jump, Bren... Let's see, Scrappy try to do this flip. Oh, will work. Nicely done. Bren did go for the plastic bounce on the final quarterpipe spot on floor 9, instead of going for the flip that Hazard first tried. So that one ended up being better, and Hazard also adapted the plastic bounce strategy. So sometimes when you feel like, okay, I think this is correct, then players will go for that strat. But in that case, crucially, Hazard hadn't made the other strat work. So I wonder if Hazard had made the other strat work, nicely done from Scrappy, I wonder if Bren would have gone for the plastic bounce. Or if Bren would have said like, okay, well, Hazard has shown that this strat works, so I'm gonna go for it as well. It's a really interesting sort of psychological thing. on these tricks where you just get so few attempts that there's sometimes it feels like you can't afford to experiment. You just have to do the one strat that makes the most sense. Scrappy, ooh, slows down too much, and unfortunately, fall back down. Maybe no, not quite landing to floor 6, and instead we go all the way back to floor 3, 0. We'll try again. From there. Do you think anyone will finish? Oh yeah, people will finish this map. When? That's a different question. I think at some point Alcon wasn't watching other people's strats, but I think when we get this far, it seems like some of the people who were against that in the beginning, or didn't feel like it was necessary at least, have started doing it as well. Not sure if Alcon is still, like, really looking through everyone's VODs and such, though. That was not quite Scrappy's personal best. Scrappy just before made it a little bit further. Oh, Shmanil. Falling down, well, landing not too far behind. Virtual POV, virtual is not on the server as far as I know. We're only focusing on the server players. Checking in on the progress here. Virtual likely streaming right now, so that can be a way to follow virtual. Elcon climbing back up towards floor 5 now. Already getting a run going again. Bren and Hazard are always communicating progression and helping each other. Yeah, that's what I heard as well from Bren. There's a lot of collaboration for sure. I did not submit a floor for this map, no. Hello, Ion. Bran not online right now. Probably will be online some hours later, I'd imagine. Not on the server anyway. Oh yeah, I mean, it would be possible for me as well to add someone else's stream who might be not playing on the server. Just take their stream and put it on my stream, but I feel weird about that. Just taking someone else's stream and putting it on mine, so like a personal choice to not do that. Not sure where Kubas is exactly. We can check in. Turtled here, so Kuba's, by the way, one of the mappers, so probably not really trying that seriously, I would imagine. In fact, the mappers are not supposed to get very far anyway. They're not supposed to play the floors that are not figured out yet, so we will probably, you know, not expect Kubas to start getting water guards here. That would be strange. Has built the third last floor. We'll see that eventually too. Elcon looking pretty casual through these parts, honestly. Making really good progress today, getting to these higher floors again. Yeah, the progress definitely will slow down. But there's like two types of progress. One type of progress is that you get a new wall record, you reach a new floor, and, you know, you improve your own personal best, right? But there's another type of progress that we should also keep in mind, which is less visible. It's not gonna show on the leaderboards, and it is that these players are doing these floors all the time, and you get so much more practice, you get so much more confident, so much faster as well. So that's the other type of progress that we will see for the next few days. People getting much more consistently onto floor 6 and floor 7. And then when we do have like multiple runs on floor 6 and floor 7 at the same time, then it starts getting pretty interesting to see which ones of those are getting to floor 9 again. So that will be the next step. Right now it's kind of like everyone's still a little bit shaky on like 6, 7 and 8. But we will soon reach a point where that will not be the case. People will find better strats, more consistent lines, and just in general get muscle memory up so that they will be able to get these kinds of strategies much better. Of course, like, these floors will never be easy. It's not just like, you know, you play it enough and then it's 100% consistent. It will never be 100%, because this stuff is just too hard to be 100% consistent. But you will get pretty close. Like Elcon here, it's kind of just chaining everything at this point. Doing really, really nicely. Scrappy seems to be making some progress too, but not quite getting just yet to these crucial floors right now. I think floor 6 right now is sort of the big one. This is where runs are starting to, well, start. Virtual's playing in solo, so we're gonna focus on the server. But of course, Virtual documenting his own progress pretty exhaustively, I think. Virtual getting good though. Getting pretty consistent on floor 6 as well, it seems. Waltergard currently is by Hazard, about maybe halfway through floor 10. It's hard to say exactly, but something like it. Elcon flips the wall, needs to do the recovery. Oh yeah, I heard Kendo. It's impressive. Sub 20 on floor 9. Oof. Elcon is fast as well though. Yeah, Elcon does seem a lot more consistent now than last night. Hazard's Water Guard happened last night, and it was a 3-hour run where Hazard got to floor 10 3 separate times. Oh, course stream today. Oh, that's so good. Do you know any details on that? Is there some special arrangement? Because I know that Corch, the reason why the stream wasn't happening was because the internet connection wasn't good enough. Was on mobile internet, okay. Hopefully that works out. Be enough speed. Elcon with the speedrun strats turning sideways. It is really good if Korch can stream, because I think it's a legit top 3 contender there. Has been getting runs pretty far. Maybe, you know, still kind of picking up these floors here. But looking promising for sure. Elcon speeding up to the duck jump, and it looks great. Was freezing a lot? Okay. Well, hopefully that's gonna work out. No. The deceivingly difficult wet wheel plastic Elcon will manage. Maybe Elcon drying the wheels here before getting the speed. Maybe that's kind of like a ritual. Might be this kind of a thing, you know? Some good luck sort of spell. Backwards ST, the wiggles. Elcon is slowing down a lot there as well, by the way. Not going like super high, but it could be also a little bit safer to not do like a insane speed. And did you see this afternoon's run of Bren, who reached his new PB, then saved his run multiple times so well, fell back to floor 0 in 35 minutes, and about 10 saves? Haven't seen that full run. I only heard about Bren's run, but only heard about the record, really, but personal best. Elcon with the lineup. Landing into the water. Will continue. Virtual failed the turbo tunnel. Oh. From what I've seen, there's one run that has failed it before. Oh, Elcon. Well, oh god. Oh, okay. This is a bit scary. We'll probably land into the plastic now. But... oh, Elcon... no, Elcon just full resets immediately. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Very close to making the recover way, and could just go back and do the last parts of floor 6, but yeah, Elcon just goes back, starts over. Seems to be mentally ready to go again. Yeah, so Hazard, on the very first attempt that we saw in the ice turbo tunnel, that one I have seen, but it is a scary part of the map for sure. Wait, Elcon getting more and more runs further and further, so. Lars also has joined the server. Oh, this might be a dead turtle, unfortunately. That might be... well, it's gonna fall somewhere, but I think it misses the pool. Wow, Lars. A little bit fortunate there. A little bit fortunate. But you take those. Going backwards over. We'll be able to restart the floor. Nicely done. She needs to care about the wet wheels. Let's check in with Scrappy again. Now getting again to these floor 6 jumps. Hello, Penguin. Everyone else too. Welcome, welcome. The author time of the map is about 125% of a segmented run. So every floor done individually, and then you add the times together, and then you increase that that time by like 25%. That's what the calculation is. It is also 543210. So 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths. Scrappy not making it through the hole. And back to floor 3. But at the very least to the end of floor 3, so the recovery path not the worst ever. Clever. Getting to the twin turbos. We saw an interesting strategy from Corch here. Actually not chaining these two jumps like Clever is doing, but lining up. Ice sliding. Oh, maybe Clever is doing it as well. Oh, I'm not sure. No, turning around and jumping back to the pool. What Corch did was ice sliding over the turbo, lining the line from here, setting it up, and then just going from here directly. Not going with the bounce that we'll see Clever to in just a moment, but just driving from here. And that worked out. It was possible to do. So it seemed to be a pretty promising strategy. Maybe a little bit slower speed. Lars should be making this nice. But very interesting that people are still finding new strats here on these sections. Oh, over. Back down. We did just see Elcon get to floor 9 a little bit before, so we do have a good group of players online right now. Lars, of course, has been making some good progress on the map too, getting to the middle part of floor 8. And Scrappy as well has some pretty consistent runs today, getting further and further into the map pretty often. Can stick to Lars for now, getting into floor 6. See how it's gonna go. How do you rank the players currently from what you've seen so far? Skill, consistency, effort, etc. I feel like the effort is very even across the board. Everyone is putting in the hours. I don't think there's anyone who's like, you know, has potential but is being lazy. I don't think that's the case with anyone at all. Everyone's really grinding, for sure. In terms of consistency, I guess Hazard and Bren are at the top. They seem to be just very good, especially at the later floors. In terms of skill, I think it's fairly even as well. It's just that players have different skill sets, so we will see some players excel on some floors and others on other floors. So, floor 10, the one that people are trying to do right now, is very ice-based. So there's a couple of different elements there. There's some plastic, there's some ice, and then there's some pipe sections, it seems. So someone like Bren will be really good at those pipe sections, but the ice stuff will probably favor like a very specific group of players that might be very familiar how to do those sections safely. And then, you know, there's gonna be all kinds of stuff above, so it's impossible to, at this point, predict what's gonna happen. Which is cool. It's nice that we don't really have a clear favorite here. Lars needs to take the recovery. Hello, Elise. Lars getting better at this plastic bounce for sure. Are there servers for non-streamers? Yes. I think there's 5. Any chance a non-streamer could finish? No, because to qualify to be eligible for the prize pool, your final full run has to be streamed in its entirety. So it's not possible that a non-streamer... It depends, I guess, how you define streamer, but if we just say, like, it's someone who streams, then it's not possible. Because if you finish the map but you don't stream, then you will not be eligible for the prize pool. Which would be an awkward position to be in, yeah? Both for the person who finished, well, Lars with the backward save, works very fast. Pretty awkward to miss out on like $13,000. But also for the competition, because everyone knows that the map has been finished already. But that will not happen. There's just no chance that will happen. Unless there's some like, you know, issue where someone's OBS crashes during the run or something and they don't notice, or something really weird like that. Maybe then, but pretty unlikely, of course. Every top player is streaming. The only player who doesn't or didn't is Korsh. But Korsh apparently has streamed today through like mobile connection, so trying to figure out a solution to this situation. It seems to be like just a case of having a bad connection that doesn't really work with streaming, but Korsh trying to figure it out now. Has been a lot on the server, so we have been seeing the progress at least. Lars making the jump. Once more. Are you part of the mapping team since you're not playing? No, I'm just casting. Didn't build for this. Back to the water, then to the backwards part. Lars, 4th attempt in a row, I think. See if this one works. Can be kind of tricky to get the line. Looks pretty good this time. The speed is there. Could be working. Elcon is already back on floor 5. Oh, this is... yeah, that was actually a personal best for Granadi, yeah. True, Jacob. True. I don't know any details about the situation of Korsh. Would be interesting to get some more insight. I think my playlist ended. To the ducks we go. Lars will be lining up to the next part. Let me real quick do... It didn't even end. Not doing anything. Alright. Heading to now the plastic. Control lines. A little shaky, but manages. Getting another floor 7 attempt going in here. As you've seen so far, how well would you do on maps like these? Pretty bad. It's far from my skill set, which is fairly limited already. It is not really something I usually play, so I'm very new to a lot of these tricks. Lars, very slight touch on the pole there, but we'll be able to save this. Did the playlist start or not? Oh, now it did. Would you build if there's a DD3 as part of the competition? As part of the mapping competition? I might. Could be interesting. Like, you know, the main thing is that I think during the mapping competition for this, I had a lot of other stuff going on. I was probably making my own campaign and such. So, yeah, I don't have anything against building something like this. I might try it next time. If there is a next time. I'm not, you know, let's finish Deep Tip 2 once, and then worry about Deep Tip 3 maybe. Lars, back to the a little bit of I don't want to say random part, but very hard to find a consistent line here. Lars just goes in, jumps to the left. Is it going to land? It will indeed. Well done. Now to the lineup. Looks pretty good to me. Oh, it's touching the wall though. Going a little bit too far, but Lars, unlike how many ever runs we've seen end here today, Lars does manage to land here, going back to the quarter pipe, and will not be able to try that jump again here, but will be able to recover this at least. Gets back to the end of floor 6. Elsa game. Pocket to everyone else. Lars needs to hit the plastic piece on the other side of the quarter pipe here. Getting some speed, I suppose. I'm not sure really. Looks to be going now. Misses the plastic and drops back down. Hopefully this will unturtle. Looks to be good though. The car is bouncing and Lars will get to try that again. Elcon has fallen down as well. Scrappy also has fallen down. Can someone explain the '07 meme to me? Are you seeing the emote? You need an extension called 7TV to see emotes on Twitch. Well, you can see on the stream overlay, for example, that there's like an emote linked to it. Like many other things that people are saying. 7TV is not known to be the most sort of functional app. Yeah, that's true. '07 kind of works without the emote as well. That's true. But there's also the emote. Lars back to the ducks. Seems to work. Then we're going back in. Again, the scary platforms, but good lines. Lars would probably really like to get back to floor 8. There's a couple sections there that Lars managed to one-shot yesterday. last night anyway. But the final few tricks still not quite done. Back to the hard part. Jumping next to the hole now. Lining it up, going in. The line is good. And is the jump going to work as well? Looks good. Lars gets the second attempt on the quarter pipe, or loop, or whatever you call this. Now the line... Is it going to work? Jumping all the way up and landing it. Lars, solid attempt here. But it's not over just yet. Well, the map is nowhere near over, but even the floor isn't. Now for the transitions, needs to get a clean landing, manages to do so, and the next landing works as well. Plastic bounce is next. Very controlled approach. No problem getting through these jumps. Goes right in. And now to the beam. We heard from Techie yesterday, the builder of this floor, that this is apparently Techie's cat. I'm a little bit skeptical, but we will trust the creator on this. So, saying hello to Techie's cat then. Oh, to Lars, going pretty hastily into this section, but it's fine. We're fine. Oh, the speed is not there, but this might unflip. You will not unflip. The most perfect splat I've seen today, unfortunately for Lars. And the run will end there. That is a rare mistake from these players. Just getting a slowdown on the setup there. Not quite working. Tally here, making good progress as well. Getting towards floor 5. Matt also in the same area. Matt has been getting to floor 6 at the very least. And quickly check on the scoreboard here. Matt currently occupying spot 19. Tallybird a little bit higher actually. Tally making good progress here. Getting towards that floor 7 attempt. And yeah, big personal best for Granati. 715 meters. Considering that Granati has only been playing for 3 days as far as I know. We're currently on day 6 overall. Ooh, Tally. Manages the landing. We'll get some runs going here. Elcon also climbing, as well as some others that are currently on the lower sections. We have Have on the server too. Ixon on the server, grinding. Massa too, and of course Lars getting some runs going. Elcon reminds you of Leroy Jenkins meme. It's pretty accurate, yeah. Though, when we did see Elcon actually get to floor 9 again, it's a completely different Elcon. It's actually like really thinking about the approach, really making sure that the lines are right, really making sure that the strats are going to be something sensible. But interestingly, Elcon on those new sections on floor 9, Tally, perhaps a savable line. Interestingly, with Elcon went for multiple different approaches on floor 9 on the jumps that he hadn't done so far, so it's very interesting. Speaking of Hazard here, there's a question. Hazard is still not playing. Hazard has just joined the server as well. Back on the server, maybe took a dinner break or something, so here is our current wall record holder. We might have some events soon with that player. Haven't seen much of Ixon, even though he was second last time. I think Ixon was third, right? Virtual was second, no? On Deep Deep 1. Oof, Elcon. Rough times, maybe? Maybe the landing works. It's a pretty rare case, but no. Elcon. For once, a lucky landing. We've seen Elcon honestly get some pretty unlucky unsaves. But yeah, Ixon has been getting some decent runs. If we check the leaderboard real quick. Ixon currently on spot 30. 614 meters. So, not doing bad at all. Like, these kinds of heights are already something where very few people will ever be able to reach those. But Ixon hasn't been able to just yet reach the floors that these top players are currently trying to get consistent on, so... Tally and Matt still doing pretty nicely. We can turn into Tally. Or a little bit... Hazard. Just starting the runs here. I will get myself a drink, a little bit of hydration, so we make my voice last for this entire session. Oh, Tally! At the same time, unfortunately it flies too far. That is a very rare mistake that we see. We will then turn our eyes to Matt. And I will be back in just a minute. Alright, we are back. Hazard has indeed joined the grind. Getting some attempts in. We saw Hazard fail some floor 7 attempts before. A couple hours ago. Well, took a break and now may be able to get further and further. Matt, good progress, but Elcon, our resident speedrunner here, going through this level like it's nothing. But actually going pretty fast as well, though. Virtual is playing in solo due to performance issues on the server. Matt needs to recover here. Let's turn our eyes to Elcon right now. Oh, Elcon also needs to recover, actually. Well, see if they can both do it. There's a beam that you can take back to this platform. Bren indeed has caught up to Hazard almost. Getting very close to where Hazard failed that best floor 10 run. Yeah, let's go. Can go. Elcon manages to do it. See if Matt will follow. Matt will follow, indeed. Here we are. Matt. Not quite yet trying it. Elcon going for the plastic punch looks good. Very, very good strat for that one. Elcon seems to be able to get it pretty much every time now. Matt fairly close here, but we'll stick with Elcon for now. Elcon has been doing this floor so often that it's probably pure muscle memory at this point. Knows what to do. Of course, it's not impossible to make mistakes here, but mostly looking pretty comfortable. Matt has fallen down to floor 3. So Elcon only one on floor 6 right now. Back to the backwards part. Looks to be good. What do you say? You expected the players to drive deep dip 2 at this speed? Like the time it's already taken? I wouldn't have had any expectations in the beginning, because it's really impossible to know what the difficulty is before seeing the floors. It's always, you know, hard to say what the mappers have been cooking. But I will say that, you know, right now we are on day 6, right? We've reached floor 10 out of 16. So there's 7 floors left to clear. 16 included, of course. On day 6, on Deep Dip 1, the map had already been finished. This is the day when Bren finished Deep Dip 1. So in that sense, the difficulty obviously is much higher this time. I think this might be like twice as hard or 3 times as hard. It kind of depends on the later floors as well, but it's probably like multiple times harder for sure. That seems to be clear at this point. The wiggles backwards, the speed is there, the line is there, Elcon making it look so casual. Doing great. Hello, Nugget. Not huge developments in the afternoon. Bren improving personal best. Elcon, not too long ago, improved personal best as well, getting a little bit further into the final quarter pipe parts of floor 9, but didn't quite manage to clear them. Many players have improved recently, but the overall progression is slowing down a lot. Hi, Sparkling. Someone who's extremely aware of what the mappers have been cooking. I'm as clueless as you. Always hard to say, isn't it? The thing is that as a mapper, you always have a level of bias. If Elcon can get this one. The line looks better than before. Is it gonna hit the wall? It will, but it will still barely miss, no. But recoverable. This looks recoverable at the very least. The car will bounce around and it will land the right way up. Elcon having a bit of a roller coaster recently on this very section, but this time, as long as the plastic bounce hits, yeah, Elcon will be able to recover and gets back to the end of floor 6 from here. Yeah, exactly. What a noob. It's gotta be impossible to test as a mapper because you can't simulate doing every floor for the very first time. That is the dilemma. That is the impossibility of building intuitive maps, because by the time you've built the map, you no longer can test for the intuition because you're too aware of what's in the map. So it's very difficult. Elcon unfortunately missing the jump, but once more saves it. Manages to fall a couple parts below and we'll be able to continue the run. Not too bad at all. Bias in which direction? If that's for me. As a mapper, you will have played your map too much to have like a neutral view on it. You know how everything is done, you know how everything is built, you know every single detail about it, and players will not have that experience. So you will be like too biased to understand how the player experience will actually be. Elcon, I think, will be getting towards floor 7 now as there's a lot of khaki mappers on the higher floors. That's something to note. A lot of like khaki players at the very least. Sidelord and Viro have been building quite a bit of khaki. And Kubas at least is a khaki player. I don't know, I can't recall Kubas khaki maps, but maybe there are some. Now again for the duck jump. Jumping through and landing. Khaki is a pretty big competition as well, if someone is not aware, where people build these extremely difficult maps that are usually, you know, 15 to 30 seconds long, and your only goal is to try to finish them, and sometimes it takes thousands of attempts to finish a single map once. Sometimes you require a lot of luck, sometimes you require a lot of incredible precision. These kinds of tricks, not really khaki necessarily, probably would need some a bit danker to qualify, but they are, you know, similar in some ways, for sure. Elcon now. Close to floor 7 again. Very clean line. Gets it. Rise the wheels. If you were able to choose which floor to have as a mapper, which would you choose? Lower floor because more people get to play it, or higher because of excitement when people clear it? I would probably not think too much about like what I could get out of it, and more about what the players could get out of it. Like, how could I build the best possible floor for that section? And I feel like the earlier floors are probably easier to build because it's the experience there is more predictable because you get to practice those floors more. it's hard to build like a very high floor where people will very rarely get and will get only a few attempts to test those tricks. It would be really difficult to make that sort of balanced, I think. But I think, you know, on Deep Deep 1, these guys managed really well, so I'm expecting them to be very cool floors here as well. Elkhorn, Elkhorn. A solid run here, honestly. Very good practice on floor 7. Now to the side. We'll land it. Doesn't drop down the hole. And the landing looks more promising this time. Very clean by Alcon. What's my favorite floor so far? I don't really know. I have a hard time ranking these. It's difficult to say. Everything's kind of in the context of the map, but I think overall I think every floor is really solid. It's been really cool what the experience of like discovery is, and then also seeing players get more consistent on everything. It's a very diverse level, this one. Techie's cat is ahead, apparently. I don't know. I would be very curious about the real-life picture of Techie's cat, if this is the Trackmania version of it, but that's what it is, according to Techie. Well, Techie says that it's a cat, so we will take that. Oh, Elcon, a bit of a scary line. This ice slide looks a bit wonky, honestly. Turning the other way. Interesting. Is it gonna work? Wow, that's so clean. It looks like it might go wrong pretty often, but looks super clean when it's that smooth. Now, flipping the car. Looks good. Getting closer and closer to floor 8 again. Huge appreciation to the Deep Deep team for making this. Keep up the casting, thank you. Trigon. I will. Elcon now, one more jump and we are flying into floor 8 again. And here we are. Back to the Koopa Troopa. Elcon, tired of waiting, just goes in, flies upside down, and we are on our way to the first flip. You have to go upside down here, no other way, because you need to get the car flipped onto this quarter pipe right there. Oh, thank you, Paristo, for the 2 gifted. Very much appreciated. Elkhorn, careful lines here. The beam jump is next. Seen a couple mistakes here. And Elkhorn barely makes it. A bit of a spooky line there, but the car is on the beam. That's all that matters. Now the speed. Doing the tricky transitions, the goal is to land on the bobsleigh ahead. Fun. Taking the speed and jumping. Hits the pole slightly, but looks to be safe here. And then the speed. Here, jumping to the right, and it should be pretty easy going for a little bit until the next turtle part. there might be a shortcut here. Where you can skip these tunnels and jump directly from the quarter pipe onto this platform where Alcon is going right now. Oh, we're going backward. Huh? Is there something here? What's happening? Hold. Are we... Maybe we're just chilling? We might just be chilling. I very much doubt Alcon has some mega strategy here. Yeah, okay. Alright. Complaints about FPS, okay. I was getting scared for a moment that Alcon has some mega shortcut here. Matt, not you. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate it a lot. Now for the second turtle. Keeping the car steady, waiting for the timing to squeeze between these blocks here. Now keeping the car stable as much as you can anyway. Ooh. It stays there, and the turtle keeps going. Alcon is safe for now. Now needs to flip the car back again. The timing works. Alcon is going for this back wheel strategy, it seems. And it's working pretty well. Hazard, for example, goes for the front wheel strategy, so a little bit different approach, but both seem to work. Alcon taking the speed, the grass landing, the bug slide! Small heart attacks, but Alcon stays on the platform. Understandably, Alcon taking a little bit of a break after that. Wiping off the sweat, maybe? But ready to go to the quarter pipe jump now. Turns the car towards the right side here. Just like that, and this will turtle, but it will maybe flip. Yes, just like last time. It will flip back up. Alcon has figured this out. Now, downhill, we say blub, and then we go again. Alcon paying respects here. And then to the final turtle part. The landing is clean. We're gonna go in. Needs to flip the car here and then go over this beam here. Last time Alcon did not manage to get through these clean. Had a little bit of an incident there. The car hitting one of those narrow spots, and unfortunately the momentum ended there. Now Alcon seems to be taking it a little bit slower than last time. Times it right, but goes too wide. And Alcon will fall all the way back to floor 5. Front flip there will make sure that Alcon will be able to continue the run, but that is a big, big fall. Unfortunately not able to make it through the beam. These final few jumps, getting speed from the quarter pipe and then jumping from here onto the right side and then up the hill. This is where the floor 9 begins, and that is where Alcon's current personal best lies. Alcon made it all the way to this quarter pipe jump here, did not quite manage to get enough speed to land all the way here. So we're waiting for Alcon to potentially get back there and improve that personal best. Alcon, on that run though, on the run before the one we just saw, did get to the 1000-meter club. So Alcon 1042.6 meters right now on the leaderboard, and it is very, very impressive. For sure. Just looking to get to floor 10 next. Elcon already climbing back. Might see him back soon. Elcon did make the 1000 meters, but also Hazard, of course, in the 1000 meter club too, and Hazard has been now starting some new runs too. Might see some solid runs there in not too long as well. Lars, is this enough distance? Looks like it will be. Virtual close to PB as well. Good to know, thank you. We can't follow that, unfortunately, as Virtual is playing in solo, but it does seem like we have plenty of players to follow on the server as well. Lars right now getting further and further. Lars's personal best is on the same spot as what Elcon just tried to do, so in the same final turtle part of floor 8. No, yeah, I appreciate that, still. It's good to hear from the players who are not on the server. Overall, the main goal is to document the whole journey here, so it's nice to get updates from people we are not seeing. Failed the last turtle, Jundi. The final beam. Lars, a bit shaky, but makes it. This is not gonna flip all the way, but Lars can maybe save it. The turtle... No, the turtle dies. Lars will not be able to continue that. Very unfortunate. I do wonder what it is with this jump, because we see this happen occasionally. I do wonder if the players have like any consistency strategies here, or if you just need to hope for something specific to happen to flip the car the right way up. I can't imagine that players are just missing like the air brake timing or something. I think there's something more to it. Maybe Techie knows, but Techie, of course, might not reveal secrets here. It is consistent input? Okay, well, mappers just revealed the secrets, I guess. Thank you, mappers. Spam looking to improve personal best. This is where Spam's last run got. I'm not sure about the exact height. It was 683 meters. So I think with this previous jump, actually Spam has improved technically, going a little bit higher on the jump. So technically a personal best for Spam, but this next jump I believe was the one that Spam last failed. So this could be a PB. Well, let's see if Spam can manage this. It's a very tricky landing here. Last time Spam went a little bit further to the right than what he should, so clip the landing slightly. Spam for sure knows this. So now the trick is, the important thing is to not overcompensate and go too far to the left. You need to find the right line this time, so we will see. We'll see how Spam can figure this out. Taking much speed as possible. Still waiting. Perhaps waiting for a specific moment in time to manipulate the RNG of the track. This section is not particularly long. You just need to jump from the wall into the next pool. That's basically where the next part begins, so need to do this one thing clean. Tally falling all the way down. Virtual apparently also in floor gang. So we're watching Spam now try to reach new heights. Seems to be getting a pretty good landing. This will make the pool, and Spam has reached a new personal best. 700 meters. The RNG was perfectly manipulated. 7:05 currently on top 13 position. P Scribbles is a name that I haven't seen. I wonder what's going on there. Maybe a public server player could be, or could also be just a mistake. I'm not sure. Welcome, Silverblue. No improvement to world record as of now, but Bren got fairly close. Elcon meets up with Spam. Greets Spam. The only way Trackmania players know how. Oh no, there's actually a bit of an exchange in the chat as well. Elcon going in, backwards part, making his way through these floors. Hopefully back towards floor 9. Ooh, scary landing, but it works. And then towards the duck jump here. Elcon always chaining these. And it does seem to work. Clean jump. Nicely done. Hello, near right. The progress right now, I think, is mostly in people that were previously stuck on floor 5, getting towards floor 6 and floor 7. As far as the world record progress goes, it's slowing down a lot. Day 5 was the first day when we didn't get a full floor improvement on the world record. We went from the final parts of floor 9 to about halfway through floor 10. So there's a very clear slowdown happening right now in terms of progression. Of course, it's possible that when someone gets to floor 11, they just fully one-shot it. That's always possible, but seems to get less and less likely as the floors get harder. Elcon to the pool. Now, towards these hard parts of the floor. Are they really harder and harder though? Yes. More speed checks. And fairly technical stuff, it seems. Of course, like, also there's always the puzzle to solve before you can even get to try the, like, speed checks, you know? Elcon now looks like a good line this time. Should be able to land. These guys are definitely thinking before jumping, I promise you. But it's hard, you know? Elcon barely making the landing. If anything, I feel like Elcon's patience has gone up quite a bit when he gets to like floor 9. Seems to be a lot of like theorizing and making sure that everything is figured out before going for the tricks. Now, Elcon was going for some pretty unique lines over there though, so I'm really looking forward to Elcon getting back to floor 9 so we can see if Elcon switches up the strats or goes for something similar to last time where no one really does things the same way as Elcon. There's some very different lineups. Spam falling down, Scrappy making it towards floor 7 now. The flip works. One thing to highlight today is Elcon's consistency on getting the first 6 floors. So getting to this point is really good for Elcon right now, compared to last night, for example. Now needs to slow down enough. Well done. Back up and one more jump here. The speed there. Oh, barely. Flips the landing, but the car makes it up on top and we go back to Oopa Troopa. That is the name of the floor. Elcon vibing. Small celebration for getting back here. And then we turn the car upside down. Just like that. Now for the flip. Lands it. And makes it up. Elcon, yeah, often finds things kind of outside the box, that's true. Finds like these track of the day shortcuts pretty often, for example. Is really good at figuring those out very quickly too. So I feel like Elcon is a very creative player as well, it's true. Beam landing, oh, goes too far. Is this going to land anywhere at all? Bounces on level 4. Turtles on level 3, and then we go all the way down. That is unfortunate. Unfortunate for Elcon. This beam landing has been really, really tough for so many players. It is not easy to get the right amount of speed there. Not too little, not too much. Elcon will be starting a new run. Hazard, our current wallguard holder here, getting some runs going. Trying to get towards those higher sections. We can check in with Scrappy. Well, can find Scrappy on the list. There it is. Oh, crashes and... Unfortunately, the whole jump claims another victim, not landing quite on floor 6. And bouncing all around, jumping around level 3, finally landing into the pool, so we'll be able to continue from here at least. This part is looking very tough, honestly. I feel like we've already seen like 5 separate runs fail on this jump here. 2 ways to fail it. One is that you crash this one and the line is wrong, the speed is wrong. Difficult runs to save. And then the other one is that you turtle on this road over here, or you fall back into the hole and you fall all the way down. There's really no recovery for this. There's different heights for these two platforms, so it's not like you can get back and try it again. It's a very brutal section, actually. I do wonder if the players will eventually find some other way to recover, but it's really hard because from the water here, you get wet wheels. You already have wet wheels, but even if you didn't, you would fall back down with wet wheels, so your control is minimal, and it's not so easy to continue from there, unfortunately. Can we maybe get a peek at public server just for fun, when there's no high run going on? Sure, yeah, when everyone's kind of stuck on the floor 3 range, we can, out of interest, take a quick look at what's happening on the public server too. Not a bad idea at all. Ali? Should be looking at floor 6 attempt here. Nope, not quite getting the angle. I'm really curious if anyone else has considered trying the course strategy. Just going here through an ice slide, so you kind of just stop here, and then you line up the jump from this point. You don't chain these jumps, you just go from here, stand still here, and then drive. That seems like a very interesting strategy, and we did see it work. Course was able to land it, so that's a really interesting new strategy that we've seen today. It is a bit difficult to stop there, but the trick that you do, nicely done by Tally, is that you go against the... Where is it? Here. You go against this block here, and you ice slide over the snow. Snow you can ice slide over. So you can think of it as like a similar strategy as this tunnel here. This is a similar situation, right? You need to get past these turbos without the turbos affecting you, so you turn the car sideways, right? So it's a very similar thing that you can sort of utilize there, and it's really interesting to see players find these tricks out. So yeah, we'll see if that ends up being something that that more people start doing. Players like Elcon have been incredibly consistent with the bounce strategy as well, like basically making it like every single time. So I think the top players are probably fine, but maybe for some players that are still kind of figuring out floor 6 and 5, it could be a very helpful consistency strategy, potentially. The part where you were talking about, where a lot of people fail, I've seen Scrappy climb out of that water pool today. You can actually save. Yeah, we saw Hazard do it as well, after like a 2-minute battle against the climb. So it is possible, but it does mean that you need to also fail it in a specific way. Oh, Tally, not rotating the car quite enough. But will fall to the bobsleigh. Oh, the turtle though. It's gonna be a run over, unfortunately. Good attempt from Tally, but not quite rotating the car enough upside down. Yeah, if you fall like right through the water, then it's over. How long do you think it will take before the first finisher? I think it's not gonna happen this week, so that's my only prediction right now. I don't know. I don't really know how to predict any better though. Scrappy also going for... oh no, Scrappy going for the double drift. We've seen Simo and some other players go for only one drift there now as well. So a lot of these floor 5 strategies seem to be changing a lot actually. Oh, Scrappy. feeling a bit ambitious, but then rethinking like, okay, well, maybe I don't want to fail this just because I was a bit impatient, so lining it up again, getting the speed. Enjoying your casting, keep it up, thank you. Glad to hear. Yeah, I've heard that Hazard has cam 7'd, you know, done this kind of thing through the final few floors, and even though it might be hard to tell exactly what's going on there, apparently the map is far from over from the point where we are right now. The server is only joinable by pro players, so the way this streamer server works is through whitelisting. So you can get access to this server by filling in an application and getting to the whitelist. It basically just means that you have been streaming for a little bit. So that's my understanding anyway. So it's not necessarily that you're a pro player, but that you're, you know, streaming. That seems to be the main thing. Question is, how long do the mappers feel that the map should take to complete with Discovery? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's really difficult to say. I don't know if the mappers really have an answer to that either. I don't know if they had any prediction. But the prediction is really hard to make. Hugo. Also a very promising player here, by the way. Now getting a run towards floor 6. Yeah, there's also like the, you know, sustainability of these players, right? Like how well they will actually manage this grind. Playing every single day for these, you know, how many ever hours these players are playing. You go... Oh, okay. Huh, alright, well. One of the more fortunate runs we've seen so far. That works just fine. A little bit of a dance. Celebrates floor 5 ending. Oh, the turbo works fine. Into the final jump, and Hugo is officially on floor 6 again. We can quickly check the personal best. From Hugo, it is going to be somewhere on this floor. It is actually about here. This is basically a personal best for Hugo. It actually might be that Hugo hasn't been able to do his final floor 5 part, so looking like a promising run. Oh, going already. Maybe? Maybe just checking what's ahead. Want to be sure that the lines are right. Oh yeah, kind of testing it out. Making sure that there's no silly mistakes on the first attempt. Now getting the speed and makes the landing. Nicely done. Granati is progressing really quickly, that's true. Granati already making it towards floor 7. There he goes. Can check out Granati actually. Feeling pretty good. Going pretty fast. Oh, a bit of a dicey landing there, so this is recoverable. You can drop down and try this entire section again. Granati really good at this very precise stuff. Able to do those kind of narrow lines with the wheel. Now gets the jumps right as well. This should clear the jump. It will indeed. Scrappy wasn't moving, maybe taking a break or something, I'm not really sure. Hazard just said this... set on his stream, went back to play the first deep dip before this one released, and was able to get to the top in my first session. Yeah, that tells something about the difficulty of this map for sure. It's something else. Virtual 2-wheeled? Oh no. Virtual seems to be getting some good runs as well. Virtual not on the server, so we can't really check in on that progress, but Virtual of course streaming himself. Hazard falling down on this run, so we will not see another attempt from Hazard just yet. But now starting to get more and more players towards floor 5. So maybe there's something something brewing. Granati now. Getting to these water pipe transitions. Jumping up. Don't think this is quite personal best. I think Granati has been to around this area. We'll see. Maybe Granati can get all the way to floor 7. A lot of people on the server. There's currently 26 people, which is pretty good for a 1-week grind. Maybe you should just show the streams. I feel weird about doing that. I don't want to slam someone else's stream on my stream. And also it makes this really difficult because I can't quickly switch between someone's stream and then also the in-game server. So it's a bit inconvenient. But there are many players here to follow. Granati, I think, just checking in on what to do. Needs to go through the turbo here, land onto the wall and jump all the way to the pool. Not a long section necessarily, but we have seen people have trouble with this first landing onto that wall, so understandably you want to line this up nicely. So Spam was able to do this for the first time not too long ago. Was able to get it after failing it one time earlier today. So Granati now has a chance to maybe get it as a one-shot. We have Scrappy, Matt, Hugo, Massa, floor 5, but Elcon, Tally approaching as well, Hazard as well approaching, so there's potential for many of these runs right now. I can quickly check in with Massa. Getting up the hill here. I think Granati is still waiting, making sure that the strat is right. I think Hazard just fell down again, so Need to wait for that once more. No, grenade going. And lands it. Well done. That is a very nice, clean attempt there. And it goes very well. Hugo. Down to the floor, gang. We go. As far as the others go, Elcon making some progress again. 4-5. Should be fairly simple stuff for Elcon at this point, honestly. Granadi next needs to go all the way over here, flip on this block, bounce on this plastic and land backwards. And then you want to keep your speed driving backwards. And there could be some difficulties in doing so, as sometimes the car's gears don't switch correctly, and you will not be able to accelerate backwards after. So, Granadi hoping to get some good lines here. Looks like a good speed here. Good lines. And it works out. Granadi now getting towards the dirt wall right here. Through these turbos. It's kind of similar to the previous trick, but with an additional trick at the end. So you go through the turbos, land on the dirt, and then use the dirt property that we used on floor 4, where you have about a 45-degree angle, and you can kind of zoom upwards. You can go all the way to the water. Tricky section, but players have been doing it. It is Parastone. I think so. I think it's $5.99, if I remember correctly. Elcon closing in soon. Perhaps, at least. Granadi. Let's try this now. Lining up. Taking the speed, and the landing is good. Is the dirt going to work? Granadi a little bit too slow through it and will fall at the very last moment, not making the bobsleigh landing either. So Granadi's personal best attempt ends here. Great effort either way, but it will have to go back to the start line. Elcon has reached floor 6. Currently, Hazard at the top spot has made it one trick further than Bren on floor 10. Elcon has improved today, getting to the final parts of floor 9. Not quite yet to floor 10, but been getting to floor 6 more and more, much more so than yesterday, so maybe there's gonna be something on these few next runs. Virtual's run ended. Ouch. Unfortunate. I'm very, very happy with these, Paristo. The headphones. Been serving me well. Elcon. Very consistent. Driving very, very fast as well. It's good pace. Drying the wheels and then going back to the backwards part. Not hesitating with the lineup here at all, and gets the water landing. Zypher close to floor 6 as well, and Lars also on a run. So let's see how these runs develop. Oh, clips the landing, but very good recovery here. Fall back to the water here and we'll be able to try again. Quick reaction from Elcon. Hello, Stealthling. Duck jump seems to be working out, so Elcon once more. Oh, actually bouncing a little bit. But works fine. Very close to floor 7 again. And hopefully we have another floor 8 attempt here. Lining up these platforms, looking good. Drying the wheels and then taking the speed here. Seems like the main issue on this floor is still the water part in the middle and the plastic loop thing. See how those go this time. Elcon closing into the first water part now. Through the turbo, the jump looks good. Now around the hole. Barely keeping the wheels on the side. Works great. Then through the next hole. Into the pool. Lines it up, is ready to go. And jumps all the way to the water, and it works as well. Now for the plastic. Elcon hasn't generally hesitated here too much. Keeps the run going, knows what to do. Maybe this time. Takes a little bit of a break before committing. Has to get the correct entry line into the plastic upside down setup to it. All what it's about. So here, is it correct? It looks pretty good. Elcon will land it once more. And now the next few transitions. Still kind of hard, but after clearing these next two jumps, and you can sort of relax. It's a little bit easier after that. Elcon gets it nicely, no problem at all. Oh. Should be able to get these next few tricks. The bounce works out fine. Now towards the beam, saying hello to Techie's cat apparently. You know, I'm a little bit skeptical still that this is how it looks, but if Techie says that this is his cat, then I will believe him. We're a neutral party, I'm not gonna question it. Into the turbo tunnel, and Elcon with the interesting strategy here. Getting this ice slide going here. Going over the turbos, very clean line. And now, few more sections before floor 8. It is very cool to see new parts being discovered, and I think it will get even more exciting just because we will have it happen less. It's probably gonna be a little bit less frequent from this point on, but who knows? Maybe this is the run where we reach 410 again. Gone a bit far, but manages to save it. Now the speed. Back up the hill. The line looks good, and the jump reaches the platform. We are back to floor number 8, Koopa Troopa by Dundee. There it is. Not many players have made it to this point. I believe there's 6 or 7 total. I believe. Something like that. And Elcon, one of the 3 players to make it through this floor as well. Now the flip over makes it work. All of these upside down driving sections, also known as turtling in Trackmania. You need to do it as otherwise you will not make it up those platforms at the end. Now getting the speed for the beam jump, and this is what last failed. Elcon taking it a bit slower this time. Looks a bit spooky, but Elcon manages to do it. Last time Elcon jumped a bit too far, so adjusting the speed just a little bit. And now to the bobsleigh. Looks good, and Elcon manages to avoid the hole as well. This next part shouldn't be a problem. You can have top 10 on the left leaderboard now. Oh, interesting, actually. Maybe it becomes a bit too cluttered, though. Could be a bit too much. The top 5 could be a pretty good amount, no? But it's good to know, actually. Thank you. Approaching the next part now. So, once more, we turn the car upside down. No other way that we know of to clear this gap, so... Let's see, waiting for the right timing to push the car to this gap right there. Now we wait and we hope for moving slow but steady. And Elcon makes it through, keeps the turtle going. Now just needs to flip it again to the platform. Waiting, gets the front wheel there and gets the back wheel on top. Well done by Elcon. Maximum speed this time over these same passages here and landing on the grass. Now we need to do the quarter pipe jump. Elcon has been landing in a turtle but unflipping it previously, and it might be the strat again. Yeah, Elcon will go for this instant unflip strategy, and it's crazy how consistent that truly is. Go down the hill into the blub room over here. Elcon probably will again pay some respects for our friend. Ask for some good luck perhaps. Maybe get a little bit of fortune for this next jump, for this next section. It is not so easy, but Elcon, fortune has been granted and Elcon makes it through. Now the turtle that last failed. Elcon was on floor 9 on the previous attempt as well, but that time Elcon fell down back to floor 8 from floor 9 and then failed this very turtle, so we'll wait and see. Elcon this time can get it through the beam. The very, very narrow walls here that you need to time the wheels to go over. On. Through one. Now gets through the second, keeps the car going. Now just the flip. Onto the platform. Timing it. And gets it. Elcon crucially gets over the last upside down part on this floor. Now there's a couple jumps remaining. By no means easy jumps. But it's one step closer to floor 9 again. Onto the ramp, into the quarter pipe, then turning around, taking speed. Back again, but this line is not good enough, and Elcon will be able to recover, will be able to try this again. Don't look down, just carefully over the tube. And Elcon will be able to do a second attempt. Car is once more moving back to the quarter pipe, back around, getting the speed, getting the line. And this time the jump happens. Now to the right. Elcon does make it. It was very close to the right side wall, but the landing works out. And Elcon, one uphill away from floor number 9. There we go. We are back here again. Strawberry cheesecake. Floor 9 by Rioter. A lot of old school type jumping here. Nothing crazy, like we don't have any weird wet plastic stuff. We don't have upside down driving. We just have old school jumping. Some tricky landings. And Elcon is off now. First on top of the pole, then onto the ramp, and now needs to land on the turbo side here. Looks to get it. Oh, the car is a little bit off, but looks savable. Now we're closer and closer to Elcon's personal best. Has cleared most of this floor on an earlier run today, but now hopping onto this one, then to the left. Needs the speed from the plastic to clear the jump to the other side on the turbo again. This is now Elcon's second best run. Very carefully making sure that you're driving straight. Making sure that this landing will work. That it's going to be clean, Elcon. Taking time, and if you've seen Elcon do these earlier floors, this might be a bit of a different Elcon that you're seeing right now. Really patient, really methodical, just making sure that the setup is correct, and Elcon is off. Makes it to the beam. The patience pays off. And now on this next one, we saw Elcon do something different from Bren and Hazard. Elcon is going to take speed from the other side, from this beam over here. So Elcon figuring out strats that we haven't quite yet seen by our two players that have been to this the section. Last time it worked. How about now? The line is there, jumps up, lands it. Next few transitions now. Once more. Couple landings before the big jump. He's up, lands on the pole, lands on the platform, but this is maybe a little slow. Elcon goes for it and it barely lands. Making it all the way to 1,000 meters height now. Looking a little bit scary, but it works out. Now, for the next quarter pipes. Small drift there. Gets the turbo. Gets the landing. And the last one works. Next part, Elcon also went for a different line, and this is the last trick that Elcon did not manage to do. So Elcon going from the other side, setting up a completely different line than what we've seen from Hazard and Bren, who take the speed from the other side of the hole. I'm curious to see if Elcon does decide to go for this again, or if there's going to be some other strategy here. Lars falling down on the side there. Hazard making some good progress, getting towards floor 7 now, so we might have another run soon coming into these areas. So it seems like this time Elcon does want to see the strats before trying this one. We'll be able to see Hazard's and Bren's strategy, which is to get the back wheel on this wall here, driving through this part, and then jumping from here as high as possible, it seems, landing onto this quarter pipe, jumping up, and landing on this road here. Elcon tried to do it the other way, starting from here, going around, and then going from here, taking a lower jump, and then lining it up from here. That did not seem to quite work last time. Maybe there is some unlocked potential there, but this is the jump that Elcon failed. So probably wants to make sure that the strats are correct. Seems like we might be ready to try, and judging on Elcon's direction right now, we might be taking the traditional approach this time. Lining the car up right here. Taking the speed. Elcon, patient as ever. Testing the line. Making sure there's no surprises. And we seem to be off the quarter pipe jump right now, but it's not going to land. And Elcon now needs to hope for a good landing. Elcon is granted the wish. Drops down to floor 8 now. This is recoverable. We've seen this happen to Hazard as well, probably to Bren as well. Elcon will be able to... Oh, careful now. Oh, I don't think you can fall off the other side. We'll be able to drive through here on this place, going through this part, getting the car back to this final turtle part. So, driving again upside down over the beam, and then doing the final part here. It's a bit of a climb back up, but it is possible. So, silver linings. I'm not sure if Elcon is maybe just kind of thinking about what went wrong right now. Kind of thinking about what to do differently next time. Now seems to be ready to go back. Not taking any chances here, drying the wheels out of water before moving on. Was looking for a safe road? Okay. That makes sense. Hazard, by the way, on the height of floor 8. I'm not... What? Hold on, Elcon? Elcon, 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 Elcon. Elcon. This is something new, but it is so much smarter. Elcon finds a new way. That is a really, really good recovery path. It skips the turtle section entirely. That's something we hadn't seen before. But that works fine. Elcon now back to the final jumps. The creativity is rewarded again. And lands the jump clean. Perhaps a little bit risky, but so is the turtle, so understandable. Elcon chooses the shorter route. And we're back to the floor that we hope Elcon can clear. Floor 9. Has pretty good amount of practice on these first few jumps now. Has the strats figured out. Only about those last few. First one lands, second one lands. Now on top of the turbo. And it's perfect aiming. And then onto the beam. Good progress right now from Elcon for sure. In the meantime, Hazard, also our current world record holder, is on floor 8 as well, climbing towards these same sections. On the move, gets onto the beam but falls down. Maybe the car unturtles. It does. And there's a path to recovery here. You can take a few jumps and get back to the beginning of the floor. It is not a disaster at all. You can take a quick look at this part. Hazard on this very wonky turtle part, but survives it, I think. Hazard will be able to continue. Elcon has probably seen the recovery path by now. Will be going towards the beginning of floor 9. Jumps to the left, but it's not on point. And this could be a big one. Falls down, hits the path, but... path will go all the way down. Back to floor 5. A respectable attempt from Elcon for sure, but it doesn't quite work out. Elcon, fortunately, will be able to continue from floor 5. Usually those kinds of faults are savable, but we move our eyes on to Hazard, who is currently meeting with the cat. Now jumping towards the final turtle. And moving on towards floor 9. Hazard here has an incredible amount of practice on these sections, because last night Hazard had a 3-hour run that went all the way to the middle parts of floor 10. Fell down to floor 8 multiple times, fell down to floor 5 as well. But ultimately, Hazard has been doing these sections so many times because of the falls, the small falls and recoveries. So, feeling probably pretty good right now. Lining up the next transitions. Taking the speed. And now towards the final jump. It looks pretty good. Hazard will slow down sufficiently. And then up the hill. Different player, same floor, same tricks, a little bit different approaches perhaps for some of these stunts here, but mostly the same lines. Once more onto the pole, down on the ramp, and then onto the turbo. Nails it as usual. Not the greatest luck on that jump, but still works out. Hazard turns around, feeling pretty confident. Now, again, we will see these players really prioritizing the line here, really making sure that it's a straight line. You're gonna get unpredictable bounces from these weird landings, and Hazard gets through it. Will take speed from this point. Not going on the other side like Elcon, just going around and getting the speed, lining it up. Landing looks promising, and it will work. 1,000 meters height right now. Back to the pole, to the platform, and on to this part here. Works great. And Hazard moving on towards the next few sections. Onto the turbo, into the quarter pipe. And the landing will work once more. Now Hazard knows the strategy for this one. Has done it so many times, but it is not easy. The line is difficult, the speed check is difficult, but Hazard, no hesitation, goes for it. The landing looks promising. The line, is it correct? It's not quite correct, but maybe the car will flip. Yes. Hazard saves the landing, and we'll get to try that again. Will not take too long. Just needs to jump to the left here. Now back up. Let's try it again right away. Back wheel against the wall, and here we go again. Jumping up. Hazard, feeling confident, will go for it, but it's again not quite enough. Is it going to land this time? It's turtled. Is it savable? It's looking very difficult. That might be where this run as well ultimately ends. The car default movement is forwards, so maybe we're waiting for the pool. We might just do that. I think Hazard has noticed the car often has this default movement when upside down, so it's slowly but surely rolling forwards, and nothing crazy happens here. It will eventually end up, well, it might end up on the plastic actually, but with some luck it could go all the way into the pool. We will check in with Hazard a little bit later. Some other runs going on as well. 2 floor 9 runs very quickly together though. We're getting some progress done for sure, even if the world record is not necessarily improving right now. We can see that the players are getting better and better here. Ooh, Lars maybe not rotating quite enough, and the breakdance is not really helping. Fortunately, Lars back to the ground again. And then we are pretty much back to floor 5, or 4 even. more or less. Well, Granadi on floor 5. Hazard starting to look very warmed up now. So, interesting to see. Interesting to see what's gonna happen. Well, wait. How long will you be casting today? Probably at least like 4 more hours. We'll see. Granadi, careful now. Granadi making really fast progress here. Going for the Elcon line directly up the hill and seems to be able to do that with the wheel. No big issues. Goes right into the wall hug as well. Looking very, very practiced already. Yeah, not sure about different players' playtime. But yeah, people have, you know, 50 plus hours already. Granadi line looks promising. Will bounce and will land. Wheel and keyboard player doing nose lines, yeah. I mean, you know, it's kind of crazy that Elcon was the one to go for them when Elcon is the one guy with keyboard, right? There's some others, you know, Zima for example as well, but you know, come on. It is kind of humbling, I think, to the others that the keyboard guy is the one going for the nose slide that no one dares to do. But now Granadi is starting to do it as well. Hazard as well, yeah, but Hazard is not doing that strat. Sure though. Hello, Nascor. We can check back in with Hazard, but I don't think we're quite falling off the ledge yet. Where is Hazard? There, on my list. Yeah, we're not quite on the edge. I don't really know what's gonna happen there. We will see. Granadi, scary looking line, and this is the worst possible platform to be stuck on. I haven't seen anyone being able to save this one. The strategy here seems to be that you take speed from here, you drive here, and then you jump, you try to get some backslide or something, you try to get to the pool, and then you get back to the end of floor 5. But we've seen a couple people try this. Scrappy tried it, Matt tried it. I haven't seen people actually manage it. It looks very, very tough because you don't jump very far. You land like here. So you need to get a little bit lucky and not a little bit lucky with the landing. I guess we'll see if Granadi can pull it off, but doesn't seem to be the best place to park the car. You got it first try? Nice. But I didn't see it, so my point stands. I've also never got stuck here, yeah. Just the skill difference, you know? We'll see. Hazard has probably moved a couple centimeters now. Still 2 minutes, 3 minutes off, probably. Hey Voltus, thank you so much for the gift set. Very much appreciated. Hopefully I haven't missed anything on those for those floor 9 runs. Very much appreciate the follows though. Thank you everyone. Hope you're enjoying. Seems to be a pretty eventful day right now. Good runs. Grenady, I guess, still looking for some options here, but there's really, from what I've seen, there's not too many. And you would hope that there's something better, but it just seems to be that. Seems to be that one jump. Grenady clipping the landing. Yo, buddies, though, with the 5 gifted. Very much appreciate you. Thank you so much. Very generous. Grenady going, not going, getting the speed. Honestly, you're really never going to get speed. There's just not enough space here. But with some lucky landing, maybe some bug slide weird thing. Let's see now. Oof, Grenady actually manages to get it to work. It is the slight drift there. Well done. Nicely managed. It was a very good landing as well. Landing like on this flat part here and then saving it with the tiny bug slide. Very, very good. Of course, it still means that you go back to the previous floor, but it's a lot of time saved still, compared to going back to like floor 3 or something. This guy here, still waiting. Now we can judge by the line that it's probably going to drop down. Now, okay, there's an interesting possibility. It could be that the front wheel here, or the wheels on the other side here, will go on this wall right block here. And that would mean that the car might actually flip sideways. And that might mean that Hazard might be able to save the car on the right way up on this plastic block. And then you could go, for example, here. And then you could continue from the end of this floor. So, that could be possible. We'll follow and see how that happens. But if you miss this thing and the car doesn't flip, then you probably just bounce on the plastic, and I guess you hope that it bounces far enough to reach this pool. We'll see, I suppose. It's gonna take a little bit more time. Yo, Parista with the 5 more! God damn. Thank you very much. Appreciate you a lot, dude. Alright then. I guess this is what we're gonna be looking at. There's Grenady and Massa on floor 5 right now. No new world records. This guy right here, upside down on the road, is still our world record holder. Has been all the way. I can show the rest of floor 9. So you take speed from here, go around, jump through the quarter pipes, and then with enough speed you can make this landing here. From this road you again take speed, land here. Then you go around, take some speed, go here, bounce on the plastic, and then go backwards, land on the quarter pipe, go all the way around here to jump on this platform, onto this quarter pipe, and then you jump all the way up and land here. This pole landing has been very difficult for a lot of players. Well, the 2 players that have reached this point so far, I suppose. Elcon not quite managing to reach this point so far, but very close to getting here. Then, driving here, landing on this ramp just barely, and jumping with this ramp over here. This is the start of floor 10. Both Hazard and Bren have been here. Then, we go on the ice blocks, take some speed, go around, a dirt zoop with icy wheels, you go here, and barely land on the plastic. Then you go on the ice slide, avoid falling off the ledge or taking the turbo. The turbo is not your friend at all. Going all the way around here, onto the plastic, onto the beam, onto the turbo, chaining all of this and flying into the water. And then you go all the way up here to whatever this is, avoid the hole, all the way up here, and going on the plastic, then onto the beam, and this is the last thing that Hazard managed to do. Bren failed the previous part before, so that's how far we've come so far. There's a little bit of progress to be made if Hazard gets this run to floor 10. It's not an easy journey at all to get the new world record, even if you get to floor 10. It does seem pretty dank. But Hazard, moving forward. Good luck to those guys indeed. Ranady falling down now, ultimately, starting over, so Massa, the next player after Hazard on this tower, early on floor 5. I am going to refill my drink as we wait for Hazard to fall off the edge here. It will happen eventually. I'll be back in just a minute. Here we are. We are on day 6. Evening number 6. Friday is when we started. And the progress, while it's slowing down, is still pretty exciting to watch. A lot of really good runs today already. Elcon getting a new PB on floor 9, and now Hazard on a decent run again. I mean, you know, I say this, and, you know, if you're not a Trackmania player, you might look at this and say, like, this is what a decent Trackmania run looks like. But note that the car is moving. The car is slowly but surely moving forward. So, if something, you know, nice happens, which is possible, the run might keep going. Kind of unpredictable, I suppose, but the two likely things here is that either the block on the right side here will flip the car over, and then Hazard can probably just drive ahead and get to the final part of floor 8 again, or it will bounce, it will not flip over and will bounce on the plastic below, and I think that's going to require maybe a little bit of luck, but it might still end on the pool on floor 8. Can they jump to the start of my floor? Well, I don't know. I don't know these recovery paths. I didn't build this. You did. What, you're asking me? Come on. You place the blocks. Let's see now, though. Oh, the car is kind of steering towards the left. I think it will land upside down, but it might flip over during the airtime. Yeah, it will. And Hazard had plenty of time to look through this section. Maybe you can jump directly back to the beginning of the floor. Hazard going on the beam here. Coming up with the plan. Oh, lining up. Oh, yeah, it's the start is right here. I didn't even notice. True. No problem then. We start over again. Hazard back to the landings, but this one doesn't quite work. But fortunately, lands on the block. So this is absolutely savable. There's a turbo. Exactly for this reason. So while this floor is extremely difficult, there's many ways to save yourself if you do fail something here. So in that sense, not overly punishing a lot of the time. Hazard now on the move onto the turbo, but it goes too far this time. Now needs to come up with something here, come up with some kind of a strategy. What's it going to be? Jumping here into the hole and getting to the sausage recovery path. Quick thinking and a good recovery. Now, Elcon failed this before, this recovery, but Hazard gets the first jump at least. Few more tricky ones remaining. Landing is there. Flips the wheel slightly, but it's good enough. Now for the two last landings. That one works, and this one works as well. We go again. Taking the speed. Landing on the pole. Oh, but this time slows down. Just so that the car does not slow down and not slow down enough to end on a full stop, and unfortunately Hazard not able to react to that. Not really much Hazard could do there anyway. We go all the way down, unfortunately. Back to the ground floor we go. Close enough anyway. Very, very slight clip there. The speed loss so tiny, it was even hard to notice at first, but it was there. And when it's there, you will not make these calculated jumps anymore. Just slightly too slow. Not so much to save yourself here. So the run unfortunately ends, but Hazard a solid attempt still. Hazard clipped basically this. The back wheel just a little bit too low, so it didn't land clean onto the block. It hit like the wall here. That was the small slowdown there. And that was too much. Well, a strong run from Hazard still. And already back climbing. Elcon also still playing Lars. Well, some very strong players on the server. Tally, does the car bounce? It looks like it might. Saves the line. Plastic is a very rational surface, and it just does that. Trackmania video game things. Hazard got to the end of floor 9, not to floor 10. Elcon as well got to the same jump. It's the same quarter pipe. That's what it seems to be. This seems to be there's two final bosses, I think, on this floor, and one of them is this, going from here to here and then jumping all the way here. That is such a hard jump. So this one, Elcon and Hazard both failed. Elcon getting a PB, so getting to this jump but not clearing it just yet. And then the other final boss, the final boss, the second phase of the final boss, is to land onto this beam, this pole here. Very tough. The upside to this floor is that even though there's really difficult tricks here, they are often recoverable, so, you know, our players already have pretty good experience on these jumps because they've been able to retry them by not falling all the way down when they fail them, but falling to like floor 8, maybe floor 7. So that's the bright side, and I think we do see that experience already with these attempts, but it's just very difficult. Tally falling, unfortunately. Lars on a run here. How's your endurance map going? It's going alright. We are still working on the scenery, everything basically. Basically working on everything simultaneously. But it's looking good. That's unfortunately, like, I can't give a better answer than that right now. Eventually I will be able to, but not yet. Lars towards floor 6. It's probably the run to follow right now. Though there are some, you know, maybe PB attempts as well, of course. But out of the players who are currently on like a potential top 5 run pace right now, probably gonna be Lars. Lars has made it to floor 8. Pretty high up there as well. So looking promising for sure. Bit of a low jump. Is this savable? Oh, Lars. Going back, going sideways, gathering a little bit of speed, and makes it up. Good recovery. Controlled lines. Lars, and just going through these sections, has probably done them enough times at this point. I feel pretty good. Feel like floor 9 could suit Lars if he can get there, for sure. I feel like a lot of these RPG players are very strong on the traditional stuff. But I think the problem with floor 9 is that even though it's in your skill set, and you will probably pick up the strats pretty quickly, the issue is that it's just very speed checked, you know? It's kind of cooked, you know? So anything can be hard as long as you cook it hard enough, right? So I feel like Riot are kind of cooked. And so it's like easy stuff to understand, especially once you have the strategies, but the execution will be very precise. Looking good for Lars. Now, getting back towards floor 7 on pretty good pace as well. Good night, Copen. Back to the dog jump. We haven't seen this one for a while. I feel like we've been a lot on floor 8 and up recently, but this jump, still pretty tough. Watch out. Hazard and Elcon, slowly but surely, climbing the tower. Floor 5 soon for both. Elcon is already there, but Hazard fairly close as well. I think Hazard just got to the bobsleigh on floor 4. Elcon, I think, is on the plastic bounce, I believe, on floor 5. Landed it as well, I think. Yeah, Elcon just made it through. Hazard, indeed, was on the... Do we even need to watch these runs anymore? I know what's happening based on the movement on the left side. Let's see now, Lars getting to the wet parts of floor 7. Oh, but unfortunately goes too close to the wall here. We regard that as like one of the safer parts now of this floor, but still can't forget that anything is failable. Now, this is a recoverable position. Lars needs to make it through floor 6 again, but better than nothing. Time to play the map by just looking at your height. Would be a great one-dimensional gaming experience. Where you're drinking some flavored sparkling water. Not beer. I don't really drink alcohol ever. Mango and guava flavor. Lars getting the bones here. This is looking tricky. Is the turtle gonna work? The wheels are slowly getting icy and oh no. Very unfortunate turtle, honestly. Beer is pretty much flavored sparkling water, though. Maybe. I guess. Is there a height limit in Trackmania maps? So there are some limitations depending on how you make the map base, but as I understand, it should be possible to make something like 10 times as high as this one at least. There are people who can answer this question better than me. I don't think there's like a really a hard limit. Technically unlimited is my understanding as well, but it's not like super simple to create like massive map bases. At least it didn't used to be. How tall were TOA and how tall is core? TOA was built in a wait, hold on. Was it in a 128 map base? It might have been actually. I think TOA might have been, yeah, 128 map base. So 128 times 128 times 128. Core is a special map base. It is 255 wide and 255 long, but it's 500 blocks high. So it's a little bit different. So custom map base. Elcon to the ducks. Looks to be good. Elcon releases on that jump. Elcon, you released on that jump? Okay. I feel like Elcon just lacks some excitement on these attempts, honestly. Just making it like, this is too safe. I'm gonna release to make it a bit more interesting. Both Elcon and Hazard on decent height right now. 255 is possible, Rayvote, to create with, like, Open Planet, for example. As far as I understand. Or will still require more setup than just joining a server? No, the gameplay experience will be the same. It's just about, like, how you create the map base. And also, if you ever thought about building, like, a super massive track, it's not fun. It takes like 1 second to place a block when you have like a 500 block map base. So don't do it. Build on normal map bases. Falcon lines up the tricky jump, jumps to the left, land it. It's not about PC, it's about the game, really. Like, I have a pretty decent computer, and it's insanely slow. It's just the map base size, it's ridiculous. The impact of that. Now the lineup here looks to be clean. Then the transitions here, dropping down here, jumping and landing it. Should be fine. A little bit of a wheel clip, but it's all right. Should be fine for the next few sections here. Easy crashes after a decently large number of blocks is put down. Ouch. That is a... yeah, that's a problem, obviously. More so than just slow block placements. Techie's cat right there. We move into the turbo tunnel. Elcon again, probably going for the interesting ice slide approach here. Sliding through, it's scary. It's very scary, but Elcon makes it work. Can the game handle putting the map together in smaller pieces and then importing those and stitching them together? Technically, you can do macro blocks, yes, but there are problems. When you move macro blocks between map bases, it's a nightmare, because they will rarely actually place correctly. There's gonna be some problems, most likely. So it's not super simple. Like, it works, but you need to do a lot of cleaning up after you place the macro blocks. Elcon now again close to floor 8, and Hazard is closing in as well. Final jump remains. And Elcon lands it. We are through, and we'll check in with Hazard as well. Has landed this jump here. Let's see if the plastic will be friendly this time too. Is the line correct? It looks pretty good. Hazard just managed to land it. Elcon is already turtling here. Getting towards the first unflip. Just managed to get it. Hazard just managed to get the next transition as well. See how the beam jump goes from Elcon next. Lines it up in a little bit of time, but good to remind yourself what's ahead. Going for it. Oh, it looks a bit tricky, but Elcon just managed to land it. Hazard onto the turbo tunnel. Ooh, gets through it, and Elcon ready to go now for the next part. Bobsleigh, it's a little bit of a tough line, but Elcon manages to do so just fine. And then Elcon is gonna have a bit of an easier time. We can check Hazard do this final jump here. Lining up on the left side as usual. And we are off. Is the speed enough? Hazard lands it. Elcon now getting into the turtle part. Squeezing the car through these two blocks here. Car, please. Please, car. Function. Elcon is through. And will keep it going. Timing for the flip. Works out. Hazard, in the meantime, is already on the beam. Already going in as well. Is the bobsleigh landing going to work? It will work for Hazard, and now a little bit of an easier time for Hazard to go through the next tunnels. Elcon, grass landing, perfectly executed. Elcon has been going for the turtle landing on this next jump, and it seems to be working out, so a bit scary to look at, but the car flips perfectly as usual. Hazard now still doing the tunnels. We will watch Elcon here get through the blood room again, getting some good luck from our friend in this room, and then going for the jump. Seems to be working. Elcon will be able to do the final turtle here. Hazard has cleared the second turtle and just needs to flip the car. Lands it every single time. Goes for the front wheel strategy here. A little bit of different approach than Elcon, who is going often for the back wheel approach, but both seem to be working fine. Now Elcon on the beam that he not last, but once has failed today. Needs to be a little bit careful. Times the right wheels on narrow passage, and oh, Elcon are a little bit shaky. Oof, and no! Goes in at the wrong time, and the car, unfortunately, will fall all the way down. That is proving to be a difficult section for Elcon. The run will unfortunately end, but we have another player approaching the same section. Hazard. Lining up the turtle setup. Getting it started, and onto the beam we go. Hazard. Going a little bit faster. Times the first one. Works out fine. Times the second one, it works as well. Hazard. The unflip away from making it to the next part, and it's perfect. So we have another potential attempt at floor 9 here. Couple jumps though. The landing works. The speed is there. And Hazard saves the landing. Doesn't fall off the ledge. And should be getting to floor 9 once more. Once more, we get ourselves some strawberry cheesecake made by Rioter, and we hope that these landings work this time. This time, no clipping. Getting onto the turbo. And Hazard approaching the 1 kilometer mark. %50 of the tower cleared. As a player, you might not want to watch that number too much because it's a strong reminder of the fact that you're barely halfway through this monstrosity. Taking the speed, but not happy with the line. Hazard has failed this once or twice, and the direct straight line, that is so important here. So Hazard does it again. Be happy with this line, going in, landing on the turbo, landing on the beam afterwards. Taking some speed for the next part. Knows exactly what to do. Up the quarter pipe, onto the right. Landing works. Backing up now against this wall here. Going very quickly, taking the speed. First landing works, second as well, and the third one, Hazard lands it. Now onto the halfway point of this floor. Landing onto the turbo, a little bit of a release to get more off the turbo, and it works out just fine. Good adjustment there. Now Hazard, once more on that one section. Those quarter pipe jumps. The first one lands. Hazard lines it up. Is it going to land? Just barely doesn't, but will the car flip? It will. Hazard gets a second life here. Jumping to the left now. Lands on the ramp. Hazard has been trying this quite a bit today, and it just doesn't seem to be working. Now, lines it up again, ready to go. Once more, will it finally happen? Hazard, line looks good, and the landing is there. Finally, we're on top of floor 9. But it doesn't mean we're through. A couple more sections to do. Toughest one of which is this. Plastic bounce into the quarter pipe, no hesitation. Lands the first jump there. Now the quarter pipe jump. Will it go onto the pole? It will, but it turtles. Can Hazard save this? Wants the car to fall down, lines up carefully, and lands on the platform below. The control is incredible. That takes some balls to go for. The quick decision making, and what a landing. God damn. And he's just ready to go again. The recovery path. All done. We're back to the turbo now. We're getting towards the quarter pipes once more. Back in, jumping up, landing down. Is the speed enough and is the angle correct? Not quite enough there. This might land onto the pool below. It will land exactly here. And I think this should be the final trick on floor 8 now. I don't think you can get all the way back to floor 9 from here. I think you just go back over here and try these jumps back to floor 9 once again. That's not that big of a disaster. Of course, you would like to do these jumps. You would like to get to floor 10 again. Hazard not even waiting for the wet wheels to go away. Ready to go right away. Now back to the final jump. Lands it, and the big jump. This is a little bit off, but it will land on the pool below, so losing a little bit of progress again, but should be able to recover. We haven't seen Hazard been to this part, but I think you just drop down on this ledge and go through these parts again. Land onto the grass, go up the quarter pipe, go to this room, and then do the final turtle, and then you're back to where you began, so the path to recovery seems to be there. That is indeed what it's gonna be. Now taking the speed and landing on the grass. Getting more and more practice. Very clean line there. We're moving forward and trying to get back to that floor. Why does this look laggy? The server doesn't have the greatest performance. Some players are choosing to play in solo. And especially the thing is that in spectating, when you spectate others, then it might not be as good. That's just Trackmania things. But it's hopefully watchable. It's, you know, sometimes much better. Depends a bit on the floor. In some areas it can drop. Hazard. Back to the turtle. Oh, a little bit shaky. But manages to get through. The flip is next. The players should probably have better FPS than me. Oh, a little bit off. I don't know if Hazard goes for this. Did that actually hit the block? I'm not sure. Well, Hazard thinks it didn't. And I mean, the speed is there. So Hazard going for it. Manages to land. Well done. It really looked like it hit the pole there, but I guess not. Back to floor 9. I can also check though. Maybe there's no, it should be fine. Everything should be fine. Frames are definitely reducing as the evening goes by, but the runs are also getting there. Hazard, is this savable? 2 wheels off the beam. These are usually pretty difficult, but maybe there's a plan. Crashing the wall, raising the left wheel a little bit, that seems to be Hazard's plan here, and it works. Very quick thinking once again. Driving a little bit against the wall there to be able to get the front wheels on the track. Well done. Jumping to the left then. So many other players would completely panic there, but Hazard keeps it cool. Line looks pretty straight to me. Going in, landing it so well. Back we go. These jumps, Hazard has done so many times at this point. Doesn't make them easy, but it does mean that Hazard feels pretty comfortable going for them. Lining this one up onto the pole, onto the platform, and up we go. Perfect landing, as usual. Small drift here, and then once more onto the turbo, up the quarter pipe, into the next part, and this is the one. This is the one. Has been a little bit mean. Hasn't worked so well today for anyone. Lines it up. He's ready to go right away. Is it going to work for the second time now? Hazard jumps up, the line looks pretty good, and the landing is barely there, just over the ledge, and we get another attempt at this tricky plastic bones quarter pipe jump section. Lining it up, ready to go. Bounce works, the landing is there, the speed, it's there, and the quarter pipe. The line is good. Is it going to land? Finally it lands, and Hazard now. Couple jumps away from floor 10. Not far at all. Has done these jumps a few times already. Lines it up. Jumps to the right. Lands on the ramp. It's clean. Jumps up, and Hazard makes it. Fourth time for this guy. On floor 10. Maverick's floor. Ice gold. We've been here before. Hazard knows what to do. Been about halfway through. We'll see Hazard going in, playing with the momentum. But we'll take it safe here. It is a chance for Weltergard, but a few sections have to be cleared. Taking the ice wheels, then zooping on this dirt with those ice wheels. Is it enough speed? Barely works. And that's good enough for Hazard. Now for the tricky one. Up the ice and then starting the ice slide here, avoiding the fall. Hazard keeps it under control and is through another part again. Needs to be careful here. The icy wheels need to go before this next part. Getting some speed now on the tube. Turbo into the jump. Now up the ice. Ice sliding. Chaining the dirt. Jumping all the way to the water. And it barely works as well. Clips the landing. Doesn't matter. We're fine. Now we're approaching the parts where Bren was last seen. This section here, going around the hole. Hazard, is it enough? Grip, will climb. Going onto the dirt now. Getting some speed and up the snow. Has barely made this one. The last part Hazard has cleared before. Wants to take it easy. Make sure that the speed is as high as possible here. Goes in, goes to the right, and here we go again. Hazard now. At the final section that anyone has been to, and it's been Hazard before. Knows what to do, and it's ready to go already. No thinking. Lines it up here. Manages to land on this beam, and now needs to go around the beam. Set it up and jump all the way up there. That is the goal. Probably going to try to figure out how much speed really is needed. One more jump for a new world record. Hazard. Getting some speed. Testing it out. And now is ready to go. Takes a very low line there and will commit to the jump, but it's not quite enough. But Hazard will land below. Will get another chance. That was an important attempt. That was an important attempt for Hazard, because now Hazard has a feel for the amount of speed that is needed to clear the jump. And bad news is that it seems to be a lot. Seems to be a lot of speed indeed. We go again, Hazard. Getting a bit more speed. The line is not quite there, but I think it's another ice landing. Hazard. Be able to recover once more. More practice, more experience. This is all very, very important. Going again. The super scary low line, Hazard. Notices it's not quite there. Will go back, gather the speed. Now we try again. One more low line. Is not happy with that one either. One more time. Petition to ban Maverick from the editor, Hazard says. But this level will still stay. Hazard commits, and the landing works. And change the next one right away. Jumps a little bit off though. It's not quite on the water. Is this savable? Hazard somehow makes it to the water. Somehow. I don't know how, but the car is in the pool. And there it will stay until we get to the next part. The next part here has an interesting sign, by the way. That's gonna be a 360. Ice spin. You need to turn the car all the way around through this and then chain the speed through this jump. And then it seems you need to ice slide up here as well. Some plastic, some more stuff. It never ends. Never ever ends. Incredible run we have. Hazard has been able to do a new world record here. And this is the best run anyone's ever had so far. Not confident enough in my ice skills to one-shot a 360, he says. But maybe it will happen anyway. We shall see. We shall see. Hazard. Ready to line it up. Drops onto the ice, and I think there's no going back now. Can line it up, maybe against the wall. But from here, it's either up or down. Going for the spin. Does it, but no, doesn't get the grip. Maybe recoverable. So down we go, but not too much. only about 50 meters there. Getting more experience on these early parts of floor 10 instead, and that is valuable for sure. Now, through the pipes again, getting the speed around the ice, and then the speed into the water landing. Looks to be enough. Hazard crashing the wall there. Slow the car down. Lining up the next part. Over the snow, and now avoiding the hole here. Back to the dirt. Seems to have a good idea of how to do this next part. The execution, not so easy though. Wants to get the maximum possible speed through it, and even then it doesn't look so easy. Hazard going in. Makes it. Well done. Back to the pipe. Having cleared this one time, should be a good amount of experience. Hazard has to slow down quite a bit there, so not willing to go for it again. We'll take a little bit less speed this time, trying to find the good line here, and this seems to work. Hazard manages to do it, and will chain it again. We'll try to get to the water cleaner this time, and it will work again. Hazard in the pool for the second time now, making great progress here, and we'll get another attempt at the ice spin. We'll be able to try this out. Looking for a tutorial video. It does seem... No. I don't really have an ice spin tutorial at hand, unfortunately. What I do know about ice spins is that the crucial thing about it is releasing the acceleration during the part where the car is facing backwards. I'm not an ice spin master, but have done a couple of them in my time. So there is a acceleration release that you have to time nicely. I think Hazard has probably done those sometimes as well, but let's see now. How is it going to go? Spins pretty early, but the line looks pretty good. But the speed is not quite there. Is it going to land still? The icy wheels, unfortunately, bringing Hazard down towards floor 9. But it's not so bad. It's not so bad. We're halfway through floor 9. We're still safe. The car is fine. We will drive back again. My playlist ended a while ago, didn't it? It's okay. We'll watch this in silence. Adds to the tension. Back to the quarter pipes then. Jumping up now. It's barely enough again. This one looks like a nightmare. But Hazard is making it work. So far. Been pretty good. And then for the final one. Well, second last one at least. Speed is enough. Water pipe. Line. Seems to be correct. The car will turtle. Can Hazard save this again? Over on the plastic. The car still moves a little bit, but no, the grip is not there anymore. Is it moving somewhere? It's moving forwards. Well, that's convenient. Alright, we just wait. No, that's fine. We'll give Hazard a breather here. good 10-minute break. I don't know if it's gonna be 10 minutes, but... It's gonna be something. Alright. Let's relax. We are currently witnessing extremely good gameplay. Alright. Everyone is still fine in the chat? Yeah, we're doing good. No one got a heart attack yet? We're making progress. Making collective progress, getting a couple stunts further, but that 360 does seem pretty brutal. Virtual is on a PB run, just got to floor 8. Nice, good to know, thank you. Virtual, of course, streaming his own progress, not playing on the server, so I'm not able to switch to Virtual here, but... if you want to check in on that, that's on Virtual stream. I don't really feel comfortable adding someone else's stream onto my stream. I feel weird about it, so we'll just focus on the guys over here. Hey, thank you so much for the 100, Kufur. Very much appreciated. I mean, I could ask Virtual for sure. Yeah, I could ask, but it's also like a little bit difficult then, because on the server I can switch between the players. You know, I also have the plugin now that makes it a little bit easier too. But you know, if I need to switch between like in-game server and then like a Twitch stream, then that's also a little bit trickier to do, but at the very least we're getting some nice updates from people here about Virtual's progress, so that's good for sure. Please just keep doing what you're doing, it's great. No problem, I will. I could set it up, sure, but you know, it's still a little bit different, because then I will not see these things at the same time, and the you know, left side bar and stuff like this. So it's definitely a bit of a hassle. It is good that, you know, Virtual is still streaming, so there is a way to check out that as well. The more documentation, the better. Elkhorn, super clean on the duck jump every single time. So Hazard has just reached a new world record. We got a couple sections further, couple pipe sections, and we are currently trying to figure out a ice 360. So at the moment we are waiting for the car to unturtle, which is what Hazard is known to do these last 2 days. the usual. Elcon on a decent run here though, floor 7. It is just the streamer server that people have gotten this high, yes. I think out of the like top 40, basically maybe 39 are on the streamer server or something. Personally, I like it just following the public server and sometimes reporting on Virtual and others who might be of interest. Yeah, I think it works fine. If Virtual gets to like world record height at some point, then yeah, I will probably switch to that, because we don't want to miss like that kind of a milestone, but you know. Elkhorn making progress. Looking good. Virtual back to 7. Gotcha. Still seems to be good progress for Virtual. Now Hazard still waiting. Let's check on Elcon. The jump works out. Looking good. I think Hazard probably half a minute, maybe 1 minute away from falling down. We'll see how it falls down. That's always the big question, yeah? Always the important one. So, Elcon now. Clean landing. Gets the second one too. So, promising run from Elcon now. A little bit easier stuff next for Elcon. And then we can focus on this here part. Getting further and further. It's not a lot of space to work with, but there is some potential for a save here. The fall down is gonna be long, so we're gonna find out very quickly if the wait was worth it or not. We're shaking a bit. Difference between floor 9 and maybe 2, so maybe 5. Hard to say. Happening now. Hazard saves it. The run is still alive. The run lives, and we move on. Hazard going for this save over here, over the wall. And we keep going. Once again, closing in on 1 hour this time. Yesterday Hazard got a 3-hour run that never seemed to end. This one, not quite there yet, but Hazard, so far making it work, has been doing some great saves so far. Needs to get back to floor 10 now. Jumps up. Is confident in the speed. The line works. And Hazard is through one more time. Now just hoping that the final quarter pipe works here. Takes the speed. Hits the plastic. And lands. Speed definitely enough. But what about the landing? What about the line? Hits the ceiling, and that seems to help. Hazard does flip the right way this time, and will be able to try these final few jumps now. Maximum speed. Dropping down to the ramp. Then to the other. Lands it. Back to floor 10. Ice Gold. Maverick's floor. On the previous run, Hazard was hoping that Maverick's editor privileges would be revoked, let's say. But this map has already been built. This is what we're already playing, so it's too late for that now. We need to deal with what we have. Taking the icy wheels here and zooping on the dirt with them. Looks good. The speed, barely enough. Clips the ramp, but it's good enough. Now to avoid the fall here. Starts the ice slide, it looks good. And we get to the next part. Getting rid of the icy wheels next. Getting ready for the pipe jump. Lining up. Getting the speed. Lands the jump, and now chaining the next part. Getting enough speed to land into this water. Well done. Even straightening the car there to get the clean gear before the jump. Very, very clean. And he's ready to go already. Mount the hole very, very clean as well. Then the speed of the turbo up the snow. Only Hazard has been able to clear this section right here. Loses a lot of speed, but will make it yet again. Hazard will not fall down just yet. Continues. Now to the pipes. Still trying to figure out the best line for this, but seems to have figured it out. Gets the perfect speed for it. Change the next one. Jumps to the pool, but it's a bit short. And what is going to happen? It doesn't look good at all. We're falling a long time. Missing the landing on floor 7. Finally landing on floor 6, and Hazard will be able to save it here. Could be a lot worse. It's a 400 meter, 500 meter fall. But it's not the worst. Hazard will continue. Getting back up on top, and we have 2 players making good progress as well. Lars, for example, here. Getting towards the beam jump. I think Elcon a little bit further ahead. Lars, lining this up. We can check in with Elcon. Actually getting to the cat room now. Lining it up and probably greeting our friend here for good luck once more. Let's hope it works out. Both seem fairly focused, as Lars made it through. Lars trying right now. Lands on the beam. Elcon. Elcon still waiting. Now going in. The line is good and the landing will work. Lars lands on the bobsleigh as well. Elcon towards the turtle now. Starts the turtle onto the ramp. Elcon has had some trouble with this section here. Failed it twice today, but has also cleared it more times than failed. Now, just timing. First one works. What about the second? Works out as well. Now Elcon just needs to flip the car onto the platform. Waiting for the timing. And it seems to work out. Well done by Elcon. Might be going right away. Lars getting into this turtle part. Seems to be surviving. Elcon probably doing the next part already. Lars gets the line perfectly. We switch to Elcon now. Thank you, Elcon, for waiting. Doing the final jumps now. It's a clean line, good speed, jumps to the right. It's a little bit short and Elcon does need to recover this, but it's possible to do. And Elcon actually gets to the same part where Lars is right now. Trying to do this jump here. Lars has done this before and will manage to do it again. Elcon trying the wheels before dropping off. Lars will keep going. Lars getting very close to a personal best run here. Lands the jump. And we greet our friend once more. Lars. Giving a proper pet to the cats. Then lining up. Waiting. We can hear Elcon, I think. I think Elcon has landed above as well. Oh no, Lars is going immediately. But Lars hesitates. Lars not happy with the line. So we'll redo that. It's entirely possible to do so. Can get over the turbo. Elcon has reached the same point again. Oh, Lars got jump scared by Elcon. Oh, some sabotage going on here. Let's remember, it's a competition. 27,000 US dollars on the line. We found the way to affect other players here. Elcon again to the turtle. Should be fine through this first few. Lars has landed on the reset as well. So now to the tricky part. Waiting for the timing. It's correct. Now the second. Oh, doesn't time the wheels, but this time goes directly on over it. It works out. Elcon, flip. It will work. Elcon's run. Looking good here. Lars still waiting for Elcon. Maybe to, maybe seeing the strategies, maybe watching Elcon give some information, because Lars is on a personal best now. Failed this turtle in the very beginning last night. So if Lars can clear this next section, then Lars, a new personal best. That's gonna happen. But Elcon now, second try at this jump, looks a lot better. Elcon clears it. Lars already further than Lars has been. Times the turtle. It's a little bit weak and Lars will have to adjust, but no. Lars not able to keep the turtle swinging back and forth, and it will slow down on the beam. Good effort from Lars getting through the first tricky narrow part, but it's not quite going to work. Maybe some default movement there. Maybe there's something that will happen, but we will follow our player over here. Elcon 21. Reaching floor number 9. Lines up for the beam. Gets it. Gets the ramp below. Now into the ramp. Elcon, by the way. Ooh. A little bit of a dicey situation. I wouldn't believe that. Probably going to get... Yeah, okay. Savable. Savable. Seems to be. Elcon gets the jump. Has been through these jumps before now, but the PB is on this floor. So Elcon, by the way, very good ice player. Knows the tricks. Knows what to do. So if Elcon does get to that floor 10, there could be something miraculous happening. But let's get through this floor first. Good line from Elcon. Gets onto the beam. Carefully around these sections here, and I wonder if Elcon is still going for the unique setup here. Backing up onto the beam, getting a little bit of extra speed. Has been doing this a little bit now. Different setup from Hazard and Bren, but it seems to be working. Seems to be fine. Getting the speed. Lining it up. Now to the quarter pipe. And up we go. Looks to be pretty good. And Elcon will land. 1,000 meters high. Seems like Lars did indeed reset that run. Didn't seem like there was much default movement there to save the run. So Lars back to the bottom. And Elcon also crashes. Is there any kind of a save here? It doesn't look like there will be. Floor 5 it might be. Down to the bobsleigh. And of course it's a turtle. It always is. Unfortunate for Elcon. Not quite a personal best, but a great effort on that run once more. Doing really well today. And, well, at this point, most players stuck in floor 1, floor 2, maybe 3. And there's one who's on 6. But not in a very good position, it seems. So, we are back to the low floor grind, it seems. Juliano in a bit of a tough position here as well. Maybe savable. Uh-huh. Not sure if Juliano has much more to do here than give us some good vibes. Not sure. Looks like a pretty dicey situation. Yeah, the car is not really moving, is it? The sand is making this extremely difficult. Oh well. Oh well. Okay, so... we can check in with someone else. Haven't seen too much of Wally, actually. Started the grind a little bit later than others, I think. We could actually check in with public server. That's actually a good idea at this point. I think hydration would also be a good idea. Which one has the most players? This one, 59 players. 40 players. 37. 34. 44. Okay, let's go. Number 1. Oof. Virtual on 6. Okay. Good to hear, good to hear. Keep us posted. Too many spectators. What do you mean too many spectators? Surely I can spectate on this server. Or can I not spectate on this server? That's a bit of a problem. If I can. This coverage format is awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying. Alright. So this is the... Oh, I can't switch to spectator. Oh well. We can cam 7 a little bit, yeah. So, it is very laggy, by the way, compared to the other server, which is not that good either. But yeah, this is what the usual deep experience looks like. This is what the normal player experience will be. So, you know, we're kind of asking, like, well, what if someone who's not streaming, what if someone who is not on the streamer server wins? It's probably not gonna happen. Our best players are playing there. We can be pretty sure about that. But it is really interesting, though. It's really interesting sometimes to kind of, as we aren't playing the map, like some of you might be, but I haven't played the map, for example. So, like, when you look at this, you can kind of see, like, well, this is what it actually looks like when, like, your usual Trackmania player will try this out. Some can be playing offline, sure, yeah, that's true. But at the same time, these players trying to reach floor 1 here. It's an interesting difference for sure. I have like 10 FPS. Ooh, this jump is already pretty difficult. We did see on day 1, even our top players failed that a few times, so it's not so easy. Not so easy for sure. But yeah, nobody on floor 2 here. They are making the map look easy. Yeah, it's good to sometimes, you know, remember that, alright, well, most players will be trying floor 0, floor 1. Tricky stuff. And you know, these players might not be like completely new to the game either, and you know, reaching floor 2 is already a good achievement, honestly. So if you're giving this map a try and you can even get to floor 1, that is already something that's not so easy. Because if we look at the leaderboard, for example, floor 1 is, I don't know, 100 meters or something, maybe. We just look at this, right? Well, we can only see top 500, I guess. Well, we look at this. Top 500, 244. It's gonna be... There's gonna be some specific point here. I'm not sure which one, but like if you clear floor 2, you're already going to be in top 500, for sure. And you know, there's like almost 10,000 players that have tried this so far, so it's a solid achievement. Top 5% for clearing the first 4 floors, essentially, or 3 floors. 0, 1, and 2. One thing we can check, actually, aside from this, is the messy jump. Oh. It's probably the floor 2, like, the big jumps there, those are gonna be really tricky for just about everyone in the beginning. One thing we can do here is we can check the segmented world records. If you haven't seen these first few floors at all, because, you know, we generally don't watch them, this is how the map begins. These are the first few floors that have been released. So if the players want to practice these few floors, you can absolutely do so. There's a campaign where you can get these floors separately, but only 0, 1, and 2 have been released so far. There will probably be others released a little bit later, but not just yet. Lane, a very well-known trial player from the older Trackmania games. Very solid run there from the beginning to floor 1. The beginning of the map that we just saw, that is by Sparkling, the main organizer of the project, and Spec. And this floor 1, this is by Maji. Pretty well-known Trackmania streamer. .244 is flip on Maji floor ending. Got it, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense actually, because floor 2 is, you know, it's gonna be below the highest part of floor 1. Yeah, that makes sense. So, basically, you can get to floor 2, and you will be around top 500 or so already. Maybe top 1000 or so. This ice slide is actually, yeah, pretty difficult to do. So here, this is the 244. Bouncing around and into the end here. And then we have floor 2 record, and I warn you, this is not the strategy. I've seen this before, maybe it's been improved still. This is not the strategy that our players are doing. I don't know, maybe Elcon is feeling adventurous and starts doing some of these optimizations, but just look at this. Kubas, excellent player, one of the mappers in the project. We haven't quite seen Kubas run the segment yet, the map segment. It's gonna be the 3rd highest floor. You can make your guesses based on this run what that floor will be like. Let's just check it out, yeah? These are not the safe ways. Skipping the landing on the plastic there to start off. Then into the turtle. Instant flip, jumping over, and then just going in, playing in here, drifting a little bit to chain this part. Bugslide landing, chaining this section. Next to the ramp. No setup here, just going in. And look at this landing. Look at this landing. A little bit of maybe a shaky landing there, but yeah, it's this is not the safety way for sure. It's a pretty solid run. So yeah, I'm hoping that when we is it actually here as well, this thing, when we get to this point on the map, this floor right here, I'm hoping that we don't have to do those tricks there. But we'll see. We'll see. Very, very good mapper names here, though. Some extremely well-known mappers, some khaki mappers, some more like Whiskey has been building some trial maps as well. So yeah, who knows what's ahead of us, honestly. All right then. The Viro floor will also be scary. All right, back we go. Viro indeed, from the country of Finland. Was busy all day. What were today's highlights so far? So, Hazard has reached a new world record. Bren has gotten to floor 10 as well. So we have some progress here, but the main storyline here is that Hazard was able to get all the way from here, doing this beam, doing this jump, landing on the pool, and then doing this part, failing this next jump. That is where we are right now. There is a sign here that tells you that you need to ice spin, which is already pretty nice from the mappers. I feel like some other mapper might not tell what the strat is, but we know the strat here. You need to ice spin, and then you jump, and then you land here. Hazard got close, didn't quite make it. It's gonna be the next section to clear. Bren has been to this section here, but hasn't made it quite as far as Hazard. Hazard getting these pipe sections done. That is essentially the progress in this evening right now. Basically what we're dealing with. So, Hazard still with the world record. I suppose the height here, this might be the highest part we've been to. I think it is, yeah. I think this is the highest part so far. And then Bren still in second place. Bren will probably do a session later. And then Elcon has managed to reach the final part of floor 9. So Elcon also very promising today, getting all the way to this quarter pipe jump. So trying to land this one, not quite able to get here. That is Elcon's progress. So Elcon is not quite on floor 10 yet. It's kind of the point where Bren and Hazard were a little bit before. Elcon still doing really good runs today though. Getting on floor 9 multiple times today. So good progress from Elcon as well, for sure. So we have players getting further and further. Thank you so much, Parista, for the gifts of the Viro. Much appreciated. Elcon once more, going for the no slide strat. I am not from Turku. Stop with the Turku allegations. Gotcha, okay. Guys, behave in the chat, okay? Viro is one of the most creative mappers that I know of. So I'm looking forward to that floor for sure. Viro's khaki maps are something else. They are incredible. So, of course, you know, for the player's sake, I'm not really hoping for a Viro khaki map when we get to floor, whatever, 13 or whatever it is. But, yo, goddamn Barista. 10 gifted subs as well. Very much appreciate the support, man. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy the gifts, guys. Everyone who got one. Remember to say thank you. The support means a lot. Sidlars, yeah, floor could be really interesting as well. For sure. I feel like every floor will be pretty great. Best music ever on your channel? Today's playlist, I just randomly selected on YouTube without listening to it, so I'm glad that's the case. Though the previous one was from the same guy. I can actually link it real quick. Because I don't really have any other way to identify it. Hold on. Let me do one thing here. Now I can alt-tab. This is what I'm using today, this playlist. Very cool stuff. Hey, Paresta with one more. Thank you so much for the gift to CB Dude as well. Appreciate it so much. Very generous of you. I'm probably gonna list this playlists on the stream description at some point. There was also like a Spotify playlist with like from the same guy, so maybe I'll move into that. I've been a bit lazy with it, or rather I've been doing so much other stuff that I just throw in like a random YouTube thing that I find. But it seems to be pretty good. I'll say thank you either way, as it helps keep streams like this alive, for sure. Very much appreciate everyone who's tuning in. Been a great experience so far on this deep dip journey. I love the casting. This has become the main way I watch Deep Dip now. Glad to hear. Thanks for casting. You're doing amazing work. Thank you so much, Enderman. And Ifnor. Hazard 2, more like Hazard down. Hey. The guy is making history right now. Have some respect. No, yeah, I will do that classic, for sure. It is an excellent idea. Should have already done it for sure. Did Bren stream today? Yes, and Bren got to floor 10. A little bit behind Hazard still. Thanks, Mila, for keeping up the good content. Haven't been watching Trackmania for long, but I really love these long grinds. They're pretty addictive, yeah. I really like watching that as well. Glad you're enjoying that though. Now, Elcon does respect these tricky jumps for sure. Knows how much speed is needed. Knows how much he can get away with. So I feel like Elcon only full sense when he knows that he can. Alright, I need to enable the plugin again. This thing. What are your predictions for the coming days? I don't think we're super far away from clearing floor 10 at this point. I feel like we're making really good progress there, and at this point I think without having really seen everything there, I feel like we're probably more than halfway through. So if someone can figure out the ice spin, and if the next few tricks there aren't like super insane, then I think Bren, for example, might be able to get through floor 10 and reach 11 pretty soon, maybe tomorrow. Hazard has got 2 jumps further on the map. Glad to hear a classic. Oof, Elcon. Not really the correct line here, so... Well, this time at least lands into the quarter pipe, so we'll be able to recover. Only 5 floors that are also harder than every other floor we've seen here. Oof. With a scary bounce. Hazard did get, yeah, a little bit further still. Just on this session. Still going as well. Floor 3 right now. It does seem like Bren or Hazard will get further, but here's the thing. Elcon here has also been to the very final parts of floor 9. Which means that if Elcon can get to floor 10, then we have like a very good ice player attempting those ice spins and whatever else, right? So Elcon might be actually also someone who could clear floor 10 first. But that does mean that Elcon has to get to floor 9 and has to get those final tricks down. That is the obstacle. What is the with the 2 more gifted? Thank you so much. For Linforcer, David. Thank you very much. Elcon now. Maybe getting back again. We shall see. Count the hole carefully. Makes it work. Back towards the quarter pipe. Or it's not really a quarter pipe, is it? 3/3 pipe. 3/3? No, 3/4, of course. What am I talking about? Granadi has been, I think, Elcon lands. Oof, a bit fortunate, but works out. I think Granadi has been at least very close to floor 7. Who do you reckon is most consistent? I feel like it changes day by day, Elcon, unfortunately. Gonna be a long fall down. Floor 3, something. Floor 3, very close attempt, but not quite there. I feel like it kind of changes, yeah, but I think Bren has been the player to kind of consistently get, like, really good results. But yeah. Elcon wasn't doing too well last night, but today has been doing really nicely. Lars has also reached a new personal best slightly today. But yeah, I don't really know. Like, at this point, consistency is super difficult because one mistake, one tiny mistake, can mean that you fail the run, right? So I feel like consistency also has to account for the fact that not every mistake makes you fall all the way back down, but you can try out from the previous floor, for example. So it's really hard to like compare these players because there is undeniably a level of luck involved as well when you make a mistake, because none of these players is playing 100% perfectly, because you need to do like a million things on this run at this point. So you will make that mistake. The question is, will that mistake cost you? Right? That's the main question. So I think it's hard to rank the players in that sense. We can only rank the players by the progression at this point, I feel. Undeniably, Hazard, incredible player. And today especially, Hazard has done some incredibly skill-based saves that that have definitely been something that most players would always fail. But realistically, Hazard has definitely had some luck as well. Not falling all the way down, especially yesterday's 3-hour run, not falling all the way down, falling in like, you know, floor 7, floor 8 maybe, and being able to save the run. So it does take skill to make use of that luck, but there has definitely been a little bit of luck for sure. Today as well, you know, the pool landing, the pool landing on floor 10, the very last pool that we reached, that was a little bit fortunate, you know? A little bit fortunate. Just a tiny bit, you know? When they started, I thought Lars and Mudda would be the Hazard and Bren were having, but me being noob and not knowing anything makes it fun. I mean, honestly, Mudda was also one of my predictions for some of the top players, and that might still be true. Let's not count these players out, because Mudda, very good player once the strats are in the muscle memory. Very consistent player, and I think Mudda might be able, if Mudda puts in, keeps putting in the hours, that could still be like a strong contender here. We have a long way to go to the top. Good mental as well. Yeah. Like, I'm projecting, because I've been through some, like, you know, 700-hour grinds myself in speedrunning. Not in this game, but in Trackmania, which is pretty, you know, it's by the same company. It's an FPS game, as opposed to a car game. So I've been through that kind of a grind, and Mudda, the deep fear grind, I'm projecting, but for me, what that kind of a grind did was it kind of like, it makes you sort of like numb to failure in some sense, where you know that there's always the next run. So in some sense, you do kind of like get less emotionally attached to every attempt that you do, and that can be really helpful in something like this. Like, you know, Lars now will probably fall here, and, you know, if Lars was like, oh, this is the one attempt I can get on this, then it might be mentally really difficult to recover from that. But if you kind of think like, also, what is happening? Anyway, if you kind of think like, alright, well, that was one run, I can start the next one. And if you can deal with that for like extended periods of time, which is very difficult, but if you can deal with that, then you can be really strong at stuff like this. And I think Mudda is a player who can do that. But I'm projecting, so, you know. Basically what I'm saying is that that whole speech was useless. Don't worry about it. Look, Asper. Look on, very clean bounce there. Super, super clean. You think people can catch up when they are a few floors behind the top competitors? Later especially, yeah, because the progression is already slowing down quite a bit, and when the strats are known, you will have much easier time to get to those later floors where people have like 1, 2, 3 attempts maybe at most. So yeah, people can catch up. Not yet, but soon. Lars also making really good progress today, so looking good. Virtual just got to floor 7. Gotcha, gotcha. Will Virtual be among the top 3? Could be. Virtual was in the top 3 on Deep Dip 1. Was in top 2. So, definitely possible. I think Virtual is in kind of in the space where some people really underestimate Virtual and some people also overestimate Virtual. I feel like Virtual, definitely a top contender, has to get these runs to the floor 9, floor 10 region for us to like really know where the like potential is, because Bren and Hazard are getting there pretty often at this point. Elcon also multiple times to floor 9 today. So once Virtual gets the ball rolling, the momentum in, and starts getting those floor 9, floor 10 attempts, I think then it can be like a really, really good battle as well. There is a new world record today, yes. About 1 hour ago, Hazard got a couple jumps further on floor 10. Virtual falling. Unfortunate. And yeah, Virtual also has a really good mindset. Really good sort of a realistic approach to grinds like this, where he knows that it's gonna take time. Every day is gonna be a new chance to do a personal best. So Virtual, I think, has like a really good idea of what this is gonna be. And to be fair, like at this point, every one of these players that have been grinding for hours and hours every single day, they understand. They understand what this is about. They know that, okay, we're not talking about Deep Dip 1, it's not a one-week grind. It's gonna take longer, and it's gonna be much more mentally exhausting. And to get to this level where Elcon, Bren, Hazard are, you need to go through these grinds before. Elcon will be able to flip this, just needs to turn to the side, it's fine. He will be able to turn. Car will flip if he puts in an input. No, you can flip it. You can turn to the side. Early? He's just not pressing anything. Rare, but he can death turtle. I don't think I've seen that before. Elcon, turn. Turn. Oh, yeah, there we go. Alright. Turn. It's just water, it's normal. Don't worry about it. Back to the plastic. Oh, a little bit of a wall hit there. Recovery. Will be able to go back to the quarter pipe, but is it gonna stay there? Oh, it's so close, and it will fall. So unlucky. Dodging every single obstacle in the way. Down we go. Floor gang. It was an amazing pleasure being here for the first time today. You're a very pleasant man to listen to. Going to close down work and go home, catch some sleep, enjoy the stream still. Thank you, Seal. Was glad to have you here today. Hope you get some good rest. What was your 700-hour grind? It was a while ago now. 5 years, I think it's been. Exclamation point sub 10. Sub 10. It is a Trackmania map that was terrible. Butterstore! Dude, with the 20 gift subs? God damn, man. Thank you so much. I'm running out of ways to thank you here. Very much appreciated, dude. Enjoy, everyone. Enjoy the gifts. And get some thank yous in there if you got one. What the longest continuous fall? Hard to say, actually. Maybe... Is there a leaderboard for it? Stats? No. Tally. Falling down here. Pretty long as well. Or 3. Seems. But there are some interesting stats for sure. 308,000 total falls. We only have the personal stats. How have I fallen 300 meters when I literally haven't left the start line? How is that even possible? Like, I haven't driven the car. How have I fallen for 300 meters? How have I... why do I have 9 jumps? 9 falls? What is that about? Yeah, about 4.5 million total jumps soon. The same amount of resets. It's wild. It's wild, wild, wild. The dedication, perseverance of these guys is insane. That is true. Very patient people, for sure. What is the latest with core? Still being worked on. I don't unfortunately have a better answer. Working on scenery. Working on some story stuff. I've also started working on the soundtrack recently, but yeah, I don't have any, like, you know, interesting updates really. 2 quick questions. How far do you think you would make it if you decided to play instead of commentary? How far do you think the average person could make it? Well, we have just been looking at the public server, and it seems like almost everyone, well, basically everyone there, like, you know, you have like 60 people on the server, and everybody is below floor 2. I feel like the end of floor 1, that's gonna be like pretty tricky already, but then the big jumps on floor 2, that's going to be where most players' best runs end, unless they grind for, like, you know, a pretty long time. Myself, it's really hard to say. I feel like I would be able to probably get to, like, the floor 4 range if I put in some good effort in, but yeah, I mean, it depends on how long I would play, of course, but probably wouldn't be like insane amount of effort to get to this area, like, you know, a few days of solid grind. We can check after the competition. Virtual fell from floor 7 clean. Something like that might be the highest fall right now. Default movement dropping off the 34 from the start line to water. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Was Porch... okay, I'm catching up with chat so slowly that it's probably... the run is probably over. Ellie here doing pretty well though. Very strong Keki player, we'll call it a curse. This is savable though, you can save this. You can get back to the beginning of floor 4... okay. Shouldn't commentate at all. Glad you're enjoying Zero. Yo, Billy, thank you for the gift to Yuri as well. Thank you very much. Right, for 2 hours and did not make it past floor 1. Yeah, it's gonna take, you know, a couple days to even get floor 2 down, for sure. For me as well. Yo, and Paristo again. With the gift to Diffner. Much appreciated. Kalars here, bouncing, failing the previous quarterpipe. This looks unfortunate. We're kinda in a limbo right now. Not really getting much further. This is what it sometimes is. Hazard, filtering as well. And to Hooch as well, Paristo. Thank you, thank you. Maybe I could extend the competition by just trying my best to curse absolutely every run I see. Could be possible. What is core exactly? It is an endurance map. It's a 21-minute endurance map that I've been working on for around, well, I don't know how long. It's probably around 1,000 hours at this point, honestly. Together with Big Thirsty mainly. It is big. It's gonna be a story-based map. It's gonna have voice acting, soundtrack, all this kind of stuff. There's a vote link if you want to check the full run, but it is almost 22 minutes long. Battery of my channel. Oh, well said. Okay. Did I miss anything in the last hour? Did you catch Hazard's new Volta card? In that case, yes. But I don't know if that was within the hour. You guys need voice actors? Potentially. Yeah, okay, Revout. Not really then. Elcon has been having some promising attempts. Lars as well, but yeah, nothing more than that. No new personal bests, really. Well, Lars technically PB'd by a little bit, but not by too much. I'm from Finland. We can indeed spectate Granadi as well. Start making it further and further. Boink. Granadi, only the 3rd day playing, I think. Really good progress so far. Has made floor 7. But that is a bit ambitious. Maybe getting a little bit tired as well. Fortunate landing. Like, that jump is not really super hard if you just take some speed there. like, I haven't done it, so, you know, maybe it's a bit unfair for me to say that, but I'm just saying that I haven't seen people fail that jump, so... I think there is a point where players do get a little bit impatient with these earlier floors, though, so... it can be a little tough, I suppose. Oink. Grenady is playing with wheel, yes. Cursed again, hey, come on. I don't know if turtling is too bad on wheel, because it's not really like, you're not constantly turning, and a lot of the time... Okay, a lot of the time, you know, you need to make pretty small adjustments, but yeah, okay. So if Decent Wish knows here that Bernard is using keyboard for turtling, then I guess it can be better. I wouldn't imagine that it's like that bad though. Maybe I'm wrong. He says it's fine, just easier on keyboard. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Granada used to do every ice section with keyboard as well, but after the most recent ice patch, I believe Granada is doing ice on wheel as well, because it doesn't require that instant input anymore. So it's a little bit more forgiving these days for like the ice slide starts, because there's the forced kind of slowdown in the beginning of every ice slide after the ice patch, the most recent one, so I think it's fine with wheel as well. No, yeah, I mean, Grenady probably pretty comfortable doing just about anything with wheel, but getting that landing, well, or flips. Oh, this looks very scary to recover. Do you just press forward? Do you just go for it? Hope that the speed is enough and you somehow make this? Or do you drop down? Maybe you drop down. Oh, no, wait, hold on, of course. There's a path around. Alright, I didn't know that. Well, that works. No problem then. This is where you look both ways before crossing the road. Teammates here. Massa and Granadi doing pretty well. There's one player getting a little bit further again. This guy here. The usual. Is the 99% bug fixed? Oh yeah, there was a problem where if you steered too quickly on analog inputs, it wouldn't quite reach 100% steering, but it would only go to 99 or 98%. I don't know if it's fixed yet. Pretty recent bug, but might be fixed. Just missed an epic slide from Elcon. Oh. Oh well. Maybe we see some new ones. Or was it small steering inputs? I thought it was if you did it too quickly with analog. I thought it was also a controller issue, but I could have misunderstood it. Granady, yeah, Granady also playing with Cam 3, which is the internal camera. It's like the essentially the driver view, right? So that's also kind of wild. Carl Jr. also plays with that camera. I don't know if it's on this map, but generally Carl Jr. also has been playing with Cam 3 Elcon. Not savable. Point. Waha. Okay, we have some spectator moments here, I feel. That plastic punch didn't even hit the block. Varisto with one more gifted. Hey, thank you so much. John Scenarios. Enjoy the gift. Very much appreciate the support, dude. Like how Elcon tried to full speed the fall like every other time, but failed because it was in backwards gear and it saved in. Actually, this is an interesting thing. This is an interesting thing. Now that no one's on super good run, I'm gonna show one interesting thing that we haven't thought about at all. This could be something kind of wild. So real quick, I promise this is not gonna take too long. We're gonna jump into the map editor. There is a weird thing about Trackmania. About falling down, and falling down is absolutely important. So this is a maximum editor height. It's not very high compared to the editor or the map that we play, but I'm gonna do two runs here. One is that I'm gonna fall down without pressing anything, just like this, and it takes about 7 seconds, right? And then I'm gonna press forward while falling down. So I'm gonna accelerate while falling down. And look at this. It takes only 5.5 seconds. And now you think about this in like a larger context. So you accelerate more when you're accelerating when you're falling, which makes sense in some weird way, you know? What if you, every time you fall, what if you just don't accelerate? Because you will fall a little bit slower that way. Maybe sometimes it can be more savable that way. There could be some interesting saves that happen because of this mechanic. Probably not, but this is such an interesting sort of rare mechanic to have to think about at all, that it's kind of a curious situation. Just like real life, yeah. Thought this was obvious, but so many top players hold Axel in the air. Yeah, like it's hard to think about, because when are you falling like this? You're really never doing this, right? You don't ever do that. Actually, LAs, it doesn't matter what I input as the password because I'm whitelisted. I can literally type whatever. I can type your name, and it's gonna work for me because I'm whitelisted. So I wouldn't even you wouldn't be able to really deduct it from there. I typed Viro is the best mapper. Does braking have an impact? No. Unless you're in backwards gear, which that's different. So if you're falling backwards, then yeah, then it's gonna be backwards that accelerates you. Instead of forwards. You know so much about Trackmania, so why not go for glory in the dip? Because I have like some mechanical understanding of the game, purely from having built like weird maps, but I don't have the mechanical execution to really do this kind of stuff. That's the thing. I have the theoretical side pretty well figured out. Not everything at all. I still have so much to learn. But yeah, I don't have the... I'm skill checked, is what I'm trying to say. Yo, Enska, thank you for the 70 months. Very much appreciated. Hello, hype. There is some news, yes. Hazard has reached a new world record by 2 jumps. On floor 10. Oof. Tough one. This is savable, I think, but a little bit tricky. Baristo. Baristo. Guy going crazy over here. God damn it. 10 more gifted? Oh my lord. Thank you very, very much. Too kind, too generous. Thank you. Enjoy, everyone. Do you have alerts muted, by the way? For the convenience of the cast. Dude, 10 more? This guy. God damn. Holy. Now it's 69? Alright, alright. Dude. Thank you, seriously. God damn it. What a legend. The GOAT, for sure. Oh, Urkapat as well with the 5 gifted. You guys are too kind today. Very much appreciate you as we watch Granada here. Watch Granada here. I don't know what the plan is. Oh, going backwards? I guess just like trying to come up with a save. You can just drop down to this platform and then go down. Be savable. Thank you, Herka. Very kind of you. Did Elcon... No, Elcon is still here, just at the same height. I guess we'll follow Elcon again. We're gonna go for probably another hour at least. Still climbing up. Thanks for casting. I've been watching these kind of streams for hours and hours last week. I'm glad it's good content for you. My pleasure. It's really nice to be able to document all of this. Kinda have a really good idea of everyone who's competing here. Elcon with the quick hello there. We continue. Virtual update? I can give like a quick virtual update in the sense that from what I know, Virtual has been getting to some extent onto floor 7 pretty often. I think Virtual has been to floor 7 maybe 5 times today or something like that. So seems to be getting consistent on the first few floors for sure, and also has got to 8. Mada I haven't seen on the server for now, but might have been playing earlier today. I think Mada's PB might still be floor 5 or 6. I've been out for 3 hours. Hazard got a new world record by 2 jumps on floor 10. Usually don't care much about TM 2020, but Hazard is a long-time friend of mine, and I'm glad to see him pop off. Thank you for casting and keeping me updated of what's going on. Absolutely my pleasure, Hype. Hazard, I guess, playing the LAN this weekend as well, so might be taking a little bit of a break, as well as Scandier. They have a mini RPG LAN that I think they will still go for. I haven't at least heard otherwise. I wouldn't blame them for skipping that either in favor of this, but yeah, not sure. We shall see. You've bet $20 on this twist? Twist? Gambling? Come on. Okay, Helcon playing pinball. That was not the line that he should go for, but one of the more fortunate results we've seen. Line looks better this time. Jumping up into the water. See the plastic line. Looks pretty good to me, actually. It's gonna be very close, but I think it's gonna land. Yeah. Also be following these DD2 streams lately. You're the most comfortable streamer to watch and listen to. Very glad to hear. Lovelia. Falcon. Accurate as ever. This time no problems at all. Getting closer towards floor 8. Plastic moment. Alright, yeah. Well, I guess it was bound to happen at some point. The question is, do you need wet wheels here? Elcon thinks that you might, so maybe it's safer to just take them. Like, you know, you don't know what the result is gonna be without the wet wheels, so I suppose you'll just do it, you know? Just for safety, you'll do it as every other time. Accelerating, jumping, and landing. Ooh, careful! Oh, manages to dodge. People outside of the top 3 right now can definitely make it as well. The competition will slow down a lot. The progression with the water guard, that was a bit of a strange line. Is it going to be enough distance? I don't think so. Recovery path. We'll drop down to the quarter pipe, but this time it's clean. Oh, a little bit of a journey ahead of Elcon, but works out. Tries to avoid the wet wheels to be a little bit faster. That's so risky. That's so risky because you got a little bit of wet wheels there. Okay, whatever. Worked out. But yeah, people outside of the top 3 right now can definitely catch up because the progression of these guys will slow down so much. It's already slowing down. And the strats are known for the first 9 floors. Or 10 floors. From 0 to 9. Oh yeah, the beginning of the map is already very, very difficult. Sometimes it feels kind of weird, like, how is this guy stuck in the first 3 floors? But that stuff is seriously difficult. If anything, it's kind of insane that they're getting out of the first 4 floors as much as they are. But if others struggle to get level 8, they will struggle more with 9 and 10 as well. That's true. But they will have more time to catch up because they will have all the strats ready for them when they get to those floors. So it's a bit of like a double-edged sword. Like, it's true that, you know, at some point you will just be too far behind, right? You will not catch up forever. Like, it's not possible. Like, if someone at this point hasn't even started at all, it's pretty hard to catch up because you're playing against like 50 hours of experience that these guys already have. So there's limits to it, but it's not impossible that someone like Mada, who hasn't reached floor 7 yet, maybe hasn't even reached floor 6 yet, will be able to catch up. Elcon once more into it, and this looks pretty good. Let's see the transitions. Jumping down, then to the plastic, and it's working fine. Now let's hope that the plastic bones doesn't scam Elcon this time. Works out. Granadi has been catching up really well, yeah. Only on third day right now, if I'm correct. Yeah, and Granadi also getting towards floor 7. I don't know if quite there. We can quickly check out the progress there. Yeah, is on the backward speed slide, so chance to do a personal best. Oh, Elcon. Oh no, the plastic bones. Haven't seen a mistake like that on that section, but this is a clean drop down. Most unfortunate, and the guy just goes again. You have to admire the mental. The dedication. No hesitation, no need to stop at all. Just drops down, starts a new run. Let's check in with Granadi now, starting the backwards speed sliders. So at about 70 speed when you're driving backwards, you can do small wiggles and you can actually gain a little bit of speed. Now, that's a strategy you need to do here. Just driving backwards is not enough. You will do those speed slides. Granadi does them. Is this enough speed? I don't think so. Needs to wiggle all the way through. Manages to not get pushed too far. You can do the speed slides all the way up. And you've seen other players do that. Granadi needs to push through that. Still not quite enough. I think you need to keep that SD going, but no. This time the red turbo pushes Granadi a little bit too far. A little bit too careful there, and does he has problems with backwards SDs and plus wheels? That could very well be. Yeah, that could very well be like something about the input device as well. But not enough speed either way. Yeah, Hazard still turtle, so I think that's probably... Maybe that can be Hazard's grind for today. Has reached a new personal best and a new world record. By a little bit. Not quite a new floor, but... the progression is there still. But the trick is literally just driving backwards in a diagonal. Sometimes really hard to even see how hard the jumps and tricks are as a casual player. The good news in that part is that those speed slides... oh yeah, Hazard just left, yeah. Those speed slides don't need to be maxed out at all. Backward speed slides, backwards on plastic, are incredibly precise. You need to do such a tiny slide to get the actual maximum speed that only like a few players are actually able to do them accurately. So this one, Lars is a moment here. Unlucky. Yeah, fortunately, you are not required to do like perfect speed slide there. I feel like it's probably enough if you just do like pretty good wiggles, but there's a difference between backwards wiggles and forwards wiggles. When you do forward speed slides, there's a higher speed requirement. So backwards speed slides you can do all the way from 70 speed up to however fast you can go. forwards you need to be a little bit faster. Depending on the surface, the speed kind of changes, but when you're driving backwards, you can always speed slide. You can do a loop backwards, and you can just keep speed sliding through that loop. That is not possible when you're driving forwards. You cannot do forward speed slides when you're driving vertically. So there's a little bit of a difference there, and this could also be like a player game knowledge thing, where not everyone knows that backward speed slides can be done all the way through a quarter pipe like this. It's possible to keep it going all the way up here. So you don't necessarily need to do it like, you know, actually all the way through, but yeah, you can do this. If it was a forward speed slide, you would probably not be able to do it from like here onwards, but you would be able to, like backwards, you can do it all the way. There are galaxy drifts right now, and galaxy drift, what it is it's an upside down speed slide where you're actually like upside down. On a corkscrew, for example, you can do a small speed slide before you start driving back down off the corkscrew, but you have to be like fully sort of like upside down, like in a turtle type position. You cannot do speed slide vertically. That's not galaxy drift. Still. So some pretty like interesting mechanics, some pretty hard to understand mechanics as well. I feel like most of these players know these things, but like I will also have some gaps in my knowledge, for example, when it comes to some weird wheel interactions, and I feel like some of these players might be unaware about like backward speed slide specifics like this, because you don't really need to know them unless you play backwards maps. I've played backwards maps, I've built backwards maps, so I kind of need to know this stuff to be able to build those maps properly. But someone who never plays backwards stuff at all, you can be like a world champion and never have to deal with any backwards map, basically. So there can be some gaps in knowledge as well. So that kind of like makes it even more important to have like a very generalized skill set for a map like this, so you don't get stuck on something very specific, like, you know, ice mechanics, for example. Oh, sounds good, Heva. You're finding a lot of those now. Boink. Will this make it? It will make it. Yeah, Simo is like the most obvious example where the like understanding of like road surface and these like classic trial tricks is super high level, the highest level it can be. But then when we get to like ice things, that's something like not entirely new to Simo, but something like some kind of a weak point, right? Like a interesting sort of skill set in the sense that if Simo is able to learn these ice things, then it could be pretty strong, for sure. But the floor 10 is looking like it might be a problem. One more thing about backward speed slides is that they're also gear dependent. Which means that, for example, there's a backwards part on this floor, right? On floor 6. But the problem with that is that you're starting it by driving forwards, and when you start driving forwards and you kind of flip into a backwards part or something, you will still have the forwards gear when you drive backwards. That disables speed slides backwards, so if you try to drift when going backwards with the forwards gear, you will slow down. So you need to start from 0 speed. There are some other setups, but the most consistent one, starting from 0 speed, just driving backwards, you will get the backwards gear, and you will be able to speed slide. So there's like a lot of stuff. And these players know these kinds of things, for sure. It's a lot of like game knowledge that is required to prevent so many mistakes, you know? Just tried this for an hour by myself. It looks too easy when they do it. It definitely does. Lars here on a casual floor 6 run. So here you cannot drift. You can't gain speed by drifting because you have the forward gear. How steep did made? So there was a competition where people could send in floors, and you could you build like an individual floor, and the way they combine these floors is that there's like a set start point on like 1/2 point on one side of the tower, and then there's another set end point on the other side of the tower, and then it kind of spirals. So like it goes from the down layer, and then every floor is like half a circle, and it ends like up. Does that make sense? So then that's a good way to combine those. It's a pretty clever way, Lars. Oh, is this savable? Oh, flies really far. But okay, well, through all those bounces, well, Lars is alive. Good save. Yeah, no problem, Stephanie. Hey, happy birthday, Valtis. Have a good one. How do you combine maps together in the editor? You can use something called macro blocks. So you can select a group of blocks. Oh, Lars with the bones, it's not gonna work. You can select a group of blocks in the editor, then you can save it as like a block selection, and then you can add it to another map base. So you can add all of those together. Hillis. Multiplay. Floor 5. Some more Norwegian blood on the competition. Also I think primarily a TMNF trial player, no? I appreciate it. Jens Rikve. Predictions on the first rage quit? It's probably already happened, no? In 6 days. Hi, Boom Game. Going great. Good day. A little bit of a slower time right now. What about you? But have been having some nice runs today. How does this grassy bit right here work? There's 2 strategies that people are doing. Well, 3 technically, but 2 main techniques. One is that you get the wet wheels out. So after you exit water, as long as you're not on plastic, the wet wheels will slowly decay. So they will dry essentially. So you need to wait a little bit. So people are stopping there to wait for the wet wheels to end. And then they are going in, and simply because it's a very slippery surface and very slow surface, and you have 0 speed in the beginning. Ooh, this might be a difficult recovery. Probably needs to go all the way back. Simply because... Oh, here, yeah. You have 0 speed in the beginning, and it's very, slippery. It's not as simple as just driving up the hill. There is a way to drive up the hill. So Elcon and Granady have been doing it. The problem is that you need to take speed from the water, and we remember that that means that the water will still be there, so you will not get rid of the wet wheels, so it will be even more punishing if you make any mistake. Basically means if you crash either one of these poles, you're gone. You cannot go on this side, the darker grass here, that's penalty grass, so it's an even slower surface. You need to stay to this middle part here. On top of that, you need to avoid drifting, which with wet wheels on this kind of slippery surface is very difficult. Elcon and Granadi are risking a lot by going for a no slide, avoiding the drift, and going very close to these poles to get up. It looks very casual, but it's much more difficult than it seems. Very punishing. So this is the reason why most players are going here on the grass. They're not just chilling here, they're getting rid of the wet wheels first. Essentially, yeah, everyone is bad except Grenadier and Elcon. They're just waiting for the wet wheels to go away. And then you need to do the double drift strategy. Gives you a little bit more grip so that you can actually get up. So here, first drift, driving sideways, and then another drift, and then attempting to drive sideways, but the car is just not that powerful. Few saved seconds make all the difference right now. Well, the thing is that it's not just more difficult to get up the hill. Oh, Tally is doing it as well now. Well, there we see it. Making it look so casual. But, so, the problem is that if you fail and you have wet wheels and you start falling down the hill, you're likely to go all the way down. That is the issue. So, doing this sideways strategy just seems to be safer for almost everyone. Checking with Tally. Getting some better runs for sure. A lot of good progress. Granadi, back to floor 5. Very consistent it seems on the earlier stuff. Is Tally? Oh, Tally might be going for the... Oh, yeah. Look at this. This is the new strat that Korsh was doing earlier. You go and I-slide past the turbo, and then you set up for the jump from here. You don't chain these, but you carefully set this up. You get the line, and then you just go. It's gonna be a little bit of a slower line, but if you get the angle fine, Tally barely makes it. Could be a little bit riskier in terms of speed, but we can just see there. It works. So, I saw Korsh do it earlier, and now Tally doing it as well. Careful. Careful now. Long fall down. There's not much here. Tally getting good progress done though. And some progress might be lost, but overall I don't think Tally has been playing for long now. No, it wasn't the curse, come on. I barely even said anything about the actual run. I was just talking in general. It was... Look, she's been having great progress today, alright? It can't possibly be a curse this way. Elcon goes for this insane speed line. This is also kind of wild to see. I feel like floor 5 has to be the floor with the most alternative strategies. Boing. It looks so crazy. They're just chaining this from a bug slide. This guy. Everyone you watched fell at some point. Okay, look. I don't have an argument, actually. But, that's a tough line, Elcon. Floor 5? Floor 5, okay. Not the worst. Doesn't even react to it, just keeps playing. Oh. I feel like Elcon is kind of in the zone right now. Hopefully not too much on autopilot. because that can also hurt. But Elcon has had some really good runs today. Has PB'd, has gotten to the final parts of floor 9. Okay, I'm gonna get some hydration as we watch Elcon get back towards the big floors. But yeah, here Elcon with the no slide line makes it look so free, so simple, but it's really not. Alright, I'll be back in just a minute. All right. What happened? What happened over here? Okay. Elcon went to solo. Okay. Understandable. Some players have had some performance issues on the server, low FPS. Rejoin server, really? Maybe no. Elcon is not on the server. Yeah, playing in solo. It makes sense. In Trackmania, server FPS can be pretty tough. Sometimes you have a triple FPS in solo, and I'm not exaggerating. So it could be like, you know, 60 FPS here, but 150 on solo, and it's, you know, pretty understandable that people are choosing solo sometimes. 30 FPS in the public server, went to a private server and had 100 FPS. Yeah. Do we know server locations? I don't know. Probably Europe. Well, roughly the triple, you know? Could have said 180 as well, I guess. But it's just a game thing, really. Generally speaking, like if you play Cup of the Day, for example, you will just have lower FPS on the Cup of the Day servers rather than in solo. It's just always gonna be like that in this game. The one miracle that we somehow managed to do, that's largely thanks to Evo, who were handling the servers then, but when we organized Time Hunters with Virtual, we somehow managed to have a server where the FPS was equal to solo play, and that is still one of the biggest achievements, I think, in competition history in this game. We somehow managed to make it so that people didn't have lower FPS on the server. And to this date, I don't know how. Just happened. Lars still going, recovering from these few sections. This section is pretty recoverable overall. You can do this jump from here as well. I don't know if Lars wants to try. Goes for it. Gets it, barely. Good night, Walters. Rest well. Oof. Virtual gained 20 FPS when muting sounds in-game? That is new to me. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Hello, Happy. Granati falling down here. All the way down. What is that? 639 meters. Could be a personal best fall at this point. Lars, one more recovery. The bright side to this is that Lars is getting a lot of practice on this plastic bounce, and that can't hurt. Because of this reason, it is a difficult one. It's a very difficult trick, and we see people fail it pretty often. So that extra practice, probably still useful there. Massa? Should be able to climb up here. Needs to get the weird boost thing, or maybe going backwards now. Oh, don't fall now! Oh. Well... Back to the beginning of the floor. Well, actually no, you can go about halfway through this floor. Tough times. Okay, lining up for floor 5 jumps here. Tally also climbing again. We have that in Path of Exile. Changing the config to disable sounds drastically increases game performance. God damn. I've never even thought about that actually. It makes sense, but somehow never crossed my mind in any game, really. Do you think the tower could win in the end? Nah. Tower will be conquered. Elcon floor 4. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, Elcon switching from the server due to FPS, so... We'll keep following the players here, but not too much going on right now, honestly. I think Tally maybe the most promising run right now. Granati has been learning really fast, and Tally as well. I don't think Tally has been playing much longer than Granati. Could be wrong. What's with the wheel turning yellow every now and then? Which wheel? Oh, do you mean you mean on the car physically here? It's probably just the car skin. It depends on the skin that you have. Yeah, so you can customize the lighting. The game allows you to create all kinds of custom car skins, and you can make certain parts of the car light up. We can also have different kinds of effects when you get icy wheels, for example, so there can be some texture that looks a bit different from normal. Oh yeah, it's gonna be mentally difficult to keep getting to the floor 16 and up, but you know. People will finish the tower, for sure. It's just cosmetic, yes. Like here we can see the icy wheels turning white. That happens on the default skins as well, but you can make it look a little bit different with custom skins. Good evening, Palasilva. Scrappy was playing on the server earlier, yeah. For some time at the very least. Hi, Looker. Is it possible somehow to customize car skin based on active gear? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not really an expert on the skin customization stuff. Tally is very good at Kaki. Tally also finished all of the Kaki remixed maps in the previous season. Yes, so definitely has the skill set for this. Notice on the indicator for the map on the left that the floor numbers are not all the same distance from each other. That is true. Indicating some floors are different heights. Floor 16 to finish looks like the longest floor height-wise. That's true, but we're kinda imagining that it's just because of the final jump. Probably not the, you know, full floor being like 3 times longer or anything. Yo, Barista, good night, dude. Thank you for all the support today. Hope you get some good rest. No one has beaten... Well, there's one person who has beaten Hazard's height, and that is Hazard. So, Hazard did improve the wall record 2 hours ago, maybe. Managing to climb 2 jumps further. Hey, Looker, thanks so much for the tier 1. Thanks so much. One of the first Americans succeeding? Yes, she, but yes. There's been a couple others, though. Yeah, Talibird also is a professional Rocket League player. So, it's kind of impressive, honestly. Seems like the car games are working out. Playing for G2, I think, right now. Trackmania sidekick, yes. No, Hazard did not get the Ice 360. Got to try it twice, though. Got to try it 2 times. And the second attempt was much better. Tally also is going for this interesting new strategy here. Some might have not seen it. Wait, watched Tally do this not too long ago, but let's look at this. Going ice sliding through the snow on the other side of the turbo. Then going backwards and just lining up this jump. Turning around, making sure the line is correct. So you don't need to chain these 2 sections. You can do this small cheese, we could say, cheese strategy, and it seems to work just fine. Plenty of speed, works so well. Use the action key there. Is that required to get through the booster? Not sure. Not sure. I actually didn't even notice, but could be something. I wouldn't imagine, as you know, just on intuition about Ice Light, I wouldn't imagine a little bit too slow. But if the backwards route works, oh, this is savable still. Can go around, but it's very tricky. The penalty grass is pretty rough. Tally for sure is a controller player. As a pro Rocket League player, I would imagine. This should be savable. Probably just thinking through the strat. Getting the turbo speed, maybe? Huh? Okay, just going backwards, going around. Would be doable. Let's switch the camera angle. Crazy to me that people play KBM in this game. It's even more interesting when you think that Elcon, current top 3 player on this map, and Hazard, current top 1 player on this map, both play with keyboard. There are some elements in Trackmania that are controller favored, for sure. There are some surfaces and styles that will be controller favored, like analog inputs. But stuff like this generally is going to be pretty equal. Ooh, tally, unfortunately. So Simo, for example, as well, keyboard player, as far as I know. Elcon floor 7 again. Okay, we might switch to Elcon stream if we get another like floor late floor 8 attempt. We'll see. It's a bit unfortunate that Elcon had to switch. Of course, like, I completely understand it. You don't want to play with like super bad performance, super bad FPS, but we can check. Is there any stuff that favors keyboard? Not really anymore. Ice used to be, but not really anymore. I feel like keyboard has lost a lot of its advantages in the last 2 years because of ice patches and such. Massa, good progress here. What's Massa's personal best here? Let's see, it is 671 meters, so this could be around that area actually. Could be that we have already reached it, because this jump might get you that far. Let's see, Massa could be cooking a little bit of a personal best. Low input strategy is probably easier to do on keyboard, but you know. Yeah, the traditional competitive scene is still pretty equal between keyboard and controller Massa. That is not the flip that you need to do, but luckily, latch onto the plastic. This is recoverable. You need to go all the way back to floor 5, but it's doable. Just go down on this plastic. Massa probably looking at it right now. Basically, you have to go to the right side here. Just try to land clean. And Massa gets it. So we'll be getting back towards floor 6 now. Already PB for Massa. Well done. Well done by Massa. Getting some progress done on floor 6. A very tricky floor to figure out. Very important, precise landings on the jumps. Elcon almost failing ice tunnel. Okay, gotcha. But surviving, seems. Yeah, Elcon and Hazard both on keyboard. A bit of a scary line. Massa makes it work. Nice reactions. That's true, Copro. I guess that might give a difference. Massa definitely too slow for that one. Doesn't get the correct landing on the ice. Does not quite work out, and Massa will have to drop down to floor 4. Tally currently on the beam. This looks a bit tough to save. I don't know if it's possible at all. Yeah, Massa just maybe not slowing down enough for the landing. Just kind of smashing onto the... Like, I haven't done this, so I don't know if there's more to it, but from what it seems like, you need to go, like, fairly slow off of this plastic so that you land clean on this ice. So Massa landing a little bit too far and not getting the speed from this downhill. That's what it looked like, but, you know, I'm guessing. Makes sense, but I'm still guessing. Ali actually somehow fell down still and able to continue. We might check in on Elcon if the run goes further. A little bit. How long do you think will be needed to beat the tower? It's not gonna happen this week. That's what I guess initially, at least. Tally, that's the end of the run, unfortunately. Good attempt. Still. It will not be beaten tonight. Alcon barely makes the beam. Okay, okay. I think when we get to, like, when we get past the final turtle, I can check in, because then it's like personal best region. For now, let's stick to the server. A little bit of a struggle for a lot of these players. We kind of notice it happen at this hour though. Like, usually the best runs do happen when players seem to be like fairly fresh to the session, or, you know, maybe a little bit couple hours in. But then, you know, at these points where a lot of these players have been playing for like 8 hours or something, it's kind of like, alright, well, maybe the consistency is not quite there anymore. Just tends to happen. You get exhausted, of course. You can't really focus for insanely long periods of time. Not at least on, like, full focus. Naughty falling down here. Massa still surviving. 4-5. Is there a graph showing how the wildcard has progressed over time? I think there was something on Reddit, some graph, but I don't think I have anything to pull up right now. Could have been one that so at least some like PB progression graph or something. Oh, there's also the stats website, yeah. You can just link it, it's fine. Yeah, Chris, it's very difficult. A very tough map. Looks much easier than what it is. Oh, the stats site doesn't have it? Oh. Elcon down, ouch. Well, we go again. I guess Massa probably the furthest ahead right now. chilling. Few others as well. Sammy has been doing a long session too. I don't know how long, but I guess Sammy. Not really on a run here, but you know, not really like an AFK thing either. Only 12 minutes on the timer, so been doing some long sessions here. Making way towards floor 5. Elcon hasn't been to floor 10 just yet. Has gotten closer, but not quite there. Dude, what is up with these horns all the time? The prize pool is for top 3, yeah. 50%, 30, and 20. Something like $27,000 right now. If Masa can get to floor 6 again. Carefully into the downhill. Seems to land pretty far again, and that's unfortunately not going to work. Doesn't seem savable either. Maybe to floor 2. It's somewhere there below. No. Well, maybe something. Maybe on the plastic below. Looks pretty rough. Well... Nah. Yeah, this is probably just the reset. Or, well, I guess you can maybe continue from floor 1 somehow. Well, maybe could have, but now we're pretty much in floor gang, so... Alright. Hugo still trying as well. Hugo has been doing some pretty good attempts too. Knowing all the struts for the beginning floors, how far do you think you would reach if you played it? If I can't read. If you tried to play it for one session, not very far. Maybe to floor, maybe it's the end of floor 1. Knowing the strats is still so far from actually like doing them. I should probably have some comments. I can set them up for tomorrow. Some links to the stats and everything. What's your favorite style or expertise in Trackmania? Well, my expertise in general is mapping. What I mainly do. Favorite style? I don't really have one. I pretty much enjoy probably 90% of styles, maybe 95% of styles. I like NASCAR, which is kind of like faster style, where instead of drifting you do releases. It's kind of a rare style, but I've kind of found my own style of building that, and I enjoy those. Backwards driving is pretty fun as well. This kind of stuff is pretty far from my skill set overall. Wish we had some more good NASCAR maps. Have you seen the Dexter NASCAR campaign? Price pool is pretty mad, yeah. 27,000, maybe higher now. US dollars. For the top 3. Stakes are definitely there. Not heard of it before, but I'll check it out. It's very recent. There's 9 NASCAR maps that have all 9 laps. I built a map for it as well, but if you don't want to commit for 9 laps, also in my club SB Villa, there's a 1 lap version, sorry, a 2 lap version, and then like a short version, which is like 50 seconds under track uploads. You like endurance? Well, there's the 9 lap version. Did the mappers get anything? There was a donation link also to contribute to the mappers, and I should set that up as well. True. Was not able to watch today. Can you give a summary of what happened among the top 3? Sure. So Elcon has made a new top 3. Run made it to the end of floor 9, but didn't quite reach floor 10 yet. Failed the second last quarterpipe jump there. So Elcon did improve, but not quite getting to the same parts as where Bren and Hazard have been. Bren, on the afternoon session, was able to reach floor 10, and was able to get close to where Hazard got last night, but now failed the last trick that Hazard managed to do before. And Hazard on this session that we've been watching, Hazard is not here anymore, but when Hazard was able to improve the wall record. So had gotten to floor 10 yesterday already, managing to get a few tricks done there, and then tonight 2 more jumps ahead, basically. The last trick that people are trying to do now is an ice 360. Yeah, unfortunate for Hugo there, leaving the servers. Well, at this point, you know, it's getting pretty late for a lot of these players, so understandably, some of them are probably calling it a day. Floor 11 hasn't been reached, no. We're still maybe halfway through floor 10. Only found your stream through the virtual raid yesterday. Let me just say, I really like your general cast live from the streamer server. Great idea and much appreciated from my side. Very much appreciate that. Glad if it's if it's useful. Bren could make it at least a bit further on floor 10. 10 is Ice Gold by Maverick, yes. Heli is going again for this slow setup, but it seems to be working so well, honestly. So, just lines this up, doesn't go for the chain here, and gets the line. Looks promising, bounces, and makes it. Would it, in theory, be possible to set up a Uber bug to the top? I don't know what the Tassers would be able to do. Honestly. I think you would probably be able to skip like 5, 6, 7 floors maybe. I don't know if you would make it up the top, but... Hazard, yes. 3 jumps ahead of... or 3 sections ahead of Bren. Yes, 3 tricks, let's say. That is essentially the situation. And Elcon is maybe 10 tricks behind Bren. Something like this, yes. Heli, not on point with that line. Back to floor 3 we go. Well, lands it though. The slow setup, we saw Korch first do it, but I don't know who actually found it. Korch was just the first one that we saw it use it. Where are you from? Finland. Hazard did not get 360 ice, so... Wait, here. So I can show you exactly. So Elcon on floor 9 was able to get to this quarter pipe section twice, but was not able to get through it. So here, you drive up here, you take the quarter pipe jump. Elcon did not manage to make this landing. This is where you want to land. Elcon didn't manage. Hazard had so much trouble with this today as well, but did manage to land it a few times. And then you go all the way here, do the plastic bones into the quarter pipe, jump up here, land on the pole. So Hazard able to do this twice today actually. Then going down here, landing, and jumping up to floor 10. This is where floor 10 begins, and this is where only 2 players have been. Hazard and Bren. So then, you go around here, you go over the dirt, get enough speed to jump up here. Then, around this ice and survive the uphill here. Then take the jump over the beam, and take the ice, chain this jump all the way to the water. And then you go here, around the ice, to here, and this section is where Bren has failed. This is Bren's final section. Hazard managed to do this yesterday night as well, but today also twice got through this. So Hazard able to go over the snow into this part, and today Hazard also found a setup and a good speed for this whole thing, going around on the tube, landing here. This is probably the highest we've been to now, more or less. So this might be the height record, but either way, Hazard also managed to land this jump to the pool. So what happens here is you go around the pool, and you go here, and there's a nice sign here that says 360 degrees. What that means is you need to go downhill on the ice. You also have wet wheels, which means that the plastic will essentially act like ice here too. You go downhill, and then you spin the car around 360 degrees, and you get enough speed, hopefully, that you can make this jump. Hazard hasn't made this jump. Was fairly close, not like super close, but getting there. Tried this twice, didn't work. So Hazard, this jump is the next one to beat, essentially. After that, we looked a little bit ahead. You can go up here. You have to do this with the wet icy wheels again, by the way, because just like floor 3, you're getting the water first and then the ice, which means that you will retain that wheel condition for as long as you're not leaving ice or plastic. So we are on the plastic here, so this is all going to be the wet icy wheel stuff as well. You go all the way over here, and then on dirt, this is where the next section begins. Seems like you go maybe up here or something. I don't really know. No, actually, no. You take speed and go here, and then whatever this is, I guess. Dude, what is this? Oh my god. No, wait, you go on the ice. Huh? Okay, this looks stupid. What? Well, okay, this is probably the beginning of floor 11. No, it can't be the ice at all. What do you... Okay, alright, whatever. I don't care. I'll just leave it to players. I have no idea what I'm looking at, honestly. Whew. So... yeah. We'll see. It's possible that Bren on the next section gets up to that point. That looks absolutely miserable. But we're not quite there yet. The 360 has to happen first. So that's where we are right now. It's quite the game. It is. I don't know how to even describe this. Like, it's actually kind of incredible already to be able to do these kinds of things after like these 3-hour runs that these guys are doing. Crazy. week per floor. We'll see. Yeah, well, it's gonna be a grind for sure, but we're all here for it. We're still progressing, and there's gonna be a point where someday we will not get a new world record, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing to look at, because the players are still progressing. Like, you know, Massa here, getting more and more confident, getting more and more experience on these early floors, and you have to do every single floor on every single attempt, right? So you start from the bottom, you need to do floor 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So you do have to always do these floors, so the more consistent you are, that's progress as well, right? That's always going to be progress. So it's cool to see that kind of improvement as well. Of course, it's nice to have the new big number, but that's realistically not going to happen every single day going forward. Wally first time on floor 5. Getting up here. More Canadian players reaching this point. Carl Jr. was the first one, I suppose. Probably discovering this now. And keep an eye on that a little bit. More and more players are getting further and further, so we might see someone pick up like floor 6 and 7 fairly quickly. Possible. Yeah, Wally didn't start from the beginning, that's true. So glad that somebody's casting this event at all hours I'm awake. There's even more hours, because J-Nick has been casting as well. Has been looking at runs in the European noon and afternoon hours, I believe. So it's nice that we're getting almost full day coverage. I guess the night shift is still maybe missing a little bit, but maybe someone eventually will pick that up as well. Thank you, John. Night shift, yeah, right now is mostly Bren, that's true. Maybe Mada as well. But that's true, like the main notable player right now is Bren, who is currently in Australia, living in Australia. So it's gonna be a little bit of a different time zone, of course. My pleasure, Cloud. Oh, Massa, for the third time, does not get the speed. There's something fundamentally wrong with the approach, and hope that Massa figures it out here. It's becoming a little bit of a choke point. It's the final jump. Final jump on... Wait, where is Wally? Oh. It's unfortunate. Not where you want to be. Massa may be able to save Wally here. Several Easter eggs. Yeah, I think there has been more Easter eggs as well that people haven't really found. On the plugin, there's also this thing, collections, which is 0 out of 383. I guess that's gonna be the title, the movie title jokes that happen when you fall down. And I don't know what the question mark stuff is. You know, there's some extra Easter eggs. 35 of them, maybe? Maybe, you know, someone has figured out what these actually are. Elcon and Scrappy back on the server. True! Elcon is back here. I didn't even notice. True. Learning process will be faster for the lower players, especially, you know, if someone is starting like 1 week late, and if this seriously ends up being so difficult that it goes on for like 2 months, then, you know, at the point where we're like 1 week late or 2 weeks late, then you will have like practice floors probably as well. So the longer this goes, the less important it is that you're grinding right now, right? You can take some days off and stuff like this to recover energy and stuff like this too. Masa has been to floor 6 quite a few times, but has had some trouble with this ending of floor 5 now for the first few previous few attempts. Is backwards twirling a thing? Yes, but it's weird. Let's go. Brent skipping his morning session? I have no idea. Any guess which floor you'd reach if you had 50 hours on this map like the other guys? Probably 5. It's impossible to say. At most 5, I think. Mappers have done a really good job. Do you think the high-end deep dip runners have been watching and actually taking lots of notes from others so far, or just relying on their own setups and struts? Well, we know the answer because we've seen their streams. We know that Bren, for example, has been watching Hazard's every run. When Hazard gets a new personal best, Bren will be watching and investigating and analyzing that to be able to pick up as much information as possible, so that when Bren gets to those same sections, he has like an idea of what to do. And Elcon has been doing it a little bit less, but also has been like checking some VODs for like the floor 9 stuff. That is a little bit, you know, more difficult to figure out. Elcon is speedrunning, yeah. These first few floors, Elcon is going too fast on. Should be saving this. That's Trackmania plastic. Don't worry about it. That's how plastic works in real life too. You've just never tried it. Have you ever tried to drop your car on like a block of plastic like this? I bet you haven't. You don't know. I feel like Elcon has sufficient practice on these first 4 floors at this point. Still Hazard on 360 world record, yes. I work in auto body repair, can confirm it's real, yeah. Could be handy, you know? You can bounce the car upside down and maybe that can help you out. Do some repair work. Hazard and Bren have been discovering a lot together, yep. People will definitely hunt this. Absolutely. Ave is one name, actually, currently on the server too, who might be hunting this. because Have has the Deep Dip 1 world records right now. Really seems to enjoy hunting these similar like tower type maps. Yeah, Elcon does have like very unique strats, especially on floor 5, but at the same time I feel like at this point, even if Elcon knew the other strats, he's just so consistent on the floor 5 stuff that I don't think he would want to even change. Everything seems to be working, so, you know, if you're not spending like 45 seconds to set up something, then it seems to be fine. Not really killing your efficiency or anything. Seems like a pain to hunt, but I guess in order to finish you would need to already get to a really consistent level to one-shot every floor. Yeah, and I mean, it will be a pain to hunt. It's never gonna be an easy journey. Just what it is. Probably looking for my IQ, Linkinito. Elcon is getting a lot of practice, but honestly I feel like at some point it's pretty diminishing returns where you just know what to do here and you already have everything in muscle memory and... No, it should work. It's my IQ. Exclamation point, my IQ. Yeah, there we go. Boink. There's some floor 0 shortcuts, and there's actually one. There's actually one. When you go up here, this one on floor 8. So here, players are jumping here, and then going through this tunnel, right? And then they're going up here, and they're going around, and then they're going back to this tunnel, and then they're going finally onto this platform. But there is a potential jump straight from the quarter pipe to this platform. So jumping from here to here. But the question is, you get to floor 8 so rarely, and this kind of stuff really isn't very hard. The longer path really isn't so difficult for these players compared to everything else that comes before that anyway. So like, are you really going to risk your entire run? Oh, that's an interesting way. Just to save like 30 seconds potentially? It feels, yeah, it feels pretty pointless at this point for like world records eventually, maybe. But yeah, come on. I don't know if anyone has tried it. Was it Scandier that might have tried it? I'm not 100%. Oh, Elcon needs to find some recovery here. Oh, okay. This should work. Yeah, gets past the turbo. Woofing around, yeah. Elcon gets the jump. Nobel 87? Haven't heard of that, no? Could be a slight Finnish accent though, that you're hearing. Elcon back to floor 6. We might just watch this one through. And then maybe call it a day. It's been a good session. See how far Elcon can make it. Honestly, Elcon has been really consistent on especially floor 4 and 5 today. Has been doing so well on those sections. So I feel like Elcon is picking up consistency much more as well. Of course, like Elcon is known to be like the guy who just kind of speedruns everything, but at the same time, I feel like the consistency is getting there as well. It's catching up. So, you know, Elcon has been multiple times to floor 9 today, so definitely not far from Hazard and Bren. I feel like one run could be all it takes for Elcon to actually catch up. I can check it later, yeah, Panda. Elcon looking to get towards floor 7 now. It's been a while since we've seen anyone get there. A little bit of a clip there. Is the grip there? Great control from Elcon with a slight speed loss. Managing to do that. Yeah, Elcon is turning around on the backwards bounce just to, I guess, save a little bit of time. It could also be that it makes the landing a bit more predictable. I'm not really sure. But back to the duck jump. Elcon. Good to have a run here. Wet wheel plastic, very, very slippery, so Elcon taking it carefully, landing so clean, and here Elcon also turning backwards. I'm not sure why, but it works. And then here you actually have to drive backwards, the backward speed slides here, doing the small wiggles to gain a little bit of speed. And as we can see, Elcon, as opposed to Lars a little bit earlier, if you guys remember, is doing the speed slide, the slight drift, all the way up the plastic. So not cancelling it. No, sorry, Granadi. Granadi, of course. Yeah, Granadi failing that previously. So Elcon here, kind of like holding the speed slide further and getting the required speed there. That is mainly the difference there. Now for the tricky ones. Through the hole. Granadi has been on floor 7, which is extremely impressive. Failed the backwards speed slides there. Granadi only started on day 4, I think. We're on day 6 right now. Elcon, the line looks promising, might hit the wall though, and it will. And it falls off the edge. So unfortunate. Well, lands here, so maybe a level 4 recovery. Close to floor 5 here, I don't really know what you can do. I think you may just... Well, you could maybe make this jump if you're feeling very ambitious. Take some speed from here and land here. That could be possible. It saves a little bit of time. Elcon looks like, yeah, he's gonna line it up. Not quite what the plan was. The car is just so weak. The car just sucks. I don't know what to say. It's like, yeah, you're accelerating, but the car is just so bad. Just not strong enough. Well, back to floor 3, it's not a huge difference, honestly. My playlist ended again. God damn it. all the time. I need to change the way I'm doing this. Everything's so scuffed on my end. Everything about this is so scuffed. Like, I came up with this whole cast idea on Friday morning. And the event started on Friday evening, so I have absolutely nothing planned out at all. But I'm glad I came up with it. Oh well, Corn! The speedrun strats are getting risky. Survives though. Okay, real quick. Oh, seems like the inconsistency might be kicking in. A very long session for Elcon. Scrappy is back on the server as well, so maybe we keep watching a little bit longer. Half an hour. Let's see how these runs develop. Porsche also on the server. I was actually a little bit surprised that no one else was going to cast or do this kind of like a spectating, like watch party type stream. Doing a good service to show a little bit of each. Thank you. That's kind of, yeah, what I try to do. Official 24-hour cast would be actually pretty great. Hey Niels, thanks so much for the 2 months up. Appreciate it a lot. Yeah, Janick also casts, if you guys haven't seen that, in the European afternoon hours. Scrappy retrying this tricky water bounce now. Tally actually on a run again. That time falls in the previous hours, but this time makes it to floor 6, looking pretty good again. From 10 to 16, 10 to 18. It's actually pretty good because I've been starting at 18. Now tomorrow is a little bit of a different day, because we have scheduled in a mapping competition, which essentially was already announced. Oof, living on the edge. Was already announced like a couple weeks ago. So we've had our community has had 2 weeks to build a specific type of a map. It's gonna be mixed sausage maps, which will sound very strange if you're not the Trackmania player, but they're cool. It is a map type, I promise. Not a food item. Ali makes it. So, tomorrow, between like 9 and 11 or so, so about 2 hours, we're gonna have a mapping competition. We're gonna play all the maps and choose the winners out of them. We have like a cool judging system which allows everyone to pick their favorites. So there's, I think, about 10 maps for it right now. It's gonna be cool to watch those, but I of course understand that a lot of people want to follow the deep journey right now. But I think Valen has been casting these evening hours pretty consistently as well. Maybe some others too. So there will be someone watching the server, don't worry. But if you also want to see what else Trackmania can be, then that can be an introduction to something a little bit more traditional too. But we'll still do deep cast tomorrow too, just not during that 9 to like 10:30 or 11 11:30 or something range. However long it takes to get through the maps. Yeah, I'm gonna do casting before the mapping competition. So if someone, wants to stick to it, then, you can absolutely do that. More than welcome to do so. I don't know if this is Tally's PB. I'm actually... what does the leaderboard say? I'm so lost right now. There's too many players to follow. Yeah, I guess pretty much is. Yeah, 6, 7, 6 at least in terms of height. This is the highest height. So, hasn't quite reached the 700 mark, but there's a chance here. I guess just making sure the line is there. Seen players back up around here on the line on the road, or you can go a little bit further back as well. Backlight to the light here on the wall. But we've seen like all kinds of lineups. Some of the top players aren't even lining up anymore. They're just kind of going. Hazard kind of just goes, has a feel for it. But Tally probably will take a little bit of a safer approach. Can console players jump in on those? Yes, you will be able to play the maps if you want. And console mappers as well have participated and have won some of our mapping competitions. Tally now going. Looks like a good line, actually. Is the height enough? It is. Tally. Getting to the next section. Will you cast the Eurovision Song Contest? I haven't purchased the broadcast rights. Tally doesn't rotate the car enough. We've seen this time and time again, and the bounce is where it ends. It is very, very common. Unfortunately, a brutal section, but people do learn it. Some of our top players have been able to get those kinds of jumps done pretty consistently, so we might be seeing Tally get the consistency up as well. Corch here has been doing these jumps many, many times. Now lining up for the plastic bounce, rotates it and lands it. Well done. Not really even lining up. Like, Corch has been here multiple times, so at this point, kind of just going for these sections. It's the experience on these jumps speaking. Can I cast your birthday party? How do you imagine that going? Nephew's football game? Interesting proposition. Think about it. Towards the water now. Of course, gets it. Anytime you're touching water, you will be able to flip the car. So, water sections kind of safe spots. Scorch probably... is it enough speed? It's gonna be very close. Not quite enough, but this is recoverable. You can go back. Slowing down. Going back to the plastic bounce. Can you cast in the next Spider-Man movie? Your expectations of me are extremely high. Corch gets it again. Scrappy also in this region. Not sure if Scrappy actually made it further. Yep, Scrappy's a little bit further now. Again, getting to the water bounce. I lost Corch. Oh, here. Can you cast Deep Dip too? Now that I can do. That is a reasonable request. Casting your dreams? think that's more up to you than me. Pretty solid runs from both Corch and Scrappy right now. Corch looks to be getting the speed this time, should be enough. Scrappy is falling down, it seems, so not sure if that's recoverable. But no, it's not recoverable. Scrappy 500 meters down now, so Corch making good progress though. Few jumps remain on this floor. Can you cast a spell? No, unfortunately not. Not in real life, at least. Maybe in a video game. Glad to hear, Alphaka. Thank you so much. Alright, now for the duck jump. Oh, this is a little bit of a different line that we've seen from people, but seems to reach the correct distance. So, Corch, all good still. Now just carefully needs to navigate with the slippery, wet plastic. Jumping down on the next platform and then chaining all of this. Jumps very far to the left side. Works though. A little bit of a shaky line there, but Corch manages to get to floor 7. I don't know if this might be a personal best, actually. It's not really... Not really there, yeah. I mean, well, it could be actually, because the height is probably higher on the jump. Oh, okay. That might have been a personal best, not quite having the lineup for that jump, and I think the run ends there, unfortunately. For a moment I thought that could actually still flip back up. Default movement is going backwards, so against the wall. It's not really recoverable, unfortunately, so good effort from Corch, though, getting to floor 7, being one of the less than 15 people to do so that is very solid. Not many people have been here at all, so it's a great run, but does end in a restart, as most runs do, eventually. Usually these runs end. And eventually. Kelly on another run too, probably would like to get to the floor 7 too. I mean, who wouldn't? But that's sort of the next goal for Tally. Seems to be getting pretty good at these early floors now. Very good quarter pipe jump there. Still remember that being the main problem on this run, and now we have so much stuff. So much stuff to deal with on the later floors. We're doing deep analysis to calculate percentage of runs that didn't end in a restart so far. There can be some runs that do end in a server disconnect. That's technically not a restart. Maybe a rage quit also, like that's maybe not a restart technically. So there could be some edge cases, you know? Some arguments. But most runs likely end in restarts right now. Tally, good line. Barely reaching the plastic. Gets enough grip. Okay, we have a lot of casting requests right now. I feel like I maybe need to make a website where you can do your own casting request. My sleep schedule is the deep sleep schedule. We're doing important documentation work. And that forces us to ignore the clock sometimes. That's how it needs to be. It hasn't been more than 24 hours since World Record, because Hazard got it a few hours ago now. maybe 3 hours ago or so. 2 jumps further. Probably getting much more consistent on floor 5 as well, I think. Has been having some pretty good runs up here. Good jump. Elkhorn's still on the grind. I'm curious how long Elkhorn has been playing today, but it's probably double digits right now. Progress is slowing down quite a bit. We're still getting like a world record per day, and maybe Bren will even improve this on the next section as well. But the issue that will eventually happen is that, you know, we will run into a point where no one even PBs on the same session. Oh, unfortunate for Telly. So... it's... wow. Okay, well, no, almost. Back to the ground we go. That was close though. Close to landing on the beam. So yeah, it kind of looks like it will take multiple weeks at this point, but there could be some miracle run from someone that actually clears like half a floor on a single one-shot, you know? Could be still happening, kind of like it happened on floor 8 and kind of like it happened on floor 9. So it's not impossible that there's like a sudden boost in progress, but I think when we get to like floor 13, 14, 15, 16, it's gonna get just way harder. Any cool shortcuts? Not really. It's like some intended small skips, I guess, but nothing crazy. 1 quarter pipe jump. You can potentially skip like 20 seconds on floor 8, but that's floor 8. There's like less than 10 people that ever even got to floor 8, so no one's doing like a high risk quarter pipe jump there to skip a couple fairly easy sections there. It's not worth. Higher floors apparently will be harder. Maybe some of them could be not too hard. I don't really know like the full difficulty list, but at least some like the very highest floors are gonna be some of the hardest, or the hardest floors. Yeah, the practice floor releases could change a lot as well, you know? Like when someone, maybe if we have our top 3 completely stuck for multiple days, maybe the organizers will release more practice floors, and then we can get the consistency up again, to get runs higher and higher. That could happen. So can't forget about the practice floors, I suppose, but right now we can kind of ignore them, because there's only floor 0, floor 1 and floor 2 released. So that's kind of not really important right now. What is a practice floor? So the organizers will release the floors in order as separate maps. So you can go into like a separate map that only has the floor that you want to practice. For example, practice floor 2 will just have the floor 2, you can start from the beginning, and if you fail, you will restart the run from the beginning of that floor. So it makes practicing that floor much easier. Well, of course. Because you don't need to like restart the map all over from the bottom. You don't need to do like 2 floors before you test map 2, or the floor 2. So that's kind of the idea. But at the same time, it's been almost a week now, and we've only had the first 3 floors, and the thing is that those first 3 floors are kind of trivial for our top players, so it's not something that really changes the competition as of now. But I guess eventually, if the organizers get bored of people not making progress, maybe they will release some of the higher floors too, so that players can get some more runs in. You can play those without being disqualified, yes. So, just real quick. So, in the Deep Dip Club, right here, we have the servers, but we also have Deep Dip 2 practice. This is a campaign. So here you have 0, 2, 0, 1, and 2, right? So, for example, floor 2 looks like this. It starts from up here, and then it ends up here. This is the beginning of floor 3, so this is kind of the idea. That, you know, if you fail at this beginning of this floor, then you can just retry again, and you can practice much more efficiently on these specific sections. But, as said, at the moment, I don't think any of our top players needs to practice those first 3 floors at all. But it can make like the casual learning experience a little bit better, for sure. Good night, Nils. Alright, back we go. Torch. Back to floor 2. Something happened there in later parts of floor 4. Scrappy on the grind, Elcon on the grind, Have Karlberg as well, Spoder. Still many players in these late hours playing, but nothing super crazy in terms of runs right now. In case someone's just tuning in, a quick recap of the day is that in the afternoon European hours, which right now in Europe for me it's 2:30 in the night time. So in the afternoon, like let's say 12 hours ago, Bren was able to get to floor 10 for the first time, and Bren was able to get very close to where Hazard was, about 5 sections in, but failed the last thing that Hazard had managed to do before that. Then Hazard managed to get a new world record during this session here, getting the 2 next jumps done as well. Elcon here has managed to also do a personal best, reaching the final parts of floor 9, but not quite clearing them yet. So we're waiting for Elcon to get through those final parts as well and get to floor 10. Floor 10 is what I meant to say. I don't know if I said floor 12 on accident or something. But yeah, floor 10 is where we are. Elcon still doing pretty well, all things considered. This is a very long day for Elcon. Getting some results for today anyway. Elcon has been to floor 9 twice at least, maybe more in solo, I don't know. But yeah, Elcon definitely still a top contender here, even though the floor is a bit different. You know, the top 3 tag here is definitely lower. It's 1042 meters. 1042 versus the 1100 that Hazard and Bren both have. But Elcon not that far behind in terms of like tricks. It's about like 10 tricks or so. And you know, all things considered, it's quite a few, but it's also something that Bren and Hazard have been picking up pretty quickly. So Elcon, as an ice master, which is kind of what floor 10 is gonna be, will likely be able to pick those up as well. Boing. Top 3, yeah, top 3 are pretty far ahead right now, but there's a couple of things also to remember, which is that Lars has been getting pretty good runs too. Lars has gotten to pretty close to the end of floor 8, so once Lars also manages to get the floor 9 attempt going, it could go pretty far there as well, because the floor 9 strategies have been figured out by Elcon, by Hazard, and by Bren. So we know what to do there, and that's gonna help Lars out a lot. Skandir also, we don't see Skandir streaming that much, but Skandir has also gotten to floor 8, pretty far there as well. And then, you know, Virtual has been doing pretty good progress overall, I think. And Virtual has also been playing in solo, so I'm not 100% sure, but that's been getting to floor 8, so that's kind of like the key thing right now. Have you reached floor 8 or not? That I think is going to be like the main question today. And then, you know, soon it's gonna change to floor 9, because Elcon will eventually get through that as well, and we're gonna have probably 3, maybe 4 players, if Lars can get up there as well, or maybe Virtual, kind of pushing towards floor 10 too. What do you think of Granadi's progress? It's really good. Granadi has got to the beginning of floor 7 today, and Granadi started 3 days late. The progression might slow down at some point, because let's remember that one of the benefits of starting late is that you do have like the strats from other players already figured out. And especially like this quarter pipe jump that Elcon will go for now, this was hard to figure out. This took like a full day for players to figure out like a good strategy for it. Now Elcon's doing it like it's nothing, but it wasn't easy. It took some time, like as a community, to figure out what exactly to do there. So Granadi didn't have to go through that process of figuring out what to do, because it was already done, right? So when we get to the higher floors where we don't have those 100% strats, or, you know, not 100%, but, you know, we don't have the like key strategies that have been figured out, then the progression of someone like Granadi will also slow down, most likely. But of course, like, Granadi, really fast learner for now, and will probably get to floor 8 fairly soon. We'll see how the turtle stuff works for Granadi. Elcon, decent progress here. Scrappy also on floor 5 right now. Floor 8 is... it's a little bit tricky, because the height itself might not even be a personal best, because there's a section on floor 7 that gets you very high. So there's essentially like halfway point of floor 7 will get you to the height of floor 8. So it's a little bit, you know... it's not that like accurate as a measurement for who made it to floor 8. But it's somewhere around like 3. I think the 850 is like a sort of, that's for sure floor 8 at the very least. Simo, for example, has failed the very last jump on floor 7 as far as I know. So that's 858, so that's not quite floor 8 still, but it's probably higher than the landing on floor 8. That's a little bit confusing in that sense. Who surprised you the most so far this event, good or bad? I don't know if there's been like huge surprises just yet. Good question. I suppose, I don't know how much time he's gotten so far, but I feel like I was expecting Mada to be a little bit further at this point. But that might just be like a difference in way of playing and difference in learning things and stuff. I do feel like Mada can still climb back extremely good player, especially at this kind of like RPG stuff. You know, Mada is really good at the World of Wampus maps that have like similar tricks, right? Mada hasn't played that much really. Yeah, that could be the explanation, you know? So I haven't really followed because Mada plays when I'm sleeping right now, pretty much. But it could be that it's just a playtime difference, really. And yeah, it can absolutely be that Mada catches up at some point, for sure. Scrappy is doing pretty well, honestly. Scrappy is, you know, right now, doing pretty well. He's getting closer and closer to floor 8 sections. So I feel like Scrappy is definitely not out of the race at all. I heard that Mada didn't want to watch other players initially, but I did hear that Mada has started also doing that. I haven't confirmed that, but that's the information that I have. So it could be that Mada has also started kind of checking VODs and strats to check the next sections, which is completely understandable and definitely makes you learn faster. Did watch some streams, yeah, okay. Scrappy to the duck jump. Clean setup. Is the jump enough? It is. I feel like I saw maybe on a Scrappy stream title or something that Scrappy has been a little bit like sick as well, maybe? I could misremember. I know that Brain has also been. So that also can be something that affects, but all things considered, like, you know, Scrappy makes the last few jumps. So floor 7. It is a strong achievement, this one. Making the first jump as well. Now for the backwards speed flights. The wiggles. Time to hydrate, but Scrappy is gaming. Wouldn't have the time. STs keeps it going all the way. Good landing initially, but no. It doesn't hold. It doesn't stick the landing there. Goes high enough. Goes wide enough, but ultimately a little bit too wide. Unfortunate, but a good attempt from Scrappy for sure. And then we have Elcon. I think we watched the Elcon run here. And then I will call it a day as well. Same headphones, they are very good. Elcon, maybe taking a break. We'll see. Has been to floor 9 multiple times today. So a small break, he said. Okay. It's a good reminder. Few players ever make it here. Floor 6 starts right here. About 1/3 through. And then we watch the full height of the map, right? That is where we are, and this is all that we need to do after. There's the finish line, presumably anyway. There's the crown. It is a long journey. Long journey ahead of us. Elcon, right there. Can barely see the car from here. And all of this stuff afterwards. From there, through here, all the way up there. It is kind of ridiculous. feel like at this point, the player's best bet is to not think about it too much. Why would you put in cat sitting but not call it the long name? Actually, because not everyone... two reasons. One, not everyone has the 7TV, you know, FFC, whatever. And some people are watching on mobile, and I figured that it would be like a mega spam for those people that can't see the emote. I overthink all this emote stuff. Hey, but it's a good emote without the meme name as well. We appreciate the artistry. Third-party app on mobile with 7TV? Oh, interesting. I'm scared of the finish jump. We'll see. Probably gonna be very cursed. Because everything else is cursed, you know? We just checked the end of floor 10. That's cursed as well. I have no idea what the hell is happening there. I have like no understanding of what the end of floor 10 is. So that's, you know, like 6 floors below the ending. So can't imagine it's can't imagine it's that simple at the end. Last jump is maybe like 10% or something, I'm not really sure, of the height. Ocon, good line. Clean landing. Promising run here. We're gonna watch this through and then call it. Been a very good day, regardless. Also for Elcon, I feel. I feel like Elcon probably happy with the progress today. Ooh, slows down early enough. This is possible to save. Consistency on the lower floors is, yeah, super important. Apparently Hazard has the water guard by about 3 jumps. Could you get up the whole tower in Trackmania? I don't think so, no. Elcon lands it. Elcon said he's not tired. Got enough Red Bull? Okay. Gamer. Through the plastic now. Very clean lines. Turns around every single time. Hazard did PB today, yes. By about 2 blocks. Or not 2 blocks, 2 sections, 2 jumps. So we have a little bit of more information of the next parts. Backward speed slides. Elcon seems to get them, gets the landing as well. So maybe we have a run here. Jumps up now. Into the water, lands it nicely. Now around the hole. Works out great. Next 2 parts, next 3 parts. Very tricky. Needs to jump through the hole, land in the water. Lines it up here. Line looks clean. The jump. Elcon seems to be slowing down a lot now, not going for the full plastic bounce, so it does seem like Elcon maybe has figured out a more consistent strat here. Previously players were essentially just full sending that. Now Elcon seems to have a much more controlled line. This lands as well. Well done. One more tricky part, and then it gets a little bit easier. Maybe a little bit lucky, but a little bit easier. Very tricky transitions here. Ocon manages. Plastic bounce works out this time. Now onto the beam. We have word that this creature here ahead is Techie's cat. I'm skeptical, but we're gonna go with it. Hello to Techie's cat. That is information from Techie. So we'll go with it. Ocon goes for this ice slide line here. It's a bit scary, but works great this time. Perfect line. Couple more jumps on floor 7. Has the speed. The car flips. And now to the very final parts. Landing into the downhill and then gathering up speed again. Lines it up right next to the pole. And then going up. Is the line good? Is Ocon happy with that? Just goes with it and the jump works. Seems to be just fine, and we are back to floor 8. Well done. Well done by Ocon. We've been here a few times today. We've been through some turtles here. Turtling, meaning driving upside down. Ocon flips the car. Starts doing these left-right moves here. The reason why you need to do this is because you need to flip the car back onto this quarter pipe, and you cannot do that if you drive normally. On manages. Now for the next part. The beam landing. We've seen most players struggle with this a little bit, but one just going for it and nails it. No problem. The floor has just started though. Next transitions can be tricky. Ocon getting ready here. Needs to take as much speed as possible. Landing onto the bobsleigh, and it works out. Ocon, no problem at all. And now the next part. A little bit easier. Not the hardest path here. You can potentially shortcut this by doing the quarter pipe jump all the way forward to the higher platform, but it doesn't seem that great. Doesn't seem that important right now. Ocon's personal best is at the second last quarter pipe jump on floor 9. Hoping to get back in there now. Now for the second upside down section, flipping the car again. And squeezing between those two blocks on the side. Here we go. Waiting for the timing and then just hoping for the best. The wall will pretty much do the rest. Look on. Are looking scary, but holds on, goes through. Now to the next section. Once more, flipping the car onto the platform. Works out. And then the speed. Has to full speed all the way over this previous part. Reach the grass right here. Manages to do so just fine. Goes into the next part. Quarter pipe jump. Elcon has been landing this upside down, but that is intentional. The car will flip just like that. And it has been doing that every single time. So Elcon has figured out really good strats for some of these jumps. Now, getting some good luck wishes from the cat's room. Getting ready to go for the jump then. Tricky landing is a little bit to the side, but it does land. It does land with a little bit of a bounce. Elcon is through. Now one more turtle remains. Third one and the hardest one. This has been difficult. Has to flip the car upside down again with one of the ramps here and then go through these very narrow parts over here and then flip the car at the end. The long path, not easy. Going around here. Timing it so that one side of the car will go over this at the right time. Starts the turtle. Keeps it stable. Now the timing. It's a little bit scary, but Elcon keeps the car going. Stabilizing it again. Now brings the whole car over the narrow part and flip. Well done. Elcon, one more jump combination remaining and floor 9 should be available. Taking speed from the quarter pipe, turning around. Now the line. Lands the first. Now to the right side. Lands the second as well. Very good line. Elcon's personal best at the end of floor 9. Needs to clear maybe 7 more jumps. I don't know. Something like it. Floor 9 starts right here. Strawberry cheesecake. Elcon was the first to reach it. Didn't get very far then, but now the tricks have been figured out for the most part. Elcon, I suppose, taking it a little bit easy. It is the personal best floor, so Let's see. Taking the speed, landing the first. Jumping down here, and now needs to land on the turbo. Does it just fine. No problem at all. Jumping up. Now, speed from the plastic. A straight line, very clear setup for this is so important. Elcon knows it. And to land on the turbo here, just ahead, and jump to the beam. Looks pretty good. Elcon is happy with it and commits to the line. Does it very well, but no, the speed is too much. Luckily, there's a recovery path just below. Elcon can save this run still. Last time Elcon tried this though, it didn't go so well. Has to figure out the line. Has to go to the left, jump with the sausage block onto the left side. That is what last failed. Jump was not quite far enough to the left. Elcon knows what the mistake was last time, lines it up again, and nails it. 2 more sections to get back to the beginning of the floor. Now taking some speed here. Take the ramp to the right side here. And then to the ramp here. Back to the beginning. Looks clean. And Elcon will get another chance. Speed is there. The jump will land. Back to the turbo now. Will land as well. All these jumps again. First works out. Second as well. One more time, the lineup onto the plastic. Had a little bit too much speed before. There's a rare issue to have here. Usually the landings are pretty clunky. But Elcon knows this time. Lines up the car carefully. It was great last time. This time, Elcon goes for it, and it's a little bit off again, but once more lands up here. I think what happened there is when Elcon went up from the plastic, went onto the flat ground there, the car's trajectory probably changed a little bit. I think the way Hazard does this is Hazard is lining it up on the top of the plastic. Elcon is going a little bit further up, and I think that's what's changing the line of the car. I think Elcon probably noticed that too, so we might see Elcon only take it up to the plastic the next time. At the same time, you do want all of the speed there, so it's kind of hard to be sure that you will get enough speed from only the plastic. Elcon. Third time. The jump works. We're a little bit laggy in spectator, it seems. The car's moving a little bit slower than it should. But the jumps are working out. It's floating a little bit. But everything's fine on Elcon's side. Gets the next landing as well. Spectating is kind of like this sometimes. Now lines it up, and I'm curious if Elcon will go only up the plastic this time. Carefully lining it up again. Making sure the car is going straight towards the turbo. Falcon? No, still goes a little bit higher. Well, maybe a little bit less this time, and manages to get the landing this time. We are on the beam. The line works. And here on this next part, Elcon has been doing this pretty interesting lineup where Bren and Hazard take speed from the other side, kind of doing a half circle, but Elcon goes all the way onto this beam. Taking the speed from here, and then going towards the quarter pipe. Up on the platform, the line looks pretty good, and Elcon will land. Now, backing against this wall here, in the speed. Next transition's not so easy, you need maximum speed for these. In the speed from the beam, landing on the pole, landing on the platform, and then jumping all the way up. Elcon making it look so easy. Then around to the next section. Next jumps Elcon has done multiple times as well. Needs to drift a little bit on this turn here. Taking some speed, landing onto the turbo, then all the way to the quarter pipe. It's a very tight angle this time, but Elcon makes it. Landing onto the half pipe here. Quarter pipe, I guess. But Elcon is here, and this is the last thing for Elcon. This is the final thing that Elcon's done. So this quarter pipe section here, that is going to be Elcon's personal best if it lands. Barely recoverable if you have luck with you. If you fail it, let's see how Elcon manages. Lining it up, jumping from here to the lower quarter pipe, taking the speed, trying to line up to the right side. Elcon barely misses it. It will land on the plastic and back to floor 8. Is it going to land though? Oh, Elcon. So unlucky. So close to the pool there, but no. Elcon falls all the way down. It's going to be the end of the run. A very good attempt, Elcon's third attempt on floor 9 today, so Elcon definitely getting the consistency up, so don't count this guy out. This jump has been so difficult. Hazard, I think, failed this 4 times today. There's been so many mistakes from all of these players on this part for now. So this is kind of the decisive point. When you make this jump, there's one more hard part to do. One more part that seems to be difficult for these players. You go here, you take the speed, plastic bones, go up, well, down the quarter pipe, jump over here, take the speed, and jump with this quarter pipe on the pole. And this landing has been very difficult for Hazard and for Bren as well. So if Elcon can get this one, there's gonna be a landing here onto this ramp and a jump up to floor 10. That's how close Elcon is right now. Not far at all from getting this new double-digit floor. And then we go all the way through here, all the way around this ice part, from the tube here, around the ice, into the water, into this uphill, all the way to this part. This is what used to be the wall record before tonight, but Hazard was able to go from here through this part, getting the speed here, jumping up here, and getting to this pool. This is currently where the water course stands. The next part is looking difficult. It's a 360 marked even by the mapper. So you need to spin the car on the ice, get enough speed, land here. This is the jump that Hazard wasn't able to do. Had 2 attempts at it, didn't get the landing. So we're waiting for this to be completed next. Maybe Bren can do it on the next session. Could be true. We will see. A pretty solid day overall. I think I might be done for the day though. It's been a good 9 hours here. Been a great session with personal bests for Lars, for Elcon, for Hazard, and also Hazard getting that new slight improvement in the World Record. So I think at this point we're gonna call it a day. Very much appreciate all of you tuning in. Of course, Bren will maybe go in on this map soon as well, so there could be something there. Let me see what's happening exactly here. I wonder if Valen is still streaming, maybe? Valen has been doing some casting too. Doesn't seem to be online, don't think so. But it's okay. I can throw you guys to... Let's see now. How's Have doing? How's Have's session? Is it like an insanely long session? 7.5 hours.
So nice.
Maybe I'll throw you guys to Have though. Have trying to get, I think, to further on in floor 5, maybe towards floor 6 as well. I don't know if Have is going for super long, but you know, I can just throw you guys somewhere else if that ends up being the case. But very much appreciate all of you tuning in. Hope you've been enjoying the coverage of Deep Dip 2 here today. Very much appreciate all the subs and follows and all the support. Means a lot to me. We'll be continuing tomorrow. Tomorrow a little bit of a different day because we're gonna also do a mapping competition that people have had a couple weeks to build maps for. So there's gonna be some more traditional Trackmania tomorrow evening for like 2 hours. But we'll start again about 5 p.m. in the evening, Central European time. With Deep Dip, and then we'll do the mapping competition judging in the middle. So if you want to tune up for that, great. But there's probably going to be someone else also casting around that time too. So we will not have any missed spots in Deep Dip, don't worry. Alright, but I'll see you guys soon. Very much appreciate all of you. Take care. Hope you have a great day or night or evening or morning. And I will talk to you later. Bye bye and good night.
Sit in the toilet without a phone. Listen, you just shit and then get out of there. You can't. You're not supposed to stay there for 45 minutes. Yo, Beetle, that's one of the race. I get ready to